Hello and welcome to Race Day. It is the AUSNZ PS5 Endurance Series by Hooncorp, and we are here for round 6 of Season 3. It is the Spa 6-hour race. I can't wait to get going with this one. Previously, in the Endurance Series, we had round 5 at Kailami. We saw BSR1 take pole position and go on to take the win with a dominant race, really, where they were challenged throughout, I will say, but they did manage to stay in the lead the whole way through and come home for their third win in a row. It really has been domination so far from BSR1. They are the team to beat coming into tonight. They do have strong challenges. We got BCG1, second place last time out. ANC outplayed, came home in third. They're sitting second in the championship. A lot of action to play out in a 6-hour race, though. Can they hang on for those extra 2 hours? It was 4 hours at Kailami last time out, 6 hours here tonight. Today's broadcast will be brought to you, or is being brought to you by TrackSpot TV. TrackSpot TV, www.trackspot.tv. But if you need any broadcasting or commentary in the highest quality, we have got 4K 60 frames a second coming in tonight. The stream is going to be top tier. Will the racing be top tier to match? Well, if you look at the previous rounds in the championship, you'd have to suggest that it will be. I'm going to be your host for tonight's action. I am Matt Smith, aka Monkey Matt, from TrackSpot TV, and I'm joined by two great commentaries who will be alongside me in the booth. First up, we have from Hooncorp Esports, Mike Howe. Welcome into the booth, Mike.
Hey, Monkey Matt, great to have you on board there for this round. Looking forward to a great afternoon, mate. Hopefully all is well for you.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a great day, isn't it? You got to love a race day for sure. And excited to have you in with us. And I'm also excited that we've got Lewis Atkinson as well, someone with a lot of experience in this championship. Unfortunately, not able to be behind the wheel tonight, but you're joining us in the commentary booth. Welcome, Lewis.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks for having me along. Looking forward to a great afternoon of racing. It's going to get exciting.
Brilliant. I certainly am excited as well. I think you can probably hear that coming through in my voice to see what's going to happen. I've hinted towards it a little bit already. We're talking about getting into the championship picture as well. It's round 6 of a 7-round series, and that means we're starting to think who is going to end up at the top at the end of it, and what battles are forming that will influence how hard you attack, how hard you try and go for those moves in tonight's race. I think if we see a BSR1 and ANC outplayed next to each other on track, they're going to be racing pretty aggressively there. Fighting for the overall championship at the moment. There's about 160 points between them, if I can do quick streamer maths there, at the top. So that's, we've got obviously Geesh and Captain Muffin in BSR1, and then Matt McEwen and Witchy in ANC outplayed, fighting in the front. In third and fourth, BCG1 and BCG2. These are the two teams that have claimed the championship the last 2 seasons, one each. But this season, they've yet to even win an individual race. So that's a big storyline. I'm sure they'll be out hunting to try and change that as well. And those are the teams we expect to see fighting in the top of the Pro division. We also, of course, have a Pro Am division as well, and that is the closest fight amongst them all. We've got Hooncorp 1 only slightly ahead of TTR West Side. Definitely a battle we're going to be focusing on. That one looks like it's going to go right down to the wire for the final round next time out. So tonight they'll be trying to get one little bit of an advantage. And the amateur division as well, of course, TTR East Side out in front at the moment, being hunted down by Hooncorp 2. So Hooncorp in with a shot of winning 2 titles here tonight. And as Hooncorp man yourself, Mike, you'll be excited about that prospect.
Well, I really am, Matt. The really neat thing about this is that the Pro Division, pardon me, the Pro Division, the top 4 cars, you know, it's 300 points for a round. So if there's a dropout of any of those top teams, everyone's in with a very, very good chance. Same with Pro-Am there. Again, the top 3 cars there, you know, 5th, 6th and 7th place machines, again, well within that 300-point range. So you've got to do the job here. And even we go to the M class, the same thing, the top 3 cars, you know, where they are placed. I mean, you've got to say the East Side team have done so well to be 8th outright at the moment. You know, they're in front of a lot of Pro and Pro-Am teams. So the M class, you know, that Mustang, they've got that thing dialed in. So, you know, never say never. I mean, it's going to be a very, very interesting fight here at Spa. We know how technical this track is. And you said about being enthusiastic and excited, mate. I'm absolutely on the edge of my seat on this one already, because not only has the driving standard been so high, Matt, but the pace has been electric. And I'll tell you, I think anyone's in with a bit of a chance at the moment, because there's something about Spa, but there's also something about Spa when it's wet. I have no idea how the weather's going to play out, but you know, we saw Bathurst just recently, the real racing, and we're going to see a fantastic race here in Spa in Belgium, and not too far away, I can promise you that.
Absolutely right. It's a track that's set to produce some great racing. It's going to be an exciting first few corners as well, I think, when we look at going through. Well, actually, I was going to say La Source, but I believe the rolling start leads them and starts them out on the old start line. So heading into Eau Rouge side by side, that's always a little bit spicy. And if we look at where they are going to start, so we've already actually had our qualifying took place on Friday night, and we do have the results from that to show to you now. Here we are. So it was a 3-session qualifying. Qualifying 1 decided the drivers from 17th down to 21st. We then went through to qualifying 2, 11th down to 16th. Their position was sealed, and a top 10 shootout to decide the fastest drivers, to decide pole. And it was Psydog who managed to get it with a 2:17.0. So BCG1 will be starting on pole, exactly where they want to be. And I have to say, an incredible lap there. That was their fastest lap of the night, under the pressure of a top 10 shootout. Awesome stuff. And I mean, not just one driver did it. The top 4, so close between them, just over 3/10 between 4 teams. It really sets us up for an exciting fight. And it is going to be BCG1 on the front row alongside Hansi Outplayed. We've got Matt McEwen, who set that qualifying time to get them up there. BCG4 in 3rd, BSR1 in 4th, then Defy Motorsport, the first of the Pro-Am division, ahead of Cave Racing. BCG2 in 7th. Hooncorp 1, again, a challenger for that Pro-Am division, in 8th position. ETR Westside, and then Cactus 10 rounding out the top 10. They were unable to set a lap time in the top 10 shootout. They actually set the 3rd fastest time in qualifying 2, but didn't get the lap in the shootout conditions. So that is a car that's going to be a little bit out of position on the race start. And really, there's so many storylines that we can keep talking about here. In terms of, if we look a little bit further, we've got that AM battle. We talked about how close the battle is in terms of the championship. Markled, the fastest of the AM drivers, in 11th. TTR Eastside, they're sitting in 12th. That's a nice spot to be starting, because their rivals, Hooncorp 2, are down in 18th. They have work to do. We've seen in the races they've been strong and able to gain positions. That is a tough place to be starting. I'll throw to you here, Lewis, because how much do you feel like the qualifying impacts this? You've had experience racing in this series. How much are you worried about the qualifying when you know you're heading into a long 6-hour race?
Yeah, well, you got 6 hours to work it out and sort yourself out through the grid and keep clean to make up places. But starting at the front, or on the front end, does have a serious advantage, especially with that the AM class. The gap between TTR East and HC2 is 6 places. You have 6 cars in between them at the start. There's 6 places they have to make up to even have a chance at beating them. But obviously strategies and everything can implicate that as well. Change up how it's going. But obviously you want to be on the front end of the grid.
Absolutely right. And at the moment it is BCG1 who will be starting at the front end. They did the job in qualifying. Can they do it in the race? In terms of timing of tonight, we are still 4 minutes away, so we're going to start the race at 2 p.m. New Zealand time. That's in 4 minutes time. There will be a 5-minute pre-race timer. So there's a bit of time to get settled in the car before we get ready to go. We have a 1 formation lap as well. Just to get your sights in, get mentally prepared on that formation lap. Maybe warm up those tires as well. We see a lot of weaving usually in the formation lap. And then we will go green from there. So we are probably about 10 minutes away from getting lights out, racing action, and then it's a long 6-hour drive to the flag before we get this race done. You mentioned it there as well. We'll talk about the race strategy. We've got a stint timer here for the team. It is a team's battle, of course. So we've got the stint timer of 80-minute stint timer. You have to come in within that time. We'll often see driver changes after that 80 minutes, or usually just before 80-minute stint timer. That means that there's going to be at least 4 pit stops to get through the 6 hours. So a minimum of 4, but there could be more. The little birdie in the paddock told me that we could be seeing some strategy differences between a 4-stop or a 5-stop in this race, depending on how hard you want to push, how much you want to save fuel as well. That's going to be something we're keeping an eye on through this one, is which teams are trying to save fuel to extend their stints and go a little bit longer. And we have 7 tire sets that these teams are able to use. So there should be plenty of tires in theory to get through if we are expecting about 5 or 6 different stints. And to keep in mind as well, a 3-hour and 45-minute max driver timer. You do have to switch and have a reasonably equal split between the 2 drivers in the team. Most of these teams lining up with 2 drivers. I believe we do have one man who's trying to do the full 6 hours solo. That is going to be a hard slog and definitely going to be tough. Mike, you've got experience with a lot of endurance racing in the real world. I know the sim's not quite the same, but a long stint like that it's going to take a toll for sure, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, in the real world, back in 1703, we just, it takes a lot out of you physically. But the difference with sim racing, though, Matt, is that it just takes it out of you mentally. And, you've really got to keep on your game. So I don't know how that driver's going to do it. I know we've seen it before with the Skyline as well. It's not here today in this particular round, which is a shame. But, I just really get my head around these guys. I mean, I've had a go at, I'm the old fat lazy guy that doesn't do sim racing very well. You guys are both very accomplished drivers. And just for those people that are listening out there, Monkey Matt himself is a very, very talented driver. Matt Smith, he won't say that. And Lewis Atkinson is definitely one of the rising names and numbers in New Zealand sim racing as well. So we're very, very lucky, very fortunate to have you 2 guys here. And we won't just be going to Lewis for comments either, Matt, because you yourself have got a very esteemed career in the sim racing world. But in the real-time world, it is different. It is physical. It throws you around, hurts your neck, hurts your back. You get aches and pains. But that's one thing. In this one, though, you've got so much to be aware of. You've got to think about your driving stints, and even the single driver does have a certain amount of time that they can't go. They've got to come in and have a rest. They've got to come in and have a driver change of sorts. Come in and how they run the maximum driving time. I know it's taken care of with the solo act, but there's so many strategies too. And of course, the other thing is, have they got a spotter, that single driver? One thing we'll never know. Have they got a spotter? Have they got someone in their ear to give them a little bit of help and technical advice to weather's coming in, your tyres are this, your tyres are that, hey, you got so many more laps before. So, it really does bring a huge amount of variables, and we've seen some phenomenal racing during the course of this series, and one that is really, really starting to gain some huge credibility, and I'm hoping that it's going to be everything we want it to deliver there today. But Matt, you've done enduros and you've been part of a team as well as in that, but it's one of those things. I mean, you've just got to be, hopefully everyone's had a good sleep. They're full of whatever they're full of, drinks, caffeine, protein. I don't know, how do you get snacks if you're a solo act? But, from an old fossil sitting here watching you young bucks out there doing that, I just have such an admiration for you. It makes me feel young watching the amount of talent and level of ability that these drivers do, and some of them that have been doing it for such a long time. And I mean, Simon Bishop, by my age, he's a youngster, but he's been in the saddle for an awful long time, and it is absolutely fantastic. If you're new to sim racing, if you want to get into motorsport, sim racing is definitely a great way to be the entry level. If you can't afford to go real-time racing, then this is certainly a fantastic and relatively cheap way to do it. You can spend, a couple of $1,000, you can spend $10,000, but at the end of the day, we're all on the same boat, we're on the same track, we've got the same cars, we've got BOP sorted out here, Matt, so I'm looking forward to it, and my tail is wagging as we get ready to go 6-hour racing here, and with the AUSNZ at Spa, and of course in Belgium, the home of the Spa circuit.
Absolutely right. You touched on a couple of things there that I wanted to bring up as well. There is an open setup system, so you can modify these cars, modify the setups to tune them just to your liking, and also, like you were saying, to tune them to the weather and how long you're running these stints as well. There's a lot of a sort of a balancing act to get the best performance over the whole stint, and particularly if you're thinking about trying to save fuel as well, or whether you're going to be running tucked in behind someone else closely for the stint, can all affect small details. It's not just about the driving here in the Endurance Series, it also comes down to a little bit of race engineering as well to get these cars set up just right, get them performing, get those tires in the right window as well, so that they can be running at the maximum. We do still have, just in terms of timing, we still have 2.5 minutes in practice left to go. So I think maybe the driver briefing there ran a little bit over and we're a couple of minutes behind schedule. But in a couple of minutes, we'll get into that 5-minute pre-race timer and we'll get things underway shortly. Just thinking about that strategy and about the car setups involved as well. Lewis, you've done this series a fair amount yourself. How much time goes in from some of these drivers just tweaking their cars and trying to find the optimal performance to get out of them?
I tell you what, man, I'm not the absolute master of all this tuning stuff yet, but there's definitely a lot of time that you go in and you're tweaking, you're testing. A big mentor and expert in my experience has been Smitty, part of the Hooncorp 1 team. Taught me a lot about how cars behave and with the physics. But yeah, there's obviously sites where you can buy them, but at the end of the day, your setup's going to vary depending on the driver and the conditions, and that's best done by changing it yourself. There's a whole lot of work. There's a whole world of things you can do: dampers, aero, suspension, all that. But I feel like it comes down to driver preference as well at the end of the day. And with having 2 people in the car, or Discord's just the one for 6 hours, absolute champion. But you got to find that line in between the two drivers, and find an agreement where you're okay with how the car drives.
Yep, you've got to find that agreement in terms of, and it brings in that teamwork element, doesn't it? Which I quite like in these endurance championships. You're not just out there on your own, you're working together with someone else, and that does mean maybe compromising a little bit to find the balance of what you can both drive with. In terms of the setup, but actually something we haven't touched on just yet, and I wanted to bring up and maybe get Mike's opinion on this one, because the drivers can choose what car they want to drive in as well. We have the balance of performance system, so while each car is different, in theory they should equal out to a reasonably even pace. But today we don't see any Nissans on track. Mike, how are we feeling about that one?
Oh, we're gutted. Like a fish, mate. I'm absolutely gutted. I really do think the R35 still has the wherewithal. We've only had the one in the season so far, and unfortunately he's not with us today for whatever reason. And you're right about the balance of performance. I know there's regular updates on the cars. It's absolutely fantastic, this GT3 platform. And just a complete aside, yesterday I was at Hampton Downs watching the actual GT3s, the Aussie ones, over here battling it out around that track, and there's so many manufacturers there. And it just made me think, I'm so lucky. I'm watching the real cars here absolutely gunning it around Hampton. And then today, I'm watching, what's going to be some high-level, top-class racing of similar numbers, doing the business. And that's really... I'll just go a little aside quickly if I can, because the whole supercar parity thing between Ford and between, Chev, I mean, for crying out loud, they can't get that right with GT3 have. And this is something that, I really like watching GT3 cars. They're based on real cars. And I really like watching this racing. I'm not a sim racer by any stretch of the imagination. I recently did a couple of laps around here. I did a 1-hour race, and I think my best lap was a 1:21. The pole position here is a 1:17. So I'm miles off the pace. But something about them, Matt, it just absolutely fantastic to watch. And, everyone's in with a chance. And as you said earlier on, all you've got to do is just be consistent. You've got to be able to run with that person there or thereabouts of you and really think off the start the strategy. You need to have strategy. You asked Matt earlier on, you said to him, Lewis, you asked Lewis earlier on, you said, hey, look, how important is it to qualify? The answer, absolutely no importance in it whatsoever. It's just ego, because you've got 6 hours to make a genius decision or a real, mess up things. And if that rain comes in, which the lucky thing about this particular platform, we actually get 30 minutes of, of warning that the weather is likely to change. So that is the only thing that's not 100% bang on. Other than that, Monkey Matt, the racing is very real here. It may not be actual, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 cars we're bumping wheels with, but boy, the racing is every bit as electric and exciting.
You're right, and I think we have been talking about these cars enough. It's now time to switch over and have a look at the cars out on track as the pre-race timer has begun to count down. Let's get over there now.
You look so calm. I mean, I expected
Here we are then, you can see at top of your screen, 2 minutes 36 left to go before we do start that formation lap. One formation lap before we get a rolling start here for the Spa, 6 hours. And we can look at the weather now as well. It's a chance to talk about that. We do have clouds, but some sun, and crucially, the track conditions are optimum. So talking to a few drivers in the paddock across the weekend, and maybe overhearing a few conversations as well, there was discussion about how this track wasn't going into optimal conditions very often, but it looks like at the start of this race, it's going to be good, and keep a few drivers happy, shall we say, that were maybe a little bit unhappy during practice, because that does play a big role in how these cars do perform around the track as well. It's going to give them that extra grip with air temperature of 29 degrees and a track of 35 degrees. Should be plenty of grip on offer from these tires, and that's going to set us up for a nice opening stint in this race. But as that timer does kick down, do we have any last thoughts before the race gets running? What would be going through your mind at this point if you were out on circuit at the moment, Lewis?
Not a lot, I tell you. You're trying to get your head clear, remove all the distractions, and just focus on one lap at a time. It's a long race, 6 hours. I couldn't tell you exactly how many laps it is, but the lap time is about 2 minutes 17, 2 minutes 18, 19. Under different conditions, it's going to be a long one. Yeah, there's a lot of corners to nail, and the conditions are going to change.
Absolutely right. We've got those conditions at the top of the screen. So the next 30 minutes looks stable, but 6 hours is a long time for things to go different ways. And as we are waiting for the timer to tick down, it's a good time to say welcome into the chat, everyone who is joining. We've got Nisbnath in here. We've got Flying Kiwi. Prevails in here as well. Getting excited for the 6 hours of Spa. It is round 6 of season 3. And it is not too far, 30 seconds. This is the time where if I was sitting on the grid, I'd be starting to feel a little bit nervous. You know, it's one thing to be racing for yourself and to be in this close battle. I mean, look how close these cars are lining up on the grid. You can just see so many cars are going to be buzzing around you when you get off the line, when you get this first lap going. It's one thing to have that pressure on yourself. You always, as a race driver, put pressure on yourself to want to perform. But when you're in a team as well, you don't want to disappoint your teammate and end up having a drama before they have even got in the car. So we'll see how careful everyone is off the line this time round. Last time at Kailami, there was a bet in chat, there was a poll in chat. Everyone thought there might be an incident, a big crash on the lap 1, and it ended up being rather clean. I think we saw one driver spin in all of it. This time out, what do we think? Do we think we're going to see any incidents? Mike, which way is your bet going?
I'll lay a can of Coke on it. There's definitely going to be an incident, mate.
We go one incident. Lewis, what are we thinking? What's your perspective here at Spa, which is a famous circuit, but can be tricky to navigate side by side on that first lap?
It's round 6 now. People are going to be coming to the end of the season. You know, there's a couple of battles going down. It's a long race. I think people are going to be pretty hesitant. We may see a car around or two, but I think everyone's going to take it nice and slow, get into the race, and find their groove.
Beautiful. So hopefully, it's again, you two actually would disagree in there, I think. So this could be a bit of fun throughout the race, and we've got differing opinions in the commentary booth. I'm sure we're going to have different opinions behind the wheels of these cars in terms of some of these drivers want to be aggressive, want to get underway fast, and want to take the opportunities, because there's often opportunities on a lap 1 when the cars are all bunched up like this. We might be seeing as well a little bit of a difference in terms of the car preparation technique here on the formation lap. There's some of these drivers weaving a lot more than perhaps we're seeing from others. And out in front, here we go. Oh, look at that. Live Skydog just does a little weave. That was quite half-hearted, Skydog. I don't know that you're going to get much tire warmth out of that, but he's just maybe making sure his wheels all set up, making sure he's in the right headspace as well, because a lot of it is mental. There's a lot of thought that goes into warming up the tires, warming up the brakes on these formation laps, but you also want to make sure the driver's warm and ready to go, prepared to get underway for what is going to be an exciting start that always action. And look at this aggressiveness here from Twitchy, pulling out alongside a little bit, showing his nose in the mirrors, even on the formation lap. A little bit of gamesmanship, Mike. What do we think of this?
You got to show the headlights, show the intention. I mean, you said about weaving and trying to get the heat in the tyres, hit the heat in the brakes. You'll see most of the cars riding the brake pedal pretty hard. They'll be hard on the gas and the brakes. Of course, you can still damage the car if you do it too aggressively, Matt. But no, gamesmanship, you know all about that, matey. I mean, you're a fierce peddler yourself when you get behind the sim wheel, and this is exactly what it's all about. You can see it. The guys are trying to find their own little bit of real estate. It's a very, very long lap here at Spa. It's 7 kilometres. It's bigger than Bathurst, and even the hazard lights on there for some of them as well. So there's all sorts of gamesmanship going on, and that's what we want to see. But I suppose one question is, which manufacturer is going to take this one out? We saw the BMW is very, very strong. We see the Aston show some really good flair. Of course, Mercedes in there, and that's again what I love about this GT3 platform. So many manufacturers with the Porsche, the McLarens, the Fords, you name it, they're out there. But who do you think manufacturer-wise, not necessarily the team, who do you reckon is going to take it out from that point of view? Which car is suited for this track?
That is a great question. I'm going to throw that question straight past me and towards chat as well, because we've got a few drivers that will be watching along. What do we think is the fastest chat? They might have some insight in terms of having done some tests and tried out different things. What car would be the preference? I would say, looking at things, I did get some notes in terms of, again, listening to that little birdie telling me from pit lane that they think the BMW's going to be quite good, but the McLaren might be the best option to be in, and that is BCG2 in the 7th. They're in the McLaren. Maybe did all right in qualifying, not quite at the pointy end, but if that car is going to be as good as my little birdie from pit lane tells me, then they could be pushing forward in that position as well. They're actually a team that has decided to switch cars. They were previously in the BMW, deciding that the McLaren's the one to be in for this round in particular. We are about to find out who is going to get the jump at the start of this race. We're going through the bus stop here, the final corners of the formation lap, and then we will be racing for the 6 hours of Spa. It is the AUSNZ PS5 Endurance Series, and in fact they've caught me out a little bit because I think they're going to go slowly around La Source first, still going to be under pre-start conditions as they get around La Source, and then after that we're going to get underway. It is Sidog out in front. He's going to lead from pole position after an outstanding lap in qualifying. Twitchy starting in the car for ANC outplayed, and they were only 1/10 behind after a 2-minute 17 lap. The only 1/10 behind in qualifying was just quite remarkable. All 4 of these top teams going to be so close, but now as we come around this final corner, they've got to have to jostle for position. They are all slowing down a little bit, just playing the games of getting this race start underway, all grouping up, getting out of that slow La Source corner, and we are about to go racing. Here we go. Hopefully we get a nice camera angle provided from ACC. The cars come past pit lane waiting for the green light, and it's going to come. Here it comes now. We are underway and racing. The 6 hours of Spa is go, and it's an even start at the front. They are going to go side by side through Eau Rouge. Can they manage it tidy? I think they're 3 wide in the background. There's contact right from the get-go. Twitchy in the side of Sidog. And is he going to rejoin? Still side by side as they come to abreast down the Kemmel Straight. There's 3 wide in the background, and I think it is Twitchy just emerging out in front. In behind though, watch out, Viperize might get the spot as well, around the outside. Can he do it now and try and get 2 spots? Oh, not quite. He's going to get covered off by Twitchy, but he might not even get a single spot because Sidog has managed to hold on. What a great drive there. Committed in these opening set of corners, trusting the car, has got the grip already, and then holding on to second position. So only 1 spot lost as Twitchy emerges out in front. And that is going to have championship. We're going to be talking about the championship because Twitchy is in the fight, and he's in the fight with Geesh sitting in 4th now, tucked in behind the BMW. So emerging now, Twitchy out in front, and we'll get an update. Sidog is in 2nd, and then it is Viperized. Well, I'll call him Viperized, and I'll probably say that all night. Viper Z in 3rd position, who I think is just losing another spot as Geesh takes the opportunity. So a little bit wide, a little bit slow through that corner, and straight away on the opening lap, you can't afford to do that because someone's going to be there waiting to pounce. On this occasion, it's Geesh who slips through into 3rd spot. As now the gap to the front 2 opens up a little bit while these 2 battle, and it is all go on lap number 1. There's plenty of action further down the order as well. As these drivers run wide, we're going to be talking about track limits later in the race. I think a couple of drivers might have picked up violations through that corner, just going out on the exit. It tempts you out there. And now at the start of the race, they're going to be tucked in under the slipstream in the dirty air, which maybe we're starting to see who's been practicing these conditions. Geesh having to defend now down into the bus stop as there's defense going on for the lead as well. I think they all managed to get through their holding position for the time being. Psydog a little bit compromised on the exit. That's allowed Twitchy to pull away out in front. It's not resolved for third though. Here we go into the source, for the first time at pace. I think that contact between them, banging wheels, get through the corner. Can Geesh hang on to this? Oh, it's still going to be side by side. This is cracking racing onto the first lap. Every position counts and they're really fighting for it. I think Lewis was expecting a calm opening stint. It's calm in terms of they've all managed to keep it on track nicely, but certainly the racing is red hot as they go side by side now down the Kemmel Straight. Mike, I'm going to bring you in because how good is this? It's not resolved yet either.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. There's no way near resolved. We've got 5 hours, 57 minutes, Matt. We're already firing into 3 minutes in, and this time is going to go very, very quickly. But look at the scrap that we're seeing here at the moment, the 5 car there of Geesh. That Aston Martin is looking very, very solid and planted. I've actually heard little rumours myself that the Aston's one of the cars. I'm interested to hear and watch how the McLaren does go, as you earlier mentioned. But look at this thing go. Absolutely flying. Then we jump back to the 76 car there, which is the BCG 2 car of Norman. This is the car that was changed there, the McLaren, currently in 6th place. So he is rocking and rolling, and I'll tell you what, they will also be driving with a lot of, looking after the car in the back of their mind. The exciting thing was there wasn't a big calamity at turn number 1, lap number 1, and I really, really was hoping that was the case. I thought, you know what, with Spa, because the corners are so fast, as soon as you start on that straight and you go down that dipper side by side through the left-hand and right-left-hand combination, and another thing we haven't really mentioned too much of is the track limits. You bang on about that one. You can't go off into the wild blue yonder. You can't go out there and go visiting and picking the daffodils. You've got to stay on the track or thereabouts, otherwise there will be a time penalty, and it is heavily enforced here. They expect high standard driving, and that's why the series is getting so popular. Tracksport TV, Hooncorp Esports, and of course the AUSNZ series looking very, very strong. But I'll tell you what, again, you guys as racers yourself, you know what's happening at the moment. Whether you're behind the wheel of the 2-car team or whether you're a spotter for your teammate, this is where the old heartbeat certainly starts to rise. And look at this drive in the 56 car there, which is Viper Z in the 6th spot, Norm just ahead in the McLaren, and then look behind him there. There's the first of the mighty old Ford Mustangs, and we saw them doing so well at Kailami as well. It was the drivers that threw away some great results in that one. So and the flames coming out of the back of these machines too, Monkey Matt, they look absolutely resplendent. And that 369 car there in 7th spot at the moment, they are looking solid as well. Lewis, I don't know what you think about the start on that one, mate, but that was pretty clean and fast and furious. I've got to say, big respect to the drivers.
Yeah, it was absolutely some clean racing, but they haven't wasted any time getting around to it. Wow, that was thrilling. Just saw there with Viper Z, he had a bit of contact with Geesh coming in here a lap ago and lost, what was it, 3 spots. So yeah, everyone's still bunched up, you know, you're making mistakes and you're really going to pay for it at this time. Sort of like double demerits for you guys over, well, Australia has on the weekends over there. But yeah, a lot of movers. Another thing I was thinking about as well with Viper Z, he's actually the 2nd driver. Matt Donetti is the driver 1 for BCG. 4. But yeah, so he's actually the co-driver, and he's in for the first stint. So they're getting the hour of minutes out at the start. Will be interesting to see when Donetti actually decides to jump in the car. As well as TTR West fighting for the Pro-Am positions in the standings. They've jumped up 2 spots since the race. I believe they started 9th. So yeah, she's all moving around. No wasting about. Geesh is up to 3rd, championship leader.
Absolutely right, that is critical. Geesh's move actually on Viper Z was the one that really, that was the one that sort of took a lap to be finalised, to sort of come through. But he made the position and has continued to fight on, and that has actually cost Viper Z in the end. Has dropped down now to 6th after starting, I believe it was 3rd. So I wonder if that is, like you touched on there, just the 2nd driver in the car for the race start. Have ended up losing a few positions on the start and now trying to get themselves settled. But with all this pressure in behind from Immort and Nick, that is a tough place to be at the start of this race. Trying to get your head in the game, especially when you're probably a little bit frustrated after losing a few spots, and you've got all that pressure behind you, you've got your mirrors filled. It's a lot to try and concentrate on and think about. He goes a little bit wide, but perhaps that's just the line that they're choosing to take out of the source. And now the big run up the straight through Eau Rouge with that slipstream. We might just stay with this actually, and we'll see how much the BMW versus the Mustang, and the Mustang with slipstream, how much speed difference they have by the end of the Kimmel straight. Keep an eye on this. Sketches red BMW there from Viper Z, and then in behind him, Morton Nick closing in a little bit. And down the straight, I think the BMW still has the legs here.
There's some good horsepower there from that Coyote V8, no doubt about it, for the 369 and Morton Nick. And also don't forget Markwood in the QTR car back in 10th place as well there. So 2 Mustangs in the top 10. And yeah, this is the thing too, a lot of people don't really rate the GT3 Ford Mustang, but that's a car that has been around for quite a while now, and I understand too the Corvette has just recently made into GT3, so hopefully we'll see the Chevy Corvette coming into mainstream racing in the not too distant future. But you know, the BMWs at the moment there, the one car there with Cy Bishop, he will be, the guy is a machine as far as just having the strategy locked and loaded. So Twitchy at the moment in the Mercedes there in front in the 726 car, but it's the one car. It doesn't get a 1 on the side of that door just from, hey, thanks for coming and being pretty good. It's there because this is a very, very determined team and a very, very solid set of drivers there, Matt. So I think it's really their game to throw away, but we play into strategy because not too far behind is Geesh there, another 1.7 seconds in the Aston Martin in the the first of the BSR cars. So Geesh defending, points champ at the moment, but there's a long way to go in this one, and all you've got to do is have that momentary lapse. You know, you go past the track limits, you don't want to incur a drive-through for whatever reason, as we see a great little scrap going on here. We saw them line astern, and just almost I was saying that Cy Bishop is thinking the long term here. I think maybe the long term is getting some fresh air and saying, get out of the way, Twitchy, make that Mercedes move, son, because here comes the BMW, and it is a foursome sight as you see them come down into the sharp right-hander and starting another lap very soon as they come down the straight. This is a beautiful bit of racing. As we watch these two cars here, they really are a class of their own, because, geesh, we know how fast he is. He's 1.6 seconds behind this battle, and as they go through that left-hander, the right-hander keeping the car smack on the track. There are track limits there. You've got to be careful. It can hurt, and it can hurt so jolly hard. And I'll tell you what, Matt, this is one of the things that looks so easy for us. And the sim racing is so good that the temperatures in that BMW are starting to get up. The front tyres are starting to get hot. Has he outdone himself here into this right-hander? No. Nice little job through the left part of that chicane, and a lot of work to do as he comes down towards that right-hander. Now this is going to be a very, very paramount. This is turn 7, 8 and 9 Let's Coombs, and it's a very, very short little bit of action through this long 180 through Bruxelles, and now the left-hander not too far behind him. This is another one you've got to get absolutely spot on. Is there a chance there for Geesh to come through and have a challenge? No, he sits behind him, again staying on the line. This is going down towards Pohon on the left-hander here, which is a double corner, so don't take your eyes off this one. But again, just strategy playing out and planning it out beautifully. And on the back of the BMW, we are a team. They certainly are. They're doing a cracking job here, and the field is slowly starting to spread out, Matt. This is some absolutely awesome racing. Golly gosh, I wish I wasn't such an old fogey when I get out there and have a go myself, mate.
Oh, you love to see it, and you touched on it there, number one on the side of this car, because they are last season's champions. Now leading here in the early stages of the 6 hours of Spa, just out in front. And interesting as well, Twitchy didn't defend that one down into Lecombs. He did defend into the bus stop, but then I think maybe he just saw the speed of Psydog coming in the mirrors, decided that maybe Psydog has the higher pace at the moment, which he's thinking about trying to hold on to that second position. He doesn't want to get in a fight and let Geesh come back into this one in the early stages. Maybe just having a little bit of an eye to the long game, wanting to extend any gaps at the moment as the field does start to spread out a touch. And we do have one driver, I believe I saw, already in the pit. So if we go back to number 17, so they haven't actually, it hasn't counted as one of their official pit stops. You see in the orange on the leaderboard the count of 4 there. There are 4 required stops that will show us who has pitted, but I believe I saw them in the pits early, so they might have had a drama in the opening couple of laps and come in for repairs in the McLaren. They'll be hoping the McLaren ends up being the fastest car around the circuit, because they have a bit of work to do to try and now close into the rest of the pack. There's also a bit of a gap opening up for some of these drivers towards the back as well. Here is PTR South. Oh no, the battle actually now is going on with Flying Kiwi. Everywhere through the field, there'll be cars battling, and now send into the source. No, decides not to. The Aston Martin's getting close here as with 13 minutes into this race.
And that's the thing, the countdown happens very, very quickly here at, well, not just at Spa, but very, very quickly with the high quality, fast-paced racing that we see here on the track. And Lewis, I'm just going to jump to you. Oh, in the background, I see someone go spearing off there. And I don't see, here he comes back, the 279 car, the Gordo in the FTS C2 car. My word, he took a little bit of a horrible trip, and hopefully the car's not damaged. I didn't see him clap the wall, but he's certainly,
I think it's damaged.
In fact, the front end is bad.
Yep.
Yeah, that's damage, all right. Oh, that is a crying shame. And let's hope it's, well, it's bad. Let's be honest, guys. There's no doubt that thing's bad. Lewis, oh, dearie me, I've completely lost my mind where I was going on that one before. But, oh, the car is not good. It's just understeering. It's not handling. That's the Aston Martin. And you just feel terrible for the driver, because the last thing Gordo wanted to do in that one was have a problem, but boy, have they got a problem at the moment. Now that's going to be, just tell us a little bit, actually I'll go back to you, Monkey Matt, just tell us a little bit about what's going to happen now with this damaged car for the people that don't know much about sim racing. Are they going to go in and snap the finger and they're back out there, or do they have to sit and wait and repair it?
Yeah, so here in Assetto Corsa, they are going to have to come into the pit lane. They're going to have to trundle around. So unfortunately for him, he's had the moment at the start of the lap, and now a whole 2-minute lap, 7 kilometers around this track with, look at that front right. That is an unhappy looking Aston Martin. He's going to have to get the whole way around to the pits, get into the box. Then his virtual pit crew will get on the case. They'll go and do some repairs. It will estimate, it will give them sort of a repair time based on how much damage there is to actually have to do. It will be sped up versus the real world. They are going to be able to repair that reasonably back to good condition for them to continue in this race, but that's definitely going to cost them. And again, look at them just struggling to keep that thing within track limits, as that front right tire, I think, probably not pointing directly straight. But yeah, all of those aspects, all simulated as well. So we've been talking about tire temperatures, we've been talking about weather, damage as well, all plays a role just like it would in the real world.
Yeah, I've been keeping a wide eye on the race at the start. 17 actually had a disconnect on the first few laps. It's very unfortunate, but it's great that they're back out there and getting going again, resetting. Gordo, yeah, he's been through the wars. He was sitting just ahead of Nismo actually, and he had a slight incident, had to redress, which brought him back down there. And now with the damage as well, it's really not looking too good. But up to the front, it's still all go. You know, there's only what 3/10 in between Psydog and Twitchy. Geesh is only 2 seconds behind. They actually gained 5/10. He actually gained 5/10 from their little squabble before changing positions. But yeah, the front five have really bridged out a gap between the mid pack, and they're all settling into their race. And it's looking great.
Oh, that's good insight there, Ashley. Thanks for going and grabbing that. So 17 with the disconnectors, that is exactly what you don't want to see. That's kind of the worst case scenario. We refer to it as a mechanical problem, don't we, Mike? We often compare to the real world motorsport, and yeah, not much you can do when your internet's not holding up, or if there is a problem with the game that comes unstuck like that. So hopefully that's the only one we see today. We'll cross our fingers for that. So we want to see the racing action, and at the front there is still plenty of action going on. Twitchy has not sort of dropped off. I wondered maybe if Psydog might have a bit more pace to pull away here once he got out in front. He did look like the faster car when he was stuck in behind Twitchy, but they've remained within just 2/10 now, according to the timing board there. So they've remained so close as a result of this one. And again, I think Geesh has pulled a bunch of time out of this gap and is closing in at the background. So I wonder if there's tires now coming into their own. If all the drivers certainly will be well settled by this point. 17 minutes into the race, and now everything's coming up temperature. They'll be getting settled. The cars will be perhaps in the optimal window, depending on how they've set up these cars. Often, the long stint like this, we're expecting them to go over an hour on these tires and on these fuel loads as well. Keep in mind, they'll have full fuel at the start of this race. So the setup, they'll have to think about when they want the optimal performance. Sometimes you compromise the start of the race to try and have your car in the right window for the middle phase before the pit stops. And Mike, in terms of endurance racing, we're only just getting started, aren't we? There's a long way to go in this one. So we're talking about how these gaps are opening up, but it could still swing sort of at any moment.
Oh, absolutely. We haven't even got the temperatures up at the moment, mate, and that's what's really exciting about these cars. You know, really gutted for the 17 car, though they have that disconnect. And you're dead right. It is actually a sim version of a mechanical failure, and that's exactly what they've gone through there at the moment. As we watch Jeesh there in the Aston Martin, you know, just throwing the car around. I mean, by his standards, he's just driving it nicely, and that's what we need to see from these, you know, top running drivers at the moment. In fact, all the drivers out there are top runners. I don't think there's a real slowpoke on the track. They've done a fantastic job to get this far, and you can see how close it is in the points championship for all the categories. Everyone's got a reason to race. Let's be honest. And whether you're in the Pro-Am or the Am class, everyone's got a reason to get out there because it's 300 points on the line. So you don't need to be the fastest when we're only, not even 20 minutes into a 6 hour here at Spa in Belgium, but you need to keep that car, you know, in good condition. And unfortunately for our mate in the Aston, that car there, Gordo, it's certainly the worst for wear, and hopefully not too long before they can get that thing up to pace, and you know, maybe they can find a way to get themselves back from the position they were in. But you know, the battles are going on. In fact, looks like it's back out there, which is great. There is the 279 car, and in 21st position. So they've got some work to do, and surprisingly, they're still ahead of obviously the 17 car there in the McLaren, who had their little disconnect. So there's certainly something to fight for them at the moment, though it looks like they're 18 seconds ahead of that car. So, you know, there's fights within fights there. Matt, never say never, because we're far too early into the race. You know, put that bad luck behind you and make good luck from the future. And I suppose the other side of it too, I think that actually classifies them for the pit. It has. They've actually had a pit stop given to them, so they've got to do a mandatory 4 stops. Now they've only got 3 they have to do. So whether they can change the strategy, whether they've got the wherewithal to do that, it's so easy from our point of view. But that car is looking sharp, looking good. As we jump back into the lead bunch of cars, and there is the 5 car there of Jeesh in the 3rd spot, and he's actually let that gap just open up a little bit there. He's still a better part of a second behind the Twitchy car there in the Mercedes-Benz, and in fact he's closed it up. It was 1.3 seconds, it was 1.0 seconds now, so he's just taken this simply. And one thing too, Matt, this is so good about sim racing, is that the aero effect is going to work. When you come into the 1 seconds, it's almost like the Formula 1 DRS system. You start to get a little bit of a gain and a bit of toe. What can actually hurt you in that instance, though, is you can start getting the brakes a little bit hot, the tyres can start getting a bit hot. You don't want to be right up the exhaust pipe of the car in front of you. So about half a second, 3/4 of a second where you want to be, and that's exactly where Twitchy is in the 726 car, the Mercedes. And also now we start to see G starting to come in there, and the gaps behind starting to open up, though. 3rd, 4th place there is the Mercedes-Benz there with the only M Sport boys. They're about nearly 3 seconds behind there, and then we've got 4 seconds back to Norman, the McLaren. And you know, as you mentioned before, this car here, dead right, this is the one that they've actually changed the car for this round. So they've extensively tested other cars and said, you know what, we think that this car is actually better than the car we had last time. Let's jump in it and give it a crack. So they haven't just done it willy-nilly. Nothing this team does, you know, the BCG team, nothing they do is willy-nilly. They would have absolutely extensively tested. They reckon the car's a bit quicker here, a bit quicker there, and it's just absolutely awesome to see them taking a little bit of initiative like this, trying some R&D, and so far so good. Top 5 there from those boys. But other gaps are starting to open up a little bit there. You know what, Matt, I wouldn't be too worried about that 1 iota, because not only are we so early into the race, but I think we're going to find there's some strategies going on. Kyalami, if you watch that one right towards the end with Jeesh, it looked like they've made a bit of a silly call there. They'd actually gone and did literally a 20-minute stop and go almost. They didn't take tyres, they took tyres, didn't take gas, really quickly went back out, then came back and did a full pit stop after that, and just blitzed the field with a car that was set and perfect for the last session. And I think that's exactly, that was only a 4 hour. This 6 hour, these guys are getting very, very good at strategy, very good at strategy. And I'm excited to see how this one's going to play out. But, you guys in your endurance history in the past, I mean, we are getting very, very, we're 22 minutes into this one. And, I mean, you're so full of adrenaline, you're so full of excitement. What what's starting to go through your head, Matt? What's starting to go through your head now? Are you starting to feel a bit of a rhythm of the car? Are you starting to feel a bit of a groove? Are you able to say to you, are you the driver, the co-driver, say, yep, you're all good, mate, how about this and how about that? I mean, are you starting to think about your first pit stop? Would you want your tyres to be a little bit better or a little bit worse? I'm looking at the temperatures, I'm looking at the weather forecast for the next 30 minutes. It's looking good, optimum pretty much, and it is optimum, and we are locked and loaded. So what's going through your mind this early into the stunt?
Well, at this stage, you've had the opening phase, you've had the opening tussle. Like you say, you probably want to settle into it. You know it's a long stint. We're only 23 minutes in. They're going to go for at least an hour is the prediction in this first stint. We might see some drivers trying to get close to that 1 hour and 20 minutes, trying to use the full stint timer if they want to extend a little bit and maybe save a little bit of fuel. So you are just trying to settle into your rhythm now, trying to find where your pace is. You kind of have an indication now of how fast you are. It's just about finding those small little tweaks, focusing on those braking points, all the good race car stuff to try and optimize the lap. Maybe when you are tucked in behind someone like this, you're just watching what they're doing, seeing if there's any sort of areas that you can improve and try and find where you might have a little advantage to make an overtake. This is Ikitosh from Hooncorp 1, sitting in behind Timothy Payload, BCG 3. There's a lot of BCG cars out there today. That is, wow, number 3 in the Mustang there, in red. And yeah, the Hooncorp car hunting them down. But yeah, you're definitely settling in, but at the same time, you can't count anyone out this early on. You were talking about it there. You can't count them out, and I want to touch on just how true that is, because in the previous some of the previous rounds, we had 6 hours of Silverstone. Round number 4, BSR1 actually had a spin on the first lap. They were down in 19th position. And because we do have safety cars as well that can help throughout the stint, something we haven't talked about so much yet, but because we do have safety cars that can help you make that recovery drive, they came back from 19th at the start to win that race, win that 6 hours. So it's definitely a long one. There's definitely opportunities to keep moving forward if you have the pace. So it's all about what you can do in your own car. Don't stress too much about any little moments, or if you're having a battle with another car, you don't want to lose too much time, because it's about thinking about the long game. And like you say, thinking about what the pit strategy will be, any tweaks you can make to the tyre pressures. We can see that the track temperature still, the track conditions inoptimal. The track temperature 36 degrees, so it could get hotter yet if it continues to be sunny. And we've had the comment in chat as well, there could be rain at some point in this race. There's a few different things that could happen. You've just got to put yourself in the best position that rain does come. The indication is that BSR will be loving it. They have shown that they are just absolute masters in the wet, and that is part of what helped them in that Silverstone race that I was talking about. The rain came down and they were just flying in those conditions. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on the weather. And it might be a good time now, Lewis, should we talk about, we have a safety car system in this race as well, don't we?
We sure do, yes. So with the safety car, it's with incidents involving 2 or more cars, or a car that is parked or crashed in a dangerous position. And it is up to admin to decide when that safety car does come out for service. And it's got all the good features of real life racing. You've got wave bars as well, so cars that are down laps, they can sort of get a gel-free pass, if they had damage earlier in the race and such, or they've been actually involved in the incident. And it's a great chance for the racing to sort of pack up and pile up. And, it's the same excitement of a race start again. It's just a restart, of course. But yeah, it's a great feature added by AUSNZ, and it just makes racing a lot better.
Absolutely right, and it means that the field could end up, we see the field starting to spread out, a few of the positions starting to spread out at the moment, but that, that time gained could be undone later in the race if someone ends up having a moment, having a crash, bringing out that safety car, and I wouldn't count it out. It's a long race. We're going to have some tired drivers in the second half of this one, and so I wouldn't be surprised if we do have a moment later on. So far though, so good. It has been quite a tidy opening lap. And Mike, was it you that was predicting there might be some dramas early on? It seems like so far everyone's done well.
Well, I've always said that a closed mouth gathers no feet, so I should have shut up. But no, I thought there was going to be dramas. I honestly thought for the first lap or two it was going to be as ugly as the grandmother in stilettos. But no, it's all come right, and I was hopeful, and I was wanting to do the old commentator's mock. I wanted to be wrong, So I said if it's going to be drama, then it's going to hopefully it'll real time. It'll be cool. And look, these drivers have done such an awesome job, and you know, from my side, it's only good. It's only good that the you know, they all get through and get a fair suck of the slap. And of course, we've seen the other car there have its little bit of an off all by itself, so no harm, no foul in that one. And just watching that McLaren go around, that 407 car in the 7th place, that's Cactus Racing with B-John behind the wheel. You know, the thing just sits and looks absolutely planted. So now we jump back on board, and here we go with the race leaders. There is Sidog in the BMW, Twitchy in the 726 car there, the mighty old Mercedes. And it's the Germans showing the Poms how it's all done. 3rd place there with Geesh and the Aston Martin. And you know, they're just setting a blistering pace between them, although you can just watch that Geesh has slightly fallen away in the distance here. And no, now he's got himself back at the wrong screen there. There we go. Now we get it right. So, but you know, a second between the top 3 cars, and we're nearly half an hour into this race of a 6-hour there, Matt. So it just goes to show, you know, these drivers, they know what they need to do. They know what they have to do. They know what they want to do. What's going to happen? Well, it's like you put all those little cliches in an ice cream container, put the lid on, shake it up, pull out something, and hope to heaven that you get a really good finish at the end of it. But there's so many points up for grabs at the moment. You know, 300 points for this round going in, and everyone's in with a jolly good chance to you know, to really shine and impress. You know, a couple of minutes to go, Matt, with 30 minutes in. That's half an hour of quality racing, super fast pace here, and look at them go down through that beautiful left and right, up over the top and down this long straight. I mean, there's so many big aspects here for Spa. It's a technical track, but if you get it nailed and you speed through the corners, as we see a challenge there from Twitchy, pokes his nose up the inside, says, "Hey, Sidog, how you doing, son? Don't forget me," and trying to just show a nice little inside line. Didn't see the flash of the headlights, but I don't think you need to necessarily. Sometimes you can just come from, I'm just going to fill up your mirrors and just let you know that I'm there. This is one of the closest scraps we've got on the track at the moment, and it's literally a battle for the lead. How lucky are we to have this box seat and watch such high-profile guys going at it hammer and tong? And I'm sitting there saying, you know what? I think we're going to see strategy. I think we're going to see smart driving. I think these guys are going to just sit back and take it slowly and look after their cars, and I don't know that that's what I'm seeing at the moment. I think I'm seeing 2 maniacs just thrashing the daylights out of their cars. They're doing a cracking job at the moment. Is it the time to push now? Maybe it's the time to try and lose Geesh, because that's what they've done. These 2 cars together have just pulled 0.3 of a second off the 3rd place Aston Martin. Is the BSR1 car going to respond? Twitchy and the OP team, BCG1 with Sidog, he's leading the charge well and truly. In fact, we now see 0.7 of a second to Twitchy. So Simon Bishop, Sidog, has said, you know what, it's time to accelerate. Let's pick up the pace, boys. Let's up the ante. I think they've got a good read on how track conditions, and just looking for the 30-minute weather forecast there, looking grouse, staying optimum, 29 degrees, track temperature 36 degrees here. Oh, Spa is absolutely turning it on, and I think Twitchy's just pulled back 3/10 into that little section as well. So he really is, this chicane is such a trick to master as they come down towards what used to be the old start-finish line. We'll carry it on, they'll go up to the absolute hairpin. It's a hairpin on steroids, and watch them come into this one now, Matt. Oh my, as we have exceeded 30 minutes, we're less than 5.5 hours to go, and the racing for the leaders is 0.3 of a second, and Geesh is 1.1 seconds back. Oh, dearie me, are we going to see the win from this trio? Is it going to be rags, riches, or oh dearie me?
Was that a bit of an off track there? I was just going to say he might be sitting up for the move, Twitchy, but I think up over Radion, he's actually run wide, carried on with it a little bit. He might have had to tap the brakes to try and avoid getting in trouble for that one. But the gap just opened up a couple of car lengths. I thought he was going to be sitting up for the move, and I think that might have just been a little bit of a mistake from our car in 2nd place. And that is just an indication, really, isn't it, that they are pushing at this phase of the race. They are going to go for it. I think when Twitchy showed his nose, that made his intentions clear, and Sidog had to respond on that previous lap. Flying around the circuit at the moment. The race for the lead, still nothing between them here. Sidog still holding on out in front, looking calm and composed as ever. But that Mercedes lurking, seems to have found some pace after losing the lead early doors. Now trying to find a way to get it back. Can he recover and come back through? You mentioned it, Geesh dropping off a little bit now from this front 3 battle. We're starting to see an indication of the pace of each car through the field. Jeesh was right there just a lap ago. Now backing off a little, and perhaps actually just keeping an eye on the battle in front. Wondering if they're going to start fighting, he can maybe ease off. We are going to have to see how they choose to approach this one. If it is going to be just completely go for it, fight for the positions, or are any of these drivers maybe trying to conserve a little bit, thinking about fuel, thinking about longevity? I think we're just going to have to wait and see, because they are just so fast that you can't really tell. This could be them. When they're conserving, they still look absolutely perfect, these top drivers. And the top three of them have pulled away a little bit now from the rest of the pack as it starts to open up. Doing a mega job, I have to say. Nitro sitting here in 4th in the Pro-Am division, and what an absolute position to be in, and what pace they have. Only 6 seconds off those front three, ahead of a lot of the pro drivers at the moment, looking comfortable here in 4th. It's not that they've just happened to land here, they have absolutely earned this position through the opening half an hour of this race, and currently sitting there ahead of Norm in 4th. This is the McLaren we keep talking about. He's the lead McLaren at the moment. Norm and Noodles will be driving this car together. Norm starting the race, sitting in 5th, still 5 seconds away from the front 4, so those gaps have opened up quite a lot. Further back though, there is no gap here. Look at this. This is Viperized ahead of Bijan in the other McLaren, and that McLaren has got pace. Sitting in behind, can he keep it tidier than we saw from Twitchy? Oh, bouncing over those curbs. You can see when you try and be aggressive through Eau Rouge, it's easy to get it wrong. And now there's actually going to be a 3-car fight as well, because TTR West in the background lurking there. Is this going to be an opportunity to try and go for a move? These BMWs seem to have the pace down the straight though, don't they? Lewis, have you done much testing in these cars? You were obviously driving in the series earlier in the season. What do you make of the car pace in the first half an hour?
Yeah, I've done a lot of racing in a lot of different cars, and I've raced a lot against a lot of different cars in this series. And one thing I've noticed as well is Jeesh he's sort of reeling it in and letting it go. It's like sort of catching a big fish with that Aston Martin. It's got a bit of weakness through that second sector with the tight turns, and cars like the McLaren, like we're watching in this battle with Viper Z and a Morton Nick as well. It's doing well through the second sector, and it's what's able that can help it catch up. But the Ford has a bit of legs, absolutely. I think the Ford and the Aston are definitely the top dogs when it comes to straight line speed.
Brilliant, and they'll be trying to think about their advantages of the car as well when you try and line up those moves. Where can you have the opportunity? Where do you have that advantage? If it is through the corners, you're trying to spot the car in front of you, see where you can make maybe a dive through the corners to get an overtaking opportunity. It has just settled down just a touch at the front, just opened up to a couple of car lengths here between Psydog and Twitchy for the lead. They continue to just have that little gap for Jeesh. Making it just does seem to be rubber banding a little bit. It just opens up a few more tenths, then closes back down, opens up again. So they're just chipping away at it at the moment. Well, I say chipping away at it, I'm sure they're absolutely sweating at this point, concentrating hard, trying to maintain this pace because they are flying around the circuit. But in terms of relative to each other, just going back and forth a little bit, and then there's a great shot of just how big that gap back is to 4th place. So early doors, it looks like these front three are the ones to watch in terms of the overall race battle.
Yeah, I really think that you're probably starting to think about strategy now for pits. I mean, we are 35 plus minutes into the first hour, and these drivers, a lot of these drivers are, well, I'll say consummate pros, and we see a cracking battle going on there at the moment. Half a second Twitchy. In fact, we see the next battle here, and this is Bijan under attack at the moment. The mighty old 407 McLaren. He's having a go at the 56 car there of Viper Zad, who says, no, not going to happen. No, not on my watch, son. And coming down this short little straight here to this 180 degree. It's more than a hairpin. It's a hairpin on steroids. Look at the battle between the three of them. Which line do you take? Whose line is it anyway? I'll tell you what, it's the BMW line at the moment. We've got the Germans saying, "You shall not pass me," and the McLaren further back behind. The Americans just wondering what was going on, but staying in there with a good job. And in that Mustang there, Morton Nick is doing a cracking job of it. Bijan and the mighty old McLaren and that BMW of Viper Z, though. Look at them again, Matt. I was mentioned this before about the standard of driving, and don't let me down, guys. Don't let the commentators curse here. But the standard of driving, they are absolutely on point. They are driving, and in their heads, they're going, I've got to push this car, I've got to do it, but you know what? I've got to hand it over to this person, I've got to hand it over to that person. They don't want to have a damaged car. We've already seen the Aston Martin earlier on with some big damage. These guys don't want to be part of that crew. And, you know, the Mercedes, the Ford Mustang says, Morton Nick says, I'm just going to go for a tickety-boo in the TTR West car. I might go and shoot over the side there and pick up some groceries. He's doing a great job, though, getting it back on the island. And hopefully no track limits were exceeded there. And it's not absolutely pedantic track limits either. It's, you've got to do it, you've got to do it, you've got to do it again. You get told, but you get warned. And then if you go too far, that little chicane there, that right-left combination though, Matt, and what's that like as far as setting it up for the perfect line? I've heard a lot of drivers say, you know, for all the time they've been racing, they've never got that corner right as they come down into this hairpin right. But that previous little session there, what's that like to get bang on? It must be jolly hard.
Absolutely right. You started mentioning that corner and I was instantly thinking like, oh, don't throw to me because I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to get it quite right, because you come into it and you know, it's hard on the brakes into the bus stop. You try and take it as deep as you can get away with, but then you've got to set yourself up and leave a bit of room through the right-hander to set up a nice exit through the left-hander. You know, those tight chicanes like that, it's all about the combination of corners, not just about tackling the first part of the corner. The first part of the corner affects the next corner. So yeah, when you do get it right, it feels nice and fast, but 99% of the time when I end up driving through there, it feels like, oh, I should have done that differently. I could have carried more speed there or taken a different line to carry the speed through there. And the other trouble as well, of course, is if you try and get too greedy with the curbs, there are some big sausage curbs in there that can throw the car around and unsettle it, which you don't want to be getting too close to. As we do see, oh, we have got a car gone round. Number 11 in the Mustang. TTR East has had some sort of drama here, and they are regathering it. I'm just trying to see if there's any damage on there. I think they managed to keep it out of the wall, so that's a good effort because they were right up next to it. But that has lost them a bunch of positions. When they get through the next sector, we'll see where they've dropped down to. But a big moment here for TTR East, who were going well in terms of the amateur division, sitting in second on the track for that category.
He's straight away coming to the clutches of the Aston Martin there as well. So he's sitting there going, oh, sorry, you had a bit of a problem, now get out of the way. There's no love lost there between these battlers, and that Mustang looking a little bit sheepish at the moment, trying to pick up some pace. We'll see how it pays out with the 37 car. I think that's Ikatos behind him, having a bit of a crack as well, but down to 13th place at the moment. In fact, Ika's in 12th. And putting on the big challenge here. So these two guys again just working themselves through that little section, which is through campus. And again, yeah, Mussey's not looking too good there, Matt. I think he might be having a little bit of steering issues, or maybe he's just been rattled. And sometimes that can happen. Has he got mechanical damage, or has he just got it in his head that, oh, something's wrong with the car, something's wrong with him, or whatever the case may be? And you've got to have that mental discipline. You've got to hit your apexes. You've got to hit your brake markers. And guess what? There's someone there behind me, and he really wants to take me on. In actual fact, it's the 137 car. It's the Hooncorp 2 car with Nismo Nath behind the wheel. And Nismo's sitting there going, oh, does someone say there's a chance to make up a spot? Oh, I'll grab that with both hands. And the young fella there trying to do everything he possibly can as they grind themselves up through that chicane we were talking about.
It's not just any spot. When we look at these two drivers, these are the two drivers fighting for the amateur title in terms of the overall championship. So not only has he made that mistake and run into trouble and got pressure, the pressure is absolutely the most pressure it could be, because these two are only a number of points away from each other into the championship as well. So not only this race does it have an impact, it's going to have an impact in their whole year as the AUSNZ Endurance Championship season runs throughout the year. We've got these endurance races every couple of months. They have huge events to be a part of. Great to see it, but definitely that might be playing on his mind. That might be why we saw a couple of those mistakes, and we might see a move. Nisman down the inside. They are going to get enough room there. Get side by side. It can't quite get alongside enough to get ahead though. And I think Chippenden might have calmed down now, because that was nice defense there.
Well, you know, Nismo's got a bit of a spring in his tail at the moment. I mean, he drives, I know that I can't give away what he's doing. I can't say that he's driving to a number when he is, because I'll get in trouble, but he is. And at the moment, they're just really playing the long game on fuel and all of that sort of stuff as well. So he will have a spring. Now he's got to have that discipline in his head, because like you said, the championship's up there at the moment. But That's all going to go out the window when you see your opponent. You're right about the Pro-Am, I'd forgotten about that. But again, it's one of those things about the series. There's so many things to play out. There are the 3 different classes. Then you've got the race right here and now. Then you've got your strategy that you've played for. Then you've got your teammate you've got to think about. Oh, Dickens, it's a mission of a thing, isn't it? You're never going to get it 100%, but by golly, the racing that these two are putting up, and then we go, right around the track, and we're starting to see some awesome gaps going on there too, Matt. There were times there was a few drop-offs. Now there's a few cars that are getting quite close and having some good scraps as this Mo goes wide. He shoots off to Pocono for some potatoes. I don't quite know what that was all about, but nonetheless, as he comes up through a very, very fast section there that's Biashmon through 17 and coming up towards that 18 left-hander. You've got to keep it in the track limits there. I know that's a hot spot to get into trouble as we get ready for our favourite chicane, the Monkey Mat Special, coming through this right-hander and get themselves back on the track. Now let's jump back on board with the race leader though. Oh, she's a closely fought little contest, this one. Here comes Twitchy. Twitchy, Side Dog and Geesh. You can throw a blanket over the top of them, and I'll tell you what, it would be an absolutely small blanket because it's a small footprint they've got on the track at the moment. These drivers, well, they've all just thrown caution to the wind, and they've said, you know what, we're going to lead this one. Let's take it away. Let's show them a clean set of heels. And Twitchy, the race leader now. Psydog sitting back there at the moment. I didn't see if there's, well, obviously we missed whether there was a pass, whether there was any contact through there. I'm sure it was clean, fast and furious. And now Geesh, who was, 1.3 seconds back a little while ago, Monkey Matt, he's now right up there, 0.3 of a second, 0.2 of a second behind the second place Psydog car. Now Simon Bishop would not have given up that spot freely, and Twitchy is on a flyer, but Geesh, the points leader at the moment going into this round at Spa in Belgium, is right up there. So the question has been asked and the answer has been given. Guys, it's time to turn up the ante. Monkey Matt, what do you think about this? 3 cars within just over a half a second, and we're coming up 3/4 of an hour into this race here in Belgium.
Oh, they all want this so bad, don't they? You can see from how hard they're fighting. They want to be winners at the end of the race, and they're willing to put it on the line through this first stint. So Twitchy has managed to get the move done, managed to get into the lead. We missed it on screen, and we might get Lewis, I think, is in the background, might be able to pick up a replay and fill us in a moment's time. But now leads the race, and this is where the question comes in. They've had their battle. The battle has cost them a little bit of time in terms of Geesh now catching up right in behind them. Are they now going to settle down? And can Twitchy try and pull away a little bit? Or is this fight going to keep going on, and is Geesh going to be a part of it? This is part of those mental games now, and how aggressive they want to be. I'm going to hand it over to Lewis, because I think you did see as well that spin we saw earlier on. I think you've had a look at that one as well.
Yeah, I went down and had a look. That was TTR South. Going for a slight move on Hooncorp 1. And I didn't see any contact, but it seemed like a little bit of a pinch going into that. Oh my gosh, I can't remember the names. At the end of the straight, I'll tell you what, I'll be working on that today to get that better. Going into Les Comps into corner 7, and the Mustang caught the curb and had a little bit of a slide. It didn't seem like there was any corner wall contact. Still trying to pick up on what happened with the first place as well, with Twitchy's move back on Simon. But yeah, it's all ramped up again. You know, we're here. We're going into pit stops as well. So we're what 45 minutes into the stint. I tell you, this is great racing. Everyone's putting it all on the table now. It's great pace.
It absolutely is. These front 3 really are setting the standard at the moment. They've continued to pull away from the rest of the pack. And look how close they are. Some brilliant shots of all 3 of them coming through the shot together through these corners, essentially at the same time. But this line is stern at the moment. Skydog there lurking, waiting perhaps for an opportunity. He's a wise driver. He'll know not to go for anything crazy at this point. He'll just calmly place his car where he needs to and try and open up a chance. We have seen early on there was a little bit of a mistake from Twitchy near the start of the stint. We know that he has got a lot of racing commitments at the moment. He's been jumping between different series, jumping between different cars, and so he won't perhaps be as focused on this race in particular, having to defend into the bus stop this time around. But perhaps maybe just not got as much practice under his belt, and is that going to be an opportunity for Psydog to get in there? For Psydog maybe to force a mistake. He's already having to he's forcing some defensive moves at this stage. And I think looking at the behavior of these cars, I would say Geesh is just somewhat happily lurking in the background and just seeing how this one unfolds. He knows he's in touching distance of the lead. He's happy to just sit there and stay out of the drama and see if there is going to be anything that takes place between these front two.
Well, he doesn't have to try too hard at the moment, Geesh. He's really got to let these two scrap it out and just sit back and watch. But by golly, he was close at not that long ago, a couple of laps ago. And, you know, now he's just back to, 0.4 of a second back behind Sidog, who is right up there, Simon Bishop. He has just thrown the BMW absolutely gangbusters into that very, very tight little complex. And now they come up to the right-hander. And yet again, Sidog, and now Geesh is energised. The Aston Martin is absolutely on point here as we see the flames out the exhaust in 726 through this massive right-hander, more than a 180. Now we go to the left, the 90 left, and this is where you've got to keep the thing on the line. Get the power down. Don't get upset by those ripple strips as you go wide, because the car can lurch and just turn left on you. A long left-hander here, watching them. Oh, this is close. This is closer than the hillbillies having a jamboree. They get themselves out onto the little straight here, and now we start to see the pace pick up again. And God, look at how Geesh is absolutely in on this one. You know, we sat back and saw him. Oh, he's just playing the very, very long game. Now, anything but. Now it's all guns a-blazing. He's saying, I'm going to show you boys how it's all done. And that's exactly what he's doing through this little turn here, which is, I'm not even going to try and pronounce turn number 18, but nonetheless, gets the job done nicely. And sits at the back at the moment, just has to play the, sorry, turn 15 that was. And then we come through the left-hander 16 and 17 of Blashimont. And look at the attack that's been laid down here from Sidog on the back of Twitchy. Was there contact? He was certainly giving him the elbow as they come up through the chicane to the bus stop, as you called it. The right-hander. Now he's going side by side. Who's going to lean on who for the left-hand part of this? Coming down that straight. Oh, heavens to Dixie. Absolutely full on here. And now they'll line themselves up to Les Source. And where's Geesh? There's Geesh. He's there. He's right in there with he's a stone's throw behind the bear, and it's a small stone, and it's not much effort as they get themselves through turn one. La Source coming down now, and oh boy, if you take your eyes off the screen at the moment, you're a muppet. You're going to miss some great racing, and we've got to do this for nearly 5 more hours and 10 minutes, or 5 and 11. It's unbelievable. They get themselves up through that very, very fast turn number 2, turn number 3 of El Rouge, as it sounds so flash, down Rodillion through Kennel, and they'll start lining themselves up very, very quickly to this very, very tough right-hander, though, Matt. This is actually quite a handful, this one, because if you get it wrong, it can go into tears very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I mean, so far so good for these front runners, isn't it? We asked the question of if they were going to, you know, take it calm and try and pull a gap. I think the front three have got a big enough gap for the rest of the field that they've just said, all right, elbows out, let's have our own race now. Let's go at it. And if they can keep this up for the remainder of the race, crikey, we are in for a good one, isn't it? It's already been 50 minutes, and these three have nothing between them. I can't believe how good it's been how close it's been so far. And I'm just ready to see. I can't call who's going to win this one. Actually, I'm going to throw it to the chat as well. Let us know. Who do you think is going to emerge out in front of this battle? It seems like very even match between the front three at the moment. Or is there a dark horse that might be able to catch up as well? Get your votes in, get your suggestions, because there is a lot going on in this race. And in fact, there's a lot going on, not just in the front three. We'll bring Lewis in because I think he's spied something else that's happened further down the order.
I was watching this battle between Cactus, Cave, BCG, and TTR West. It's really been a four-way battle. You know, it's less about actually the bumping of cars and the passing, but they're just pushing each other for lap times. They're so close together. And what I noticed before a lap ago, Viper said, same spot as well, actually, as I did say TTR South, but it was actually TTR East. My apologies. But the same place where they spun on turn 7, Les Comps. Viper said just caught too much of the curb, and there might be something there. I'm not too sure, but he really locked around to the right 90 degrees, and he's lost 3 positions actually. He's ended up shot out the back of this battle, and in the heat of it as well, Cactus 1 Bijon, I guess he just had a freeze, you know, seeing a car sideways ahead of him. He's lost a place to TTR West as well. So Morton Nick up to 6th. It's all go. Here we are coming into the stops.
You're right, man. It is all go, isn't it? We're trying to keep track of it all, but there's you don't really want to look away from the front battle because there's so much going on at the front, let alone the rest of the field. I think we just caught the end of Geesh having a bit of a moment there up through Radion, running off as well, much like we saw Twitchy do earlier in the race. So losing a little bit of a time there, I think just backing off, trying to not pick up any penalties or anything like that for going off track, as Psydog again thinking about making it a move, Twitchy having to defend the inside. So really, Twitchy having a lot of work to do to try and hold on to this lead at the moment. Psydog hasn't pushed the case around the outside yet. It's tough to do it in a lot of these places. But just, showing the intention, showing that this battle is on, and he's not going to let Twitchy get away at all. This is going to keep going. And like you say, Lewis, we're heading towards these pit stops. We're going to get a first indication of sort of what they're thinking about in terms of the strategy. Who's been saving fuel through this opening stint and wants to extend it as long as they can, and who is going to split this race a bit more evenly, maybe just come in directly on the 1 hour mark. Time will tell, because the weather conditions still nice and sunny, still optimal track conditions, and we're not too worried about rain, at least for the next half an hour.
Yeah, another thing to think about as well is who's going to stay in the car, who's going to sub out, let their co-driver take a turn, and you can't even call them co-drivers as well, especially with this top three. With Twitchy, he's got Matthew McEwen, Simon Bishop is with Matt, I believe, Matthew Simmons, big name around here, and in the international scheme. And Jeesh is partnered with, fill me in here, I'm missing my notes.
Jeesh is partnered with Captain Muffin. Sorry, I just took a breath there because it was Psydog looking for a bit of a move down into the bus stop. They pulled out of a little bit, so I'll let you carry on.
Yeah. So there's some very powerful teams split across the two drivers as well. And as we're looking here, we've got a blue flag flying Kiwi is just getting passed by the leaders here. So that'll also come into effect as well. Especially when some people are staying out, some people are trying to get a bit of an undercut. We're going to start to see a bit of blue flag drama as well, which will stir it up.
Absolutely
what would
right.
you be doing, Matt? Would you want to be stretching this out, or are you going for a stop, try to offset your moves?
Yeah, well, I would probably. For me personally, I hate trying to save fuel. I hate trying to conserve and hold back a little bit. I just want to be sending it the whole time. So I'm thinking I'm pushing and go for wherever that lands me. I believe that might end up, depending on the car as well, because the cars use different amounts of fuel. I believe that'll end up shaping up to be more like a 5-stop situation, so more around the hour mark. But it also depends how these tyres are clinging on as well. Some of these drivers are going to be driving a little bit easier on them. Talk about conserving fuel, conserving tyres, definitely part of it as well. They do tend to drop off by the end of the stint, so if you are trying to run it to the full 80-minute stint timer, you might end up a little bit slower at the end of the stint, and that could cost you time as well. So for me, it's really about what the car can take. I'm just going for it.
Can I just jump in there? Sorry, can I just jump in? We've got the 100 car coming to the pits there, which is Metal Steel on the Ferrari. So the question of when they're going to start taking pit stops, it looks like just within the hour for the first car to hit the ground. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to be a set off a whole chain of events from others, but at the end of the day, we have asked who is going to be the first one to come in, and here is the answer for the mighty Ferrari. So whether the thing's a bit heavy on gas, tyres starting to go away, or again, is this part of strategy? Because I know some of these drivers, nothing happens by chance. It's a well thought out system apart from the obvious, and it's a long pit here in Belgium, here in Spa. It just takes such an awful long time, but I have no idea how these drivers have come up with this sort of, when they are not. Obviously they've got the fuel, they've got the tyres, the pressure's been set for the same for the next driver. Is there going to be a driver change? We'll have to wait and see, but the first of the pit stops there, Metal Steel comes in there for the PRT1 team.
Absolutely right. So that is one of the drivers from the mid-pack, and I wonder if that's going to, trigger some consideration from the rest of that mid-pack battle, as Flying Kiwi, it looks like they've come into the pits as well. And we welcome Sophie into the chat. Thanks for joining us. Hell of a battle in the front three. Isn't that absolutely right? As they do just have a couple of car links between them at the moment, but this has been going for the full hour long so far, and you'd absolutely love to see it. You missed the overtake from Twitchy. Was it clean? Yes, we believe it was. It doesn't look like there's any scrape marks on any of these cars, so Twitchy got the move done nicely, and now Oh no! Talking about whether it's clean or not, and that has just come completely unstuck. Commentator's curse because Psydog has gotten into the back of Twitchy, and the two leaders have spun there into the comms. That is a big moment in this race, and Psydog has done the right thing. He's realized that was his own mistake. He took out the race leader. That is the nightmare scenario. And would you look at that? Geesh has carried on up the road.
Absolutely, he's out of here like a bald man. He's done the job that he needed to do. And you know, how long has he sat there like the bridesmaid? 5 hours and 3 minutes to go. He's just sat back for 57 minutes, Matt, which is so easy to say. Gee, it's hard to do. And who would have thought that would have happened? Simon Bishop is allowed to be human, and that's exactly what we've seen. A human mistake won such a fantastic battle. And now Twitchy, by the comparison of the time that we've had before, where the closest of the top three, sorry, the furthest away of the top three cars was less than 2 seconds. Now Twitchy has got an enormous lead by comparison, just waiting for the screen to come up. It's over 4 seconds now. He could just about retire as far as the gap that we've had through the course of the last hour. That is a massive lead, and I'll tell you what, does that change his strategy? And you guys are the one to answer this one, because like we've mentioned, in fact, we've seen Viper Z in the pits at the moment, and I think there's another one in there. I think one of the other cars has popped in as well. But so while they're in there pitting, and the BMW BCG4 car, we start to ask, does this mean, in fact, Simon Bishop's torn off. He said, that's enough. I'm going to get the car into the pits. Has it sustained damage? And is it time for the pit stop? Is it one or other, or all in between? But I'll tell you what, Monkey Matt, I in the past have stuck me, put me foot in my mouth and done the commentator's curse. You, my friend, you have exceeded yourself. You are way better than me.
Oh no, that's going to be a horrible clip for me, isn't it? That's going to pop up after the race, but my word. Psydog, so consistent, so calm for those opening phases, and then right into the back of Twitchy has completely changed the complexion of this race. As we get a look at the pit lane, actually, they do have to do the double pit lane here on the 24-hour layout of Spa-Francorchamps, so it's a long pit lane. And if you're thinking about strategy, that definitely plays a role. You want to minimize your pit stop so you don't have to have this travel time. But immediately Psydog comes into the pits, and I think that's a good decision for me. For them to come into the pits now, they've just had that moment with Twitchy. They're both going to be sort of hot under the collar, and you know, Twitchy's not going to want to let Psydog back through after that moment. It did seem like Psydog had good pace, so come into the pits now and just separate that battle. Forget about that moment that just happened. He did do the right thing and let Twitchy back past, and this is going to allow a little bit of a reset, cool down. We might see Matt jump into the car and go out here for the second stint.
And the other thing, Matt, too, is the pit board is starting to light up. We've got the McLaren in there for B-John is coming as well. And we've also got further down, Chipperton's coming in the Mustang. In fact, so too has the second of the TTR cars there. He's coming in the Mustang as well. So the pits are the place to be at the moment for T and Scones. And there's B-John in the McLaren ready to
Did he have the reverse in pit lane there? Sorry to interrupt. I think we saw reversing.
He did. Glad you said that. I thought I was seeing things, but meantime, some of the others are really starting to flourish on this one. But let's not take away from what Geesh is doing. And Geesh has got a massive lead by our previous standards. 5 seconds there back to Twitchy, and at the moment the battle of the three is just down to 2 now, and we know how close that was earlier on. So is Twitchy going to get a chance to come through on this, or is it going to be that Geesh has said, you know what, I've still got a bit of gas in the tank, as we watch the 37 car there of Ikatosh in the first of the Hooncorp cars. But, you know, it's one of those things that just, how do they play out their strategy? In fact, these guys are having a great little battle themselves. It looks like the Aston between the two Mustangs, the rose between the two thorns, if we can say that with respect. And that is looking like a cracking little battle. I think, well, we'll see how it plays out. I don't know if that's a place that I'd want to be in an Aston Martin there, Matt, with two Mustangs, one in front and one behind.
No, well, it's a tough position to be, but it looks like Ikatosh has the pace to be there at the moment, and is the one that is applying the pressure on Timothy Payload, and looking reasonably strong in the 37 inside of the car. And then we'll watch them navigate, and peel off, in fact, does Timothy into the pits, the BCG3, choosing to make their pit stop now. And a lot of these cars opting to come in right on and around that 1 hour mark, so they do have the option to try and extend the stint out to 1 hour 20. But for this first stint, it looks like 1 hour is the decision. They've come in, they don't want to run around on worn tyres, deciding to get the stop out of the way, and potentially change drivers. I think we're seeing Sidog come back out, so staying in the car, happy with the pace and happy with the energy levels through the opening stint. They're going to go and do a back-to-back the first phase of this one. And I'm just keeping an eye on the gap between the leaders as well. So Geesh, now that he has been unleashed, looks like he is extending here over Twitchy at the moment. That gap was 5 seconds before when I looked at it earlier, now 5.5, so just slowly eking it out. A little bit of traffic to contend with, but I think we saw the early phase. Geesh perhaps was just playing the patient game, waiting for something to happen. Now they've been unleashed, they've got pace to push forward.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah, it's interesting that Sidog stays behind the wheel. You know, it's hard doing the double stint, but it's also hard doing the second of the double stints when, you know, you've had a bit of an oopsie-daisy like that in the earlier section. But again, we'll look, these are very, very clever people. I see a pass there from the lap car. No, in fact, it was a 05 car there, just working its way through. But yeah, it is a little bit of an interesting strategy, that one. In fact, it sounds like I'm hearing that Cy Bishop has actually spun on the out lap. So that is not ideal, and it does again harken the question, when you've got a rattled driver, Matt, is it not a smart, and I'm not disrespecting what they've done, I know that these are very, very polished team as the BCG boys, but is it the right move there to put him back out behind the wheel, let him have a cup of tea and the lie down instead?
Normally, I mean, with Simon Bishop, I would say absolutely let him do what he feels comfortable with, but we've seen him spin on the outlet, so I think that sort of answers your question, doesn't it? It just seems like it was not the right decision, because he's cost himself time, and we'll bring Lewis in, because Lewis might be able to tell us more about what happened there.
Yeah, so he was just coming into Puhon, obviously on some cold tyres, and just lost the rear. He hasn't hit the wall, but he's definitely lost about 10 seconds at least of time. So yeah, it's serious at this contact with Twitchy and the pit stop. It's still seeming to rattle him. He's just gonna have to find that reset button and find his groove again. You know, just nail those lap times, and he'll obviously have a bit of a gap now as well to Twitchy and Geesh when they come out after their pits. But yeah, that was very unexpected actually. I only just caught on the yellow flags on the map, and I went and had a look at it. Yeah, he's lost a bit of time there.
Wow, so yeah, I mean, definitely a moment that I wasn't expecting to happen, and we have seen Twitchy has come into the pits now. So they're trying, well, they've made it around the pit lane, now they've stopped trying to top up, get that fuel on board. We'll see how that comes out. So if he's lost 10 seconds, we'll expect Twitchy to have a nice little gap, and that battle that was raging for the first hour has all just kind of come unstuck and opened up now.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how the Twitchy versus Geesh battle is going to go with the Mercedes and the Aston Martin anyway. Not sure about if the same drivers will stay behind the wheel, but yeah, it's a little bit of a strange one, that one, for one of those, you know, rattled situations. I would definitely have changed the drivers. We have a look there at one of the cars in the pits, and there is the 102 car at the moment, and that's Diswood and the Ferrari looking absolutely resplendent here at Spa in Belgium, doing a cracking job. But yeah, just a little bit surprising as the 726 car wants to get back out and get on with it, Twitchy, and we'll just see against Cy Bishop how much of a gap the two cars have once they rejoin, and they give the timing system a little bit of time to catch up to give us an absolutely bang-on distance there between them. But now we're starting to see, you know, the settled down, just trying to work out who has and who has not pitted. Obviously, we've still got the first 8 or 9 cars still get to pit, which is you know, the Aston, the Mercedes, the Mustang, and the top 3 cars at the moment in that. But that's not actually a pure result on the board. So whether these guys are again going further in the strategy game, we're not 4 hours and 55 minutes to go, or just under. So they're an hour 5 in. And this could be significant. In fact, we're seeing the second place car there now, which is the Mercedes-Benz coming in. Nitro is going to bring the 75 car, and looks like a couple of spots back there. The Mustang is coming. Is that a Morton Nick? I think it is. Yeah, and the 369. So the light are starting to light up. And an hour 5 is, well, we saw the first of them starting to come in with, was it 55 minutes in? So in the last 10-minute window, we've seen all but the top 7 cars coming into the pits, and this is one of those things. In fact, Markle is coming as well in the QTR car there, the 77 car. So it's a battle of the strategies starting to be played out. Meantime, Geesh couldn't give one iota about that in the 5 car, and of course now we're starting to see whereabouts this plays out for this Mercedes. You see on screen at the moment the 726 car with Matt McEwen behind the wheel. and he will really, really have the eyes pointed on this one. He'll smell a little bit of blood in the water there with the BMW, the one car. Has he got the ability to keep that thing well and truly behind him? I'm actually quite impressed with Cy Bishop, because if he has had that spin and he had that loss of, confidence or whatever you want to call it, he's only 5 seconds behind this Mercedes-Benz. Now remember, the last hour plus he's had the experience of the track conditions and that, and looking 30 minutes ahead, we're still looking like we've got perfect optimum weather here at Spa. So I am well impressed. Would be very interested to keep an eye on that little scrap and that distance between Cy Bishop and the car on screen here, the 726, with Matt McEwen behind the wheel, and Matt Smith, Monkey Matt. That is a very esteemed name in the world of sim racing here as well, Matt McEwen. So this is by no stretch over. There will be a little bit of ego playing into this one. Who has got the faster car?
No, absolutely right. And it's interesting that ANC outplayed. They have opted to make the driver change. Meanwhile, BCG1 has kept Psydog in the car. So a little bit of a difference there between the two of them. And I've just been keeping an eye on the lap times as the leaderboard just has a little bit of a moment to update. It was up to 6 or 7 seconds, and it has been coming down since Matt has come out of those pits. So it has gone down to about 5 seconds now. And I think Psydog's still in the zone, having done the first stint. He is absolutely dialed in, getting the most out of that car. Matt McEwen maybe just taking a couple of laps to get up to speed. He has the luxury of a little bit of a space to be able to do that. Just get his eye in, and we'll see when he settles down what the pace difference is. But at the moment, the gap is closing down, and that only sets us up for this race to continue to be close later on. Meanwhile, while that's unfolding, and we're keeping an eye on that gap as there is a car in between them at the moment, but we'll keep an eye if that gap continues to come down. Jeesh continues, no, I was going to say he's still out there, but he's just decided to come into the pits now. So 1 hour and 8 minutes in, Jeesh into the pits. We'll see if they make a driver change. We expect Jeesh to come back out on track in the lead. Once they've topped that up with fuel, put some new tyres on there, be back out on track. And like you said, still remains optimum. So BSR, they were one of the teams that were pretty keen on some optimal conditions here at Spa, and the weather gods are playing part for the time being.
I suppose one question though that's going to come out of this, Matt, is whether or not there's going to be any type of penalty on the one car, the BMW of Psydog behind the wheel, who went fair up the rear end of the, at the time, race leader, or co-race leader at the time. Is there going to be a penalty for that car? Because I actually don't know if we've heard officially. Yes, there was a redress. Yes, they're very sorry, I'm sure. But from the race administration point of view, we do have officials up there in the tower looking down, and I haven't actually heard yes or no whether or not there's going to be any type of review on that. And is car number one up for any potential, and I'm not trying to wish ill on them, not any stretch of the imagination, just asking the question, is it all over? Is it, game on, tick boxes, say racing incident, shake hands, or what the story is? So you can call it muckraking, you can call it whatever you want, just asking the question, and we'll see how that one all plays out. Right, guys, so we have got, the top 4 cars are yet to pit. In fact, looks like Captain Muffin is actually already pitted in the Aston Martin there, in 3rd place at the moment, car 5. Can it be that Captain Muffin, this car you can see on screen here, the 055 on the record and 05 on the door, is actually in with a very good chance and snuck into some very good results by Brilliance? We'll just have to wait and see here, but still the top 2 cars are yet to come through. The PRT3 of Diswood there in the Ferrari in 2nd spot, and the Cave Racing with John behind the wheel in the 81 car yet to come into the pits. Meantime, this car here, which just trying to pick the gap up at the moment, how far behind the other cars it actually is, and just sometimes the timing takes a couple of seconds here to give us our spot sector, but just don't rule out that Aston Martin, that could be in with a very good result, actually 10 seconds in front of Matt McEwen in the Mercedes-Benz there, Matt. So how's
Mike,
that happened?
No, BSR1, that was our lead car. So Jeesh was in the car, they've taken their pit stop, and Captain Muffin has now jumped in the car there. So they continue to lead now, 9 seconds it looks like, out in front over Matt McEwen, over those other 2 that did run into trouble. And then actually, because of Psydog's spin, Al Dusty has managed to jump Psydog in the pit stop phase, now is genuinely racing around, well, in an effective 3rd out of the drivers who have taken that first stop. So effectively 3rd on track for the Pro-Am team. This has been a mega drive so far, and actually only 2.5 seconds away from Matt McEwen. So not even too far away from climbing up to second place. Mega Drive, although, you know, not far away from gaining a place, perhaps not far away from losing a place, because Psydog seems to be on a mission, closing down, continuing to close down. We add together the sector times, we'll do some streamer math, 4.8 seconds away from Matt McEwen at the moment. So it's just coming down maybe a tenth at a time, just ever so slightly. McEwen, you would have to say, has come up to speed now and is on the pace of the lead group. So in terms of being able to hand over to your co-driver and trust them to be able to be right up to speed, I think all three of these top teams have, you know, a great team combination. There's not really a second driver amongst these top three, and it's definitely a crucial part of it. What do you make of this battle at the front at the moment, Lewis?
Yeah, well, it's going to take a little break, a little holiday to say, with all that carnage that we've just experienced. Captain the Muffin, hopefully he can just carry on the great pace from Jesh. It looks like the car's very dialed. McEwen not too far behind either, and Psydog, he's got now an extra car in between the lead, with old Dusty taking over Defy Motorsports, Mercedes over his co-driver. It's it's good looking like everyone's gonna have to just calm down just a little bit, you know, find a number, keep to it, and settle the car in. But the track is still very warm, very optimal. It's 37. I think it started the race at 36 as well. I think another one to keep an eye on, another two actually. Noodles is in the car now for BCG2. It'd be great to see what he can pull out. With that McLaren, I wanted to come over this a bit earlier, but that McLaren in BCG2, that's actually the team and the same car that they won the 2023 season in. So it's good to see they're going back to their roots, going back to what they know, to finish off this season. But yes, Danetti's also just behind. He's just made a pass on the TTR West. He's just got into the car, so it'd be great to see what he can do, especially at Spa. He's very good around here. At another Track Spot TV hosted race with AGT, him and Psydog had an awesome battle. 2-hour race down to the wire. So he definitely knows this track very well, and he's definitely up to pace.
Brilliant. And this is actually, we were talking about the pace difference between the top two drivers. Not to call them out too much, but Viperize did lose a few positions in the opening stint. Now with Matt Danetti in the car, it looks like he's gained a position early and has his work cut out to him to close into cars in front. In fact, his team is the car in front. So I wonder what happens if these two cars end up, you know, close to each other on track. Is there going to be a little bit of a chat behind the scenes, a little bit of team orders? Maybe if they do end up close, we'll keep an eye on it. But you know, all these cars, all these drivers, they'll want to be out in front as well. So not easy to make that call, even if it is a long endurance race and there is time to come back into it later on. I am going to jump back to Psydog though, because he is continuing just to chip away at this gap to Al Dusty, down to 1.4 seconds now. And if we're looking at who's the fastest driver on track at the moment, definitely Psydog is a contender for that. I'm trying to look at the gaps. Captain Muffin 6.8 seconds ahead of Matt McEwen at the moment. I don't know if you've been keeping an eye on that, Mike. What are you seeing in this phase of the race?
Well, it's a little bit polluted, obviously, with the top two cars at the moment still to come in and pit. In fact, I think we've just got the Cave Racing, the Cave Racing car there coming to the pits now, the Mercedes Benz. But so Diswood's yet to come in the Ferrari. But we look at Captain Muffin and just doing a cracking job. Apologies from before, of course. It is a different change of driver from Jesh, so it happens with the old fellow. He's got to take a while to wake up. But great to see him get such a good jump in that one. And Matt McEwen in the 726 car, he's 5.9 seconds back. So when we started the race off, Matt, for such a long time, we were within 1 to 1.5 seconds for the top three cars. And now, with the demise of the BCG1 car there, I say demise by his standards, because obviously, you can see even on screen at the moment, Simon Bishop Psydog is doing a cracking job starting to close the gap here on this Mercedes in front of him there. The 75 car better get his skates on, because it's going to get very, very quick, very, very soon. And some great driving there between them. But, he's still got a heck of a lot of work to do. Kudos to Psydog staying in this car, though, this BMW, because really, I was picking he should change, and obviously we saw the spin. I actually did have a little bit of a quick look, a cheeky look at one of the video replays we've got on another source of media, and it's a nothing spin, man. It was a no reason for it to happen, and not only the spin, but then the recovery spin, it went around again, so it was an ugly sight, and really one of those things you don't want to, like a bird with one wing trying to fly. Just what didn't need to happen, but here we are. We're watching a great battle, and hopefully we'll see a great recovery. But he's trying everything he possibly can, you know, at the moment. And the best way to redeem yourself is not make any more mistakes, have no more contact. But I will ask the question, Lewis, you might be able to say this, or may not be able to say this, but whether or not there is any action against the one car from that contact, even though it was redressed, is there anything officially going to come up?
I'm hearing a little bit of chatter. I'm cutting across a few different communications, but it seems like because of the redress, it's an incident that will be reviewed after the race. So there's not too much news on that. There was actually some chatter before about Twitchy moving under braking as well. The stewards weren't too impressed with that, but I don't think there's going to be any action made on that. Of course, in that incident between Simon and Twitchy, there was no moving under braking, so nothing would have been caused.
Wow.
Is there going to be any action taken against Monkey Matt for actually opening his mouth and causing the accident? I mean, as the commentator?
Oh, that's not up to me to decide.
So brilliant to have that insight there, Lewis. Thanks for bringing us all that trackside information. Great to be kept up to speed. We've got some more people jumping in the chat, so it has been frantic action for the first hour. We did actually have a scheduled break for the commentary side of things earlier on in this race, but it's just been all go, so we haven't quite got to that yet. But I mean, I'm not complaining because the race has been producing action. Nismanath's interpretation, geez, hard work out there. And I think we're going to see some more hard work from these two. Oh no, look at that, just ended up giving the position up relatively easy. Sidehog was shaping up to have a fight there, deep on the brakes, and Al Dusty, I think, saw the writing on the wall, decided just to slot in behind. Sidehog has had the higher pace to be able to catch up and just live to fight another day rather than getting tangled in a fight. Just let them through and maybe tuck in behind. We'll see if Dusty can follow the lines and now get towed up behind McEwen. Is now, that is the open gap, 5.2 seconds. So you definitely say McEwen is back up to speed at this point.
Yeah, and we've got a pure leaderboard too. By that I mean everyone who was supposed to pit has pitted. So all, you know, with an hour and 20 odd minutes gone, everyone's come in and pitted at least once, which is fantastic. So we have a pure leaderboard. Al Dusty doing a very smart thing here, thinking, oh, I think Matt Si's on a bit of a mission to know what he's done before. Let's not let that happen again. But again, he now gets the chance of the draft. If he can sit behind the one car, if he can sit behind that BMW, this is a very, very smart bit of driving there from Al Dusty and the Duffy Motorsport car there, the 75. So well done, Defy Motorsport, I should say. And they have done, you know, they've done so well at the moment. Of course, let's not forget they're fourth outright at the moment, and you know, everything to play for here at Spa in the Belgium. So doing a cracking little job of this one there. Again, just I can't believe how quickly the time's gone. You know, it really has flown here, and we've got, in fact, I think we may have an issue with the one car, if I'm not mistaken. I just see that he's dropped off a long, long way. In fact, he's had a spin. He's had a spin, gone round and had a bit of a bump. Oh no, that is an absolute tragedy. And still in the same position. I don't think that McLaren behind it was fourth position. I stand corrected, but that is the 75 car. And wow.
76 is the McLaren in behind. So Sidedog has lost the position to Dusty there, lost third place, another spin. And man, what are we seeing in this race so far? Simon not performing up to his normal level, a couple of mistakes. And I think going back to what Nismanath said, she's hard work out there. It is showing. These drivers have been absolutely pushing to the limit, and a couple of times already Simon over the limit. So only losing one spot, but a lot of seconds. Look at that, 9 seconds now behind Dusty when they just managed to get that overtake done. Done all the work to try and close up. Now having to defend with Noodles in the car in this McLaren. Lewis mentioned it earlier. What are we going to see from the McLaren? What's their pace like? And it looks like Noodles has good pace, so this is not going to be just an easy recovery for Simon here. Particularly after making a mistake, the mental side of it as well. He's got to regroup, try and get himself composed, because he's going to come under pressure. We might see it at the end of the straight. Oh, look at this. This is going to be a slipstream battle. I just want to shout out as well, Nitro's mum in chat, go Nitro. So D5 Motorsport up in third. Nitro having an awesome first stint. Now his teammate Al Dusty in the car doing well as well. Nitro's in chat cheering on as well. Love to see that sort of team spirit, watching on their teammates, cheering for their car and doing a mega job to be in podium positions, as Simon now has a fight on his hands. And again, that BMW looking reasonably. Oh my goodness, it's a reverse. We've seen the crash reverse.
No.
Oh, I can't believe this is a mirror image. Simon's round,
now the way-
Noodles this time in the back of
Because
him.
the nitty.
Yeah, I was going to say, the way the McLaren actually backed out of that when I think there was contact, I didn't actually see it initially. I just saw the BMW go around, but it was such a strange one. And before, you know, when you said about made a mistake, well, you know, from Simon Bishop, it's 3 mistakes. You know, it's the contact and it's 2 spins. That one, I'm pretty sure there was contact though. And Lewis, you may have a better take on that one a little bit down the track because you can review the footage. But I understand there, we do actually have someone ready for an interview. I'll find out about that in a couple of seconds. But at the moment, just seeing the regroup here, and certainly again, we can't have these guys ploughing into each other, slamming on the brakes and saying, I've redressed, I didn't mean to do it, I'm okay. I think the officials are going to take a bit of a stand on this one. Already we've seen the earlier contact with this one car, the BMW, going into the back of the 726, and that's going to be cleared up after the race is over, post-race. Now, I'm not sure if it's going to be the same here because it really is very similar circumstances. Both cars have been harmed in this, though. And we'll have to say, I suppose, consistency is they're going to have to call it after, but we'll wait and see. Race control of their own animal. And did that need to happen? Well, short answer, no. Has it happened? Yes. And, well, I'm not quite sure. Now, I'll hand back to you, Matt, because I know we've got someone ready to have a bit of a chat, whether it's relevant right about now or not, but I'll let you take charge of that. But bye, oh, bye. Goodness gracious me. What a turn up for the books. And we're talking about such clean racing with 4.5 hours plus to go. We're seeing a little bit of clumsiness and just unnecessary contact.
Far out, Fred. They kept it clean for about the first hour, didn't they? And now we've seen a couple of incidents at the pointy end. I can't believe that it was at the same corner, just a complete mirror image of the earlier drama. A different driver involved, of course, but Simon this time the one ending up spun. So we will just take a second to recoup where we're at. So it is Captain Muffin who is leading now. The gap looks like it's closing. Matt McEwen in behind has found his pace down to 2.4 seconds. Al Dusty sitting pretty in third, doing a mega job up there. BCG4, Matt Danetti now up to 4th position. That is a strong place to be after Noodles got in the back of Psydog. He did again redress. He stopped and waited for Simon to get back on track. So that will work in his favor, but it does mean that they are down to 5th and 6th. Now back on track, they are running. There might be a little bit of damage between them. I don't think it was too hard contact though, so I don't think neither of them decided to come into the pit, so I don't think that'll be slowing them down too much. But that is how the front order stands. We are going to get Twitchy in for a chat as well, so we'll just give one moment. Let's bring him in. Twitchy, Guy Barbara, are you there? Can you hear us?
Hello, I can hear you.
Welcome into the commentary booth. You had a strong first stint. What's the debrief after that one?
A bit of a hectic first stint, actually. For the record, it wasn't actually supposed to be me driving, honestly. In the practice before it, I tried to practice my pit entry at the line and then got that mixed up and ended up speeding in the pits, and it kind of defaulted me back to the pit, so I had to do another lap and didn't get it within the time, so did the first stint. Yeah, I've got a good one on Simon from the first kind of camel straight on the first lap. Got a bump from Viper's head, so thanks to him for that. That kind of got me in front of him to be able to defend, and then I thought I'd be able to pull away a little bit, but my pace was always a bit off. I'm actually not the fastest driver in this team for this round. Matt McEwen is faster than me this one, so he was supposed to start. So no, he's doing a very good job at the moment, catching Muffin by a substantial amount. So, but yeah, I did that, and then Simon seemed a bit faster than me. So I thought maybe the strategy then was to kind of let him by and stay in his draft and stay in his slipstream and kind of pull away from Jish. It seems around this track it's very difficult to lead because he seemed to be making a few mistakes, and I would catch up here and there. We kind of trade about 5 tenths per second a lap, and then kind of catch up, and he'd pull away, and it was all been about that until he made one mistake at start of sector 3 and had a run on him going into the bus stop and into Blanchemont, so kind of made the move at the exit of the bus stop there and thought, yeah, cool, I'll be in front, he's making mistakes, and I'll pull away. That didn't happen, and we kind of just battled it out for the whole hour and maybe 58 minutes until, yeah, I think it was at kind of late com that he was kind of getting a bit up my backside a fair bit because he just kind of brake a bit later. I think maybe the Beamer's brakes are a bit better than the Mercedes. So there's a few laps I had to kind of get off the brakes or kind of accelerate a little bit more to not be kind of taken out like a bit like a torpedo. Like wasn't Danny Kvyat, I guess it there. But yeah, so that happened all, and then that one lap, the tires are going out and had to brake a little bit earlier, and I think maybe he just wasn't ready for it, or he got distracted, or couldn't see the brake mark or something. But yeah, because I had to kind of pull out a bit as well when I'm in the slip, pull out to kind of see the brake marker a bit. So maybe he just missed that. I'm not too sure, but yeah, I seen him coming a bit faster, and I was kind of expecting a hit. I was like, yeah, he's gonna hit me here, so I just kind of preemptively kind of adjusted for it. And as soon as he hit me, I had the wheel probably full lock left about 0.2 of a second or 0.3 of a second after he hit me, and I was like, yep, this is gonna happen. So it was a bit towards the end of the stint, so luckily we didn't lose too much time, but I think kind of preemptively seeing I'm going to get hit kind of saved me a fair few more seconds, you know, rather than being like 5 seconds back. We might have been 10 seconds back if I didn't do that. But yeah, from that's probably the whole first stint, and Matt's doing a really stellar job to catch up to Muffin and hopefully pass him, make some inroads in terms of the gap and have a bit of a comfortable lead.
Yeah, absolutely right. We can see him on screen closing in 1.1 seconds now. He just went a little bit deep into the bus stop. He's obviously pushing, trying to catch up. But how is the pace out there at the moment? We see the track is optimal conditions. Are you enjoying the speed? Or you think these guys are absolutely sending it maximum attack at the moment?
The speed's pretty good. Obviously, as I said before, Matt's a bit faster than me, so I think for the whole stint, I was always just kind of on the back foot for myself, trying to hold off Geesh and trying to hold off Muffin. Obviously seems pretty hard to lead in this race, which is, you know, quite the opposite of racing in general. You know, if you're in the kind of clear air, it's fine, but yeah, it seems pretty hard to lead in this one. But no, the pace has been good. Matt's doing a bit better job than me, so I'll be keen to see what he does after this kind of hour and the next half an hour with his stint.
Absolutely right. I'll let Mike jump in. Do you have any questions?
I always got questions. Always got questions here, Matt. Hey, Guy. Hey, congratulations on a first clean, fast stint there in the 726 car. Now, obviously, you know, you're pretty adverse to, you know, endurance racing. You've been around a heck of a long time. I'll just ask your thoughts on the double stint there for Sidog in the one car. I mean, everyone that I can see pretty much has done a driver change. Staying out there for a double stint, yay, nay, or the smart thing is to do the change?
Probably a bit different for our team, because obviously, yeah, the same thing I said before, Matt's the faster driver, so, you know, after that we kind of hoped and assumed that Captain Muffin and Mint Matt will be in the car for that. Obviously it worked out for one person, not for the other team, but yeah, because I know that Simon and Geesh are the faster drivers for those teams, so the fact that I was able to kind of hold them off, being the second driver for this team at the moment for this race, was pretty good. I think it's kind of team dependent. Obviously, you know, Simon doing the next stint, I think, you know, given previous history with our team, Matt has been the slower driver, but Matt's really kind of shined through this race, and I'm not sure if Simon kind of expected it, that, you know, Matt was the faster driver, so maybe he thought, yeah, he'll double stint and then we'll put Matt in, maybe he'll be a bit slower, but you know how the turntables, right? So yeah, I think, you know, putting Muffing in for their stint is good, but we hopefully can just kind of capitalise on putting Matt's new kind of talent into this.
And what's it like with you being not the fastest driver? Because we know that you make even a weedy to go extremely well in anything you get behind the wheel of. And sitting back with Matt, obviously, it must be a nice little change. You can sort of goad him and say, well, come on, son, a bit faster. But I mean, you just take to anything like a duck to water, don't you, mate? So must be a nice little change when you've got someone equally your calibre, you know, doing such a great job. It really says you guys are in a strong position for this race.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it also sets in for a stronger spot in the championship as well. Obviously, you know, we're fighting for the championship win, being a couple of points behind Geesh and Captain Muffin and BSR. Yeah, you know, to having Matt kind of have that kind of newfound speed for this track. I think Spa's probably just kind of one of his strong tracks here, but you know, having that kind of backdrop that I can, you know, give the car to him and trust and know that he's going to be a bit faster than me, and, you know, so if I can do what I do, he can do it better, right? So just see what he can do at the end of the stint.
Yeah, hey, look, and just, I don't want to, you know, ask about your tactics and all that sort of stuff, but what were your tactics?
Oh, mate, I have have to kind of leave the chat if I had to say that, wouldn't I? Nah, but haven't really got many taxes, honestly, because, you know, as I said before, I wasn't supposed to start the race, so it all kind of just got mixed up, and we figured it out within 5 minutes at the start. But yeah, I think at the moment it'll probably just be me back in the car next, maybe, depending if, you know, see what happens in terms of how much the gap he can pull on Captain Muffin, if anything.
Sorry, mate. The car was. Oh, in fact, I see you guys having a good challenge for the lead at the moment. Now you're right up on the back end of Muffin. I also hear word that it sounds like the Cactus 1 team has had a bit of a disconnect, which may be a little bit problematic there for them. Hopefully they can get back and get onto the pace. But looking at the front here, I don't know if you can see this guy, but sorry, Twitchy, your guy Barbara, same thing, mate. An absolute stonking driver. And now you're seeing your teammate. What's going through your mind now when he's like 0.3 of a second catching the Aston Martin? Are you going to jump on the cans and say, just take it easy, son, don't hit him up the rear? There's enough of that going on.
Yeah. Obviously, we don't want to do what Simon did to us. You know, I got to see what the stewards say about that in general. But no, I'm confident he can get past it. And you know, if it takes a lap or two, he can still get past. And he's got about at least 25 minutes, maybe 20 minutes to pull a big gap. And you know, at the rate he's been pulling him, you know, probably a second or so a lap, we should be able to have a comfortable gap now that Simon's made another another kind of mistake, and I think he got hit up the rear as well. So he's a fair bit back, so he's out of the picture now. If we can pull a big gap on Muffin, I can probably hold that off in the second or third stint, I guess. But yeah, I'm not actually watching at the moment. I have to go to the replay because I couldn't really hear you guys over the car sounds. So I'll have to go back and see if he's in front or behind. But no, I'm confident he can get past and pull a gap, kind of give me a bit of a buffer for my next stint, and see how we go from there.
Yeah, 0.2 of a second behind at the moment. I was just going to say before we looked at that action, because he's 0.2 of a second right up his rear end at the moment there, going very, very strongly. When you climbed out of the car, what was the car like? Was it still a good solid car? Were the tyres starting to go off? Were you happy?
Tyres are going off at the crucial corners, like for Eau Rouge and Radion as well, and then also through Les Combes. The tyres were kind of given out a fair bit, like a bit of a slide. You had to kind of control the car more. Obviously with that hit in the back for the last 2 laps, the car wasn't too bad actually. We only had about 4.5 seconds of damage, which kind of rounds out to 5, but anything over 10 seconds is like kind of impacting the car. But so it wasn't too bad in terms of that. We just had a bit of body work, and the car was actually fine with the chassis. So it's mainly just the tyres that kind of give out, and then you just kind of go about half a second slower in terms of the pace, just to kind of even out the tyres. But apart from that, the car feels great. Matt's had a really good time with the setup. I tried to get a setup, and it just wasn't really kind of doing it. So Matt had a setup for this round, and it's really worked well. So big props to my teammate for this one.
Well, he's had even better result talking to us, mate, because you guys are now the race leader. So congratulations by nearly 0.2 of a second. So absolutely fantastic effort. Absolutely fantastic effort. All right, thanks for talking to us, Guy Barbara. Twitchy, the man on the track in the 726 car. Now the race leader again. Thanks for your time, mate, and I hope the rest of the race goes well.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. I'll see you at the end of the race.
All right, now Monkey Matt, great words there from Guy Barbara. He'll be excited. He climbs onto the commentary and jumps in there has a little bit of an interview with us there in second place, and he climbs out a few minutes later in the lead. I don't think you can get much better interview than that. That is not the commentator's curse. That's the commentator's praise. I think if maybe it's the commentator's blessing. Can we say that? And great to see those guys in with a strong position and strong performance. But you know, Muffin in that one, Matt, if you didn't actually make too much of a fight about that as well. Let's be honest, we've got just under 4.5 hours to go. There's no real reason to get in there and get silly and get the gloves out too early on this one, because even with this, you can see the lap traffic starting to play a bit of a factor here as well, the blue flags around the track. But you know, you've got to think the long-term game, don't you? And that's what these drivers are doing, and it's certainly a sight to behold.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And looking long term, if they leave Matt in the car, he is absolutely flying out there. Got the lead during that interview, as you say. A bit of a shame that we did have Twitchy right there. He missed the overtake. He couldn't watch the stream at the same time, so that was a bit funny. But how good was it to hear from Twitchy? There was I picked up quite a few different insights there that he shared with us. One of them, he wasn't expecting to start the race, so that was quite funny. They made a mistake sort of before the race had even started. That cost them a little bit of a mix-up there. We did see, in fact, before the race started as well, Matt McEwen was scrambling a little bit, trying to message Twitchy to get him to wake up. He had a big late night last night, I believe, actually doing some other racing. So Twitchy was almost late for the race, just got here in time. And then a little mistake pre-race has caused them to have to adjust their strategy. And then when he was talking about the strategy, he started talking about who were the stronger drivers in the other team. So they've obviously analyzed all their competitors, and they sort of have ranked them a little bit. They see who has the strengths, who has the weaknesses, and they're trying to match their own strategy versus their opponent's strategy. So it's really interesting to hear from him, and it was a great interview. So thanks, Twitchy, for taking the time to join us. And I will open an invite to the rest of the teams as well. You're welcome to jump in, come join in the waiting room that we have in the AUSNZ Discord, and we can get you in for an interview as well, because yeah, that was really cool to hear from him. And now, like you say, they're out in the lead, so it's kind of perfect scenario for Twitchy and Matt McEwen.
Yeah, that's right. And just while that interview was going on too, we've had the message come through. The Cactus 1 team has had a disconnection, and it looks like they are out for the rest of the race. It must be something significant, I believe. I think that's the team in the Porsche, and a real crying shame. So they're down in 17th place now, as you would expect. Which obviously a couple of the other teams there with some earlier problems, it might give them a bit of a reprieve to move up the ranks, and that's what it's all about. It's endurance. It's an endurance race, and look at this, Matt, on screen here at the moment, the TTR East car, the mighty Mustang, the 11 machine just driving. That's Darsk in that machine. Oh, beautiful turnout with the livery they've got on the 11 car, and look at them go. They're all out there. They're all having a crack at this one. We've got the Ferrari in the front. We've got the couple of Mustangs there for good measure as well. And the boys and the toys are doing just an outstanding job. And there's the, well, you can just see them starting to poke their nose in there. And I think there's something about the Mustang. They just look cool. Not my favourite car, but by crikey, these guys are making an absolute cracking pace of it as we see them go. And they've got the two TTR boys there, TTR East, TTR South there, 12th and 13th and 14th place respectively, chasing down Diswood there, and the Ferrari as they're getting the job well and truly done, coming up to the bus stop. The hard chicane this one, and like Monkey Matt was saying before, Matt Smith, very, very hard, not impossible, very hard to get it right, that corner. That is such a section of track, and this is the old finish line. We're not using this finish line. We're going to go and use another one around the corner, and look at them go. Big lunge up there at the 11 car. Oh, Darsk, he says, jump out of the way, little Ferrari. The mighty Mustang's trying to come through, and he's not getting his way. Oh, this is outstanding racing. Look at them go. They're just sitting up and taking notice like a well-trained poodle, coming into the very, very fast left-hand and right-hander. Stay in the track section. Don't go over the track limits. Hold on tight to someone you care about, because I'll tell you what, this is a monumental race, and this is for 12th, 13th and 14th. You think the World Championship for F1's on the line, and not to be outdone, not too far back, is the HC2 car. That's Nisbo Nath behind the wheel. In fact, I think Dub True's behind the wheel now at 137, but we'll have to wait and see. None of them, in fact, what I will point out on that car, 2137, is that they are using the same rig. They're in the same room, so Nismo and Dub True are both using the same Nisbo Nath title, so it's not just necessarily Nisbo behind the wheel. But anyway, let's not take away from what we're seeing on the track, and there is the 102 car there, Diswood in 12th place at the moment. And one thing we probably need to do, Matt, is actually go through the field, because believe it or not, mate, we're 1 hour and 40 minutes into the show, and can you believe how quickly it's gone? Because I sure as X can't. How about we run through the grid, and we'll find out who's what and where, what positions and how far away, because I think this is absolutely awesome racing here at Spa.
Absolutely too right. It's a good chance to get to it, but it just has been so action-packed, hasn't it? We've not really stuck to our normal routine that we had planned out pre-show, because we've just been following all the action the whole way through. And as a result of the action, we do have Matt McEwen, ANC outplayed, out in front of this race at the moment. They've had to work hard for it after that earlier crash with Sidog, but now 3.4 seconds ahead. Twitchy was right. Matt McEwen is absolutely steaming out there. He has got plenty of pace, and he is extending that gap. We'll see how far he's able to continue to pull that before they get to the next round of pit stops. Then in behind, BSR1 with Captain Muffin in second place, number 5 on the side of the car. The championship leaders still strong in this race, but he seems like he doesn't have an answer for McEwen's pace at this point. The Fire Motorsport, Al Dusty behind the wheel in third position, the leader in the Pro-Am category. Absolutely mega job to be sitting up in third overall. They're a little bit on their own at the moment as the field has started to spread out. Then we got Matt Donetti in the BMW there, recovering back up to fourth now. Had a tough first stint for Viper Z, but looking strong in this phase of the race ahead of Sidog, who has had a troubled run, you should say, in the first 2 stints. He's one of the only drivers to stay in the car for these opening 2 stints. Now sitting in 5th position. He's shown how much pace he's got though. I imagine with 4 hours 20 still to run, they're going to be aiming to continue to push forward. And their BCG teammate, BCG2, Noodles behind the wheel in a 6th position at the moment, ahead of TTR West. We got Machin in the car, another one of the TTR teams in the weeds out wide there. He's going to be picking up some extra marbles on those tires, taking that line. But they're just sitting nicely in the 7th position. Cave Racing, starters behind the wheel for the 2nd stint in the Mercedes number 81 on the side of that car before. Hooncorp number 1, 37. The first Aston out on track. Actually, no, first action. The Geesh, of course, also with Captain Muffin running in that Aston out 20 end. But sorry, the first Hooncorp car in Sydney in 9th spot. And then John O'Stan running in 10th, BCG3. Another one of our Ford runners. And I'll hand it over to you, Mike, to carry on through the field.
Yeah, look, there's I just snuck away and grabbed a quick word with Nismo at the same time there, mate. But yeah, hey, they're not having a happy time. All right, so let's talk about position number 11, and this is the 77 car here. And look at the pace these guys have got on board. They're doing a great job there with Bits of Missin. I love the way these guys name themselves with a bit of a chuckle and a sense of humour. Bits of Missin there in the mighty old Ford Mustang in the 11th place, 12th place. If we jump down to the Ferrari there, the 102 car, here he comes. Look at that thing. It looks like it's doing 1,000,000 miles an hour sitting still. That's the PRT3 team there with Diswood behind the wheel, not further 5 seconds back to the next position. But right behind them, if we just jump down to Dask in the 11 car, we saw this battle earlier on, and this is a very, very closely fought little scrap. We might see some action between this lot. And this is the TTRS Dask in the Mustang in the 11 car. We'll go back to the next Mustang there, the 57 car. Here he comes. Here comes the battle. And this is the TTR South car with Mickey T behind the wheel. So they've got Mickey Thompson tyres on, or just a strange name. Either way, 14th place has been taken care of by the mighty old Ford Mustang. Let's jump down to 15th place there, which is the HC2 car, Hooncorp 2 car there with Dub True behind the wheel. And this my name on the screen, but it's Dub True behind the wheel in that beautifully turned out Aston Martin in the top 15. If we jump down to the Porsche, have we got? No, in fact, we haven't got the Porsche. We have got the Porsche. There we go. And they're not showing up on the screen at the moment. There we go. The Cactus little team, Little Beer. So it looks like they've undisconnected themselves, got themselves connected in 444, and they are in 16th place at the moment, a couple of laps off the pace. And good on them for getting back on the track. Good on them getting back on the horse, because just because you had a problem doesn't mean you go crying into your cornflakes. Get back on the track. And if we jump down to 17th place, 17th place is the 237 car, the third of the Hooncorp. This is HC3 with Freelix behind the wheel, and he's got that thing absolutely Freelix, and getting through the corners without too many problems. Next position, I'm not sure if we're still going. Yes, we are. The 100 car, who's already had a second pit stop there, Matt. I didn't actually pick up on that one. And this is the PRT1 car, and this is Metal Steel in the Ferrari. It's the first one that I'm aware of that's actually pitted twice during the duration of this race. And I think if we jump down to 19th place here, the 787 car there with Team Ignition there with Vestvela 17 behind the wheel. Big understeer through that left-hander there for the Porsche, and great to see them still circulating around the track here at Spa in Belgium. So absolutely fantastic. That's our field of cars. And if we jump back to have a look at the battles around the track there are some closely fought little bits of competition going on, make no bones about it, and some very, very well turned out cars. Look at that machine there, that mighty old McLaren. Look at every part, the champion there, the car number 17 on the screen, on the car anyway. Car 17
76 on the leaderboard. Yeah, there's a bit of a mismatch there.
Doesn't take much to confuse you, old fella.
Yeah.
But great to see them out there doing the business there. And of course, that is Vertex behind the wheel of that machine doing a great job. Another one in the pits there too, second of the pit stops there.
I believe this was the disconnected car. I'm not sure if they're starting or if they're still having trouble. So we'll tune back into them later in the race. But they have had some disconnection issues and had problems in the Cactus number 1.
It's a shame. Just showed the 19 cars on the screen. Obviously, jumped down to the 20 there, and yep. Unfortunately, there are a few ailments, a few problems, and a few stories of woe. So let's hope those cars can get themselves back on pace. But talking about back on pace, look at what we've got here at the moment, though. Isn't this quality racing because here is the Ferrari under attack from the Mustangs, and the big chance there. They've just said to Dask, you're on the big screen, son, try and act up for the commentators, and he just pokes the nose up the inside there of that Ferrari, and Diswood says it's just not going to happen, mate. You're going to burn your tyres up before you get past me. Included in the battle there is Markle, the second of the Mustangs in the scrap, and then of course Dub True and the Nismo Nath entered an HC2 Hooncorp 2 car. So this is a massive. Now, Matt, we saw this in the beginning of the race, didn't we? 3 or 4 cars in close proximity, and we saw how that ended. We just don't want that to happen again. So let's hope if we can put our order in, please, for clean, fast racing without any contact between this lot for the duration would be absolutely fantastic. The question is, though, we're coming up with 4 hours and 13 minutes left to go in the 6 hour. Can these guys keep scrapping for the next 4 hours and 13 minutes, or will it end, end unceremoniously? I certainly hope that isn't the case.
Yeah, this is the closest battle on the track at the moment, and Nismanath has managed to reel in, we believe it's Dub True in the car, in the Hooncorp 2 Aston Martin at the moment. He's reeled in this group, and he continues to keep pushing because they are so evenly paced between the 4 of them. They seem to sort of get close, have half a move, and no positions changed since we have been watching, because it's just such a tight battle, and really these guys will be absolutely pushing to try and keep up with the group. A little bit of a question in chat. We've got SB in here. Do we have Jimbo in the Nissan today? We do not have Jimbo, unfortunately, and we don't have any Nissans out on track, which Mike is a little bit upset about. And it's a bit of a question for you, Mike. You've talked about the Fords as well, and how you like how these cars just look so racy out on circuit. But since we don't have the Nissans, what would be your next pick if you were going to choose a car to be out there racing?
Well, mate, it's funny, you watch these cars on the track and they look and they sound fantastic, but having been at the track yesterday at Hampton with the GT3s, where they're the real cars, the sound of the Mercedes-Benz is absolutely to die for. Like, it has got a growl that just says, do not disrespect me, Not necessarily the fastest cars on the track. I'm a bit of a Mercedes fan, but I'm a bit disappointed about Jimbo, because I've been painting them up for the last few rounds. In actual fact, even back as far as Bathurst, the race we did there, and I'm a Jimbo fan. I've said that to his face as well as over the year. But yeah, a little bit disappointed with the old fella. He said, the BOP isn't quite right. Absolute bollocks. We know that the boy's got the skills. He just needs a co-driver to help him. Though, Jimbo, the challenge is out, mate. We've got another round in December, early December at Circuit of the Americas. We know the car's good. We know you're good. Get a teammate. We want to see you on the track. But no, the Mercedes-Benz, Matt, I would definitely be a bit of a fan now with those things, if we're not going to have anyone actually stump up with a Nissan Skyline. What about you, though, Matt? What would be your favourite car, mate? Which one do you prefer? I mean, not just from a driver's point of view, but, from a spectator's point of view.
So my go-to, and my decision is based purely off of visuals, because that's where my heart takes me originally, is these Ferraris out here. We're looking at this Wood driving around in the Ferrari, and he's actually a driver who's going to attempt to do the entire race by himself. So full credit to this Wood for keeping up. We talked about Sidog doing a double stint and still looking strong, but this Wood continuing with his pace. He's just made a mistake, as I've been talking about there, as we're an hour and 50 minutes into this race, still managing to hold off these drivers. But yeah, for me, that Ferrari just looks like an absolute weapon. It looks like such a cool race car. The aero parts on the front of the splitter as well, just in the corner. And I'm looking at some of these shots and almost distracting myself thinking about it. But yeah, that's where my heart takes me. We've talked about in terms of how the performance of some of these cars. I think we just saw someone shoot off into the pits in the background, did we? Dast might be coming into pit lane, so we might be getting into the second round of pit stops. I will just finish that thought though. A lot of these drivers will pick the car based not just on the looks like I'm talking about, but actually where the performance is as well. And it's a bit of a consideration, because you can't just change, I believe if I'm getting these rules right, you can't change car every single round. So you pick a car for the 7-round season. That's of course 7 rounds in the AUSNZ Endurance Championship. We started at Bathurst, as you mentioned there. We're now here at round 6. We've gone to a range of different tracks. You want something that's going to be able to perform across all of them. And there are just subtle differences between them. It seems that the Aston Martin is strong. Some people are talking about the McLaren being particularly strong at this track, but I believe the rule is you can only change your car once during the season for the team. So you do have to make a decision that's not just you know, if you're trying to do that strategy of picking the fastest car that's going to be everywhere, it requires a lot of testing to go around the different circuits, go around with the different cars, and try and work that out. And I believe a few of these teams have made that effort to do that. And that's why we see the occurrence of common themes with these cars. We see 6 Mustangs out there today, 5 Astons, 3 McLarens, 2 Mercedes, 2 Ferraris, 2 BMWs, and I believe 2 Porsches. So I might not have all my stats 100% correct there, because it does say in my notes there's only 1 Porsche, but I can see on the leaderboard that there's 2. So it seems like a lot of these drivers picking the Mustangs and the Aston Martins to be top performing cars.
Yeah, and just while we were talking there, you were dead right. The 11 car Dask did actually shoot into the pits and has had a pit stop, and looks like the same driver stayed behind the wheel in the 11 car. So that's an interesting little format. We've seen problems there from the same driver staying behind the wheel. Also, a little bit of breaking news there. Race Control has handed the 11 car, which is Dask, in the TTR East machine, a drive-through for spinning car 100 in the PRT1 on lap 40 at Les Combes. So that might be what the 11 car actually came in for, not a pit stop, but was actually a drive-through. So that's a little bit going to be less than chipper. And there is the 11 car, as you can see now, and dropped somewhat through the field. That's why Dask stayed behind the wheel, because you can't use a drive-through for a pit stop. So they're going to still show as having to do an extra pit stop as well, Matt.
Absolutely right, and I think we might have just heard Lewis from race side. Are you there, Lewis, to fill us in on what has just happened?
Yeah, so on lap 40, Dusk, and it was the 100 car middle steel. They had a bit of an incident at Les Combes, ending in middle steel facing the wall, or heading the wall, actually. So middle steel's also had to come in. He's done a stop and fixed his damage, and Dusk has also just come through another drive-through. So it has not actually accounted for one of his pit stops, as I believe the requirement is you have to refuel, and that's what counts off the pit stop as such.
Oh,
yeah, that's a bit of a mix-up as well in the championship standings, because TTR East is in battle with Hooncorp 2 for that amateur spot, so that will rattle the standings a little bit.
Brilliant. No, thanks for filling us in there, because that has answered the question of what happened to Middle Steel. While they've done 2 pit stops and they've only got 2 left to go in terms of the required stop. We were asking that question earlier, and Lewis jumped in and perfectly answered that for us, so thank you there. Caught up in trouble. So there has been a few little incidents through this race. The stewards keeping on top of it at the moment. A couple of things to look at after the race as well, and it's great to have the stewards. So shout out to those that are volunteering their time to come and help us go racing out here in the 6th hour. It really does help ensure that we have that such a high level of driver standard in this series, and they're also watching in the background, waiting if they do need to have any safety cars later in this race as well. But huge effort from them, and huge thanks to all the admins that allow us to get out here. It is always a big race day with these 6-hour formats, but a lot goes into it ahead of time as well.
Well, that's right, and of course Lewis, who we just heard from there a moment ago, who is supposed to be behind the wheel of a car himself. He's not behind the wheel of a car. He's actually part of the administration and potentially our safety car driver, as well as we've got him in there in the commentary booth. So the man's a jack of all trades, and he is literally a broken wing sparrow at the moment with his sore collarbone because someone fell off his BMX bike. Oh, give me cotton wool and I want to cry, but goodness me, boy. They say motor racing is dangerous, but you clowns on your push bikes. And but he's also picked up the microphone. He's on the admin side of things, and he's huge behind the scenes on the computers as well. So very, very lucky to have talented people like that doing such a huge range of jobs, and that's what AUSNZ's all about. We need so many people to actually make this event happen. I get the easy job. I turn up and just talk. That's pretty simple. But you guys, the amount of time and effort you put in before, during, and after, I have no idea how you do it. And with my failing eyesight, I'm just glad to be able to just do one thing half decently. But now we're going to move into the next move of the race there, Matt, because we are 4 hours 4 minutes yet to go. And now we're going to start talking about those second pit stops. And we saw this earlier on with about 5 minutes to go in the first hour. We started seeing pit stops happen. We've already seen one there for obviously it'll be the 100 car, which came in for repairs. But now we start asking the question, when do we see pit stop number 2? And I mean, how are people hitting their fuel numbers? They've done all the practice, but practice isn't racing. Practice doesn't help you make mistakes or encourage or discourage. It's all about you having to actually run to a number and do the job. And this looks like it's a scrap for position, I think, this one here. We've seen on screen the 57 car there, the TTR car there, and the 137 there with Hooncorp. So that's actually a battle for position on the track between 11th and 12th. And I was just trying to pick up where the 11 car actually came back out after that drive-through with Dust behind the wheel and moved back to 15th place. So that really has hurt them, that drive-through. And now we see this Aston Martin again. What is it with Aston Martins? They seem to be surrounded by Mustangs, and it is a great sight to behold at the moment. And Mickey T and the TTR South car there behind him with Dub True and the 137 car. Great little scrap. Again, two completely different manufacturers. The BOP they do with GT3 cars, and balance of performance, if you don't know what BOP is, balance of performance, making a completely different car, like a big thumping thunder Mustang, as quick as a Aston, or an Aston as quick as a Mustang, whichever way you want to have it there, Matt. But again, this is one of those situations you've got to be cool under pressure. You can't allow the big thumping car there to dictate what's going to happen to you in this lap. Do your block. You've got over 4 hours to go. Do you sit back and say, you know what? The smart thing is let him go. He's quicker than me at the moment, but I'll get him back in a couple of hours' time. Who knows? Who knows?
Well,
but, great to see.
Actually, this battle, Nismanath had to make the pass, and Nismanath got through on TTR South just a couple of laps to go while we were talking about, I think, Darsk having his moment. So made the overtake, now leading the AM class, so that is a great job. Talking about having struggles, 20 minutes ago, now they're out in front having a great time, I'm sure, leading with their Aston Martin, because I believe we might have seen a drama from Diswood in the Ferrari. He was ahead of this battle, now down into 14, so something's gone there. They've lost about 6 or 7 seconds as a result, and it's just been all go in this mid-pack. And at the moment, Nismanath, who is, we believe, Dub True behind the wheel, in fact, is really performing and just slightly opening up this gap. Now's the opportunity to see how much pace they do have with clear air in front of them. Is this going to be Hooncorp 2 pulling away ahead of PTR South?
And the funny thing about this too is not just about this battle, but the battle in general. We asked the question at the beginning of before the race started, how important is qualifying? It's not, is it? I mean, at the end of the day, you've got 6 hours. I mean, and again, I don't want to keep harping on about the same old thing, but when you've got Simon Bishop, making mistakes, and anyone can make a mistake, and you've got the quality and caliber of drivers like that who can, and then you've got that issue. We had 2 disconnections so far. We've seen all of these things that can potentially go wrong, and you start thinking. And I'm not dissing qualifying. I think it's great. I think it's a great lead up. It was a very, very well contested field. The top 22 cars became to the top 15, and then it became the top 10. It's brilliant format, but overall, how hard do you push? How do you actually put everything on the line, or do you not? But I'll tell you what, it's been a absolutely sensational nearly 2 hours here at Spa, and it really has got. We are almost 1/3 of the race through. Can you believe it? It has just gone so jolly quickly here that it is just. I honestly feel like I sat down 5 minutes ago. You said before about we were thinking about having a bit of a break. I don't know about you, mate, but I don't feel like we deserve it. It's just been like the race started 10 minutes ago, and we're almost 2 hours in. It's just absolutely unbelievable.
Oh, it has been good, hasn't it? I've been loving it. I was a bit apprehensive, a bit worried about coming into the commentary block for such a long race, but so far, like you say, it has flown past. It has been great, and it continues to be races out front. I will just take a look at that top battle. We saw the gap show up. Matt McEwen is now 14 seconds clear of Captain Muffin. So just absolutely incredible drive to pull away at the lead of this field. We talked about how competitive it is, and he has just been able to be a cut above. Then there's still Al Dusty holding on to third, but it's now getting a battle here into third place. So we will jump onto this little battle, because here comes Matt Zanetti, flashing the lights, in fact, making the intentions clear. Good timing to pick this one up. Closing in on the Mercedes. How quickly can he get the move done? Because it looks like Zanetti has pace in that BMW.
Now, last time at Kyalami, when we actually had the race going on, he had it for some reason against his name in the chat. He had a couple of apples there. So I don't know, one was the red one was the green one, so we actually joked and called him the Apple Man, Matt Donetti, and that seems to have stuck, because since we did that, every time I see a comment being put on the Discord there pre-event, it's got some sort of reference to Apple. So whether he is actually an Apple man or a farmer or something, it doesn't really matter. It's all fun and games. But Donetti has well and truly got the bit between his teeth at the moment here in 4th place in the BMW, and he's chasing down a very, very quick car though. This Mercedes-Benz is just absolutely on point at the moment. So what more can the man do? Well, we'll have to wait and see, because they are having a stonker, and we're going to be flying. And again, the question about the pit stops. I mean, you just got to wonder how these guys are going when they're doing such full-on stints. And of course, one heart goes out to Diswood, who's doing the whole thing by his little lonesome. So this is going to be easy for some, and a darn sight harder for the rest of them. But Matt Donetti, he's starting to put the big challenge on now. He's starting to get a little bit excited through the 180-degree right-hander coming out into the left now. Watch him, watch him, watch him. Don't take your eyes off of in the Sketchers BMW. These guys really are doing a stonking job, and they have got this far into it. They don't want to have it all come unstuck now, because poor old 75 doesn't want to have any marks on the back end of that car. I can promise you that. My word, it's all to play for here at the moment. Watching with very, very good interest as they start to line themselves up, and we can see the gap. Don't worry about what it says on the screen. It's a fraction. It's a quarter of a second. If you're lucky, just about bumper to bumper there through the right-hander. They get themselves all out on the other side though, and that's what's important here. And again, we're just watching to see, are they going to get it sorted? Are they going to keep it all nice and tidy? We certainly hope so. Oh, she's all on there. Look at them go. And meantime, at the front of the field, it's all a pull away. It's absolutely doing the job. But Al Dusty there in that Mercedes-Benz has really got the bit between his teeth. He's just hanging on like he's got clenched fingers. There's no doubt about that. And we'll see how this one plays out with Donetti coming up through the right hand into the chicane, the bus stop as it's called, and he makes the pass. The flashing lights have paid off, and Dusty said, you know what, we've got too long to go. There's no point being silly. Another car in the pits there, the 17th place car there, the third of the Hooncorp cars, Felix, a lap or two down. So he's popped in the Aston. I think we're going to start to see now the pit boxes light up very, very soon. Not for Donetti this time around though. He's got a bit between his teeth now. It's certainly some work to do as they start getting themselves into this one. And now we're starting to really get excited about those pit stops there, Matt, because it does play into this one well and truly, doesn't it? I mean, you just have to start thinking, crikey, are these drivers, are they spent? Are we going to see a double stint out of that one? I don't think we'll see a triple stint with Cy Bishop though. That's got to be fair.
No, absolutely right. I think they'll swap them around. There is, of course, that maximum timer as well for each race driver, so you can only go to a maximum of 3 hours and 45 minutes across the whole race for an individual driver. So we do have to see those driver changes come into it and play a role, and how long each driver stays in the car definitely affects it. Something that Twitchy was talking a lot about in terms of number 1 drivers versus number 2 drivers. Even if there is a little bit of a difference between in the lap time, that does make a difference over a 1 hour long stint. And here at the moment, Matt Donetti seems to be just absolutely on form. He's got that car up into 3rd position. So you talk about qualifying not being too important, but also if you do find yourself back in the pack early on, you don't have to worry too much about that. Don't get yourself stressed. Continue to fight on, because you can make the comebacks. We've seen it time again. I talked about at Silverstone, we saw the ultimate comeback from the back of the pack to the win. But this drive right now by Matt Donetti is top tier as well. I think they were down something like 9th position during the opening phase. Now to be up into 3rd is a mega job. Definitely a few things have gone their way in terms of other cars getting tangled, but the pace to come through, make that overtake, get onto the podium at the moment as we have crossed the 2 hour mark as well. There is still 4 hours left to go in this race. It is a long endurance. It's a long day of racing, and particularly if they keep the level that they've been racing at through the first 2 hours, it is going to be a tough battle by the time we get to the end.
Interesting too, I see the FTSC2 car, the Saint Sim machine there, has got a drive-through penalty, so not quite sure what that was all about, whether or not Lewis can give us a little bit of an update on that one a bit later on. But the FTSC2 Saint Sim car there, the Aston, has got a drive-through penalty for obviously something we haven't seen on screen at the moment, but that's interesting. And also just Mickey T and the Mustang, they're in 14th place. The pit box is lit up there, so they've got the Mustang in for service, set of boots and some gas, and now we start the countdown. Like you said, we're more than 2 hours into this one, less than 4 hours to go. And you know, I told you what my favourite car was. I think the Mercedes-Benz. You said what your favourite car is there, Matt. What about choose to get on the track? Also, where are you watching from? Great to have you on board here at TrackSpot TV, and of course for the AUSNZ series around New Zealand and around whereabouts are you watching from? Just let us know quickly in the chat there whereabouts you're watching from. Be great to hear from you. We want to do a shout out and a cheerio. If anyone's having a birthday, obviously we want to do a shout out and a cheerio to you as well. And if you're enjoying yourself, hopefully you are. We're certainly enjoying bringing it to you. Boy, the time is absolutely flying. It's just going on and on and on. And look at this. We're now watching Matt Donetti, of course, the Apple man in the BMW there. And right behind him there is that beautifully turned out, pardon me, the BMW there of Cy Bishop. He's got some work to do there. Sorry, that's Al History, Al Dusty in the Mercedes. We get it right. And then we go back to the BCG one there of Cy Bishop. I've just been watching there, and Cy Dog is actually starting to pull a little bit of gap back in the positive, so I think he's starting to redeem himself from earlier discretion, so we'll hope that one comes back a little bit later on as well. But look at the 77 car, there he goes. That is a beautifully turned out looking mighty old Mustang, isn't it? And that's bits of missing in the OTR car, currently 13th place outright, and still only the one pit stop to their name there, Matt. So I think it's fair to say, I'm not trying to put anything on these drivers, but a lot of them around the 1 hour mark or just before was when they came into the pits. An hour 10, everything was all over. So we'll see how it all pans out as far as for the second pit stop. Have they got better fuel numbers? Have they leaned off the car if they're able to? Or are they short shifting? Because I think there's a bit more to come on this. So in fact, as we say that, Matt Donetti's coming to the pits. I think we're right there. The fifth place car, the 56 car. There he is. He's in the pits. And the BMW, and as you said before, Matt, it's a long pit box, this one. Go through the old pit boxes, go around the corner, go into the other pit boxes, rightfully place your car, and I can smell strategy going on here about this, Matt. I don't know about you.
Absolutely right. We're starting to see it play out now. They've chosen to come in first. And interestingly, we saw, you were talking about it there, the first stint, a lot of the drivers went out for about an hour, came in on the hour mark. We're now the 2 hour 10 mark, so it seems like they're extending the second stint just a little bit longer, and I wonder if that's an intentional play to try and reduce the pit stops in terms of the overall pit stops by the time we get towards the end of the race. But just to come back to some of your comments earlier about asking the chat, we've got people tuning in from Perth. We've got Isaac in here saying we need an Aussie into the combox. We've got the Kiwis here today. We've taken over and we'll be bringing you through the action. But all the drivers, welcome to jump in as well. We're happy to have driver interviews during the race. We'll have some driver interviews at the end of the race as well. So jump in the waiting box if you want to come and have a yarn. I'm sure, I know we've got plenty of Aussie drivers out there who could come and share their Aussie accent in the combox with us. But I did want to say as well, SB has volunteered to be Jimbo's teammate in the Nissan. It sounds like we're going to get some messages behind the scenes, and maybe by the time we get to December, with the 7th and final round of the championship at Circuit of Americas, maybe we might be in luck to get a Nissan back out there.
Well, hey, Jimbo, are you watching? Oh, the 726 comes in but quickly. That's the race leader. Jimbo, are you watching this broadcast? Do you accept and let SB come and team up with you in Circuit of the Americas in December, mate? Do you, yes or no? Quickly, get in there, mate, because I'm sure he's a very good driver. Meantime, we go to the front of the field of this one. Here is Donetti, as you can see him coming through the loops. He's got some work to do, but we'll have to see where the 726 car comes out in this one, though, Matt, because this is very significant in actual fact, with 3 hours 50 on the screen, so 2 hours 10 for pit number 2, and Captain Muffin will pick up the lead on this one, of course, unless they come in. I don't think they have. And of course, Matt McEwen in the 726 at the time is now in the pits. You see the 726 car coming in, and the boards are starting to light up. Simon Bishop has come into the pits. The BCG2 car with Noodles has come into the pits. The McLaren. So they're all coming into the pits. Well, not all. Let's not be silly. But look at this. we're starting to see the pit boxes light up. So Matt McEwen, Psydog, Noodles, of course the race leader, was the race leader, the 726. So there is some battles in the pit box starting to play out in this one. And just for those guys that are watching around Australia, mate, I can tell you she's pretty exciting stuff here at the moment going on pretty well. We'll see how it all plays out. You happy? Meantime, that is the Apple man, Matt Donetti there. He's got some work to do though, but never ever say never. We'll see if that
just
BMW
to catch that, sorry, we've got
front.
5% in the car here, so Matt Donetti's jumped out, they've swapped back over in their pit stop, and they were the first ones to make the pit stop. They have opted for the driver change at the same time.
Good stuff. Yeah, hey, look, we can't let the truth get in the way of a good story. Matt Donetti, the Apple man, is too busy picking pears, I'm sure, at the moment. So, look, it's great to see. And the 56 car there, he's in position, but he's got a lot of work to do. Heavens above, it's going to be an absolute stonkers. They see the 726 come out, who was the race leader at the time. 6th place on the screen at the moment, but obviously the board will take a couple of seconds to catch up. And this is what it's all about here at Spa, because we are, 3 hours, 48 minutes to go. We ain't seen nothing yet. We talked before too about qualifying. It's not just about qualifying, it's about pace, it's about strategy, it's about the pit stops and what the car is like at the time of you taking the pit stop. And at the moment the race leader is still muffin in the Aston Martin. The 726 car comes out in 6th place at the moment. Smitty in the 37 car in front. There's quite a few other horses to get past at the moment with the Cave Racing Mercedes-Benz in the 81 car. Then we go up to Jimmy Matchin, I think, in the Mustang in 3rd place. 2nd place is Al Dusty in the Mercedes. But this, the standard at the moment is the 726 car. It has to be said. And Twitchy's back behind the wheel. So Guy Barbara, we had the interview with Guy before. Couldn't understand a word he was saying because he sounded Aussie. But I'll tell you what, he is going to drive the wheels off this thing, keep it clean and fast and furious. Great job there from the Mercedes team there. And like I said to you before there, Matt, bit of a fan of the mighty old Mercedes. And this is going to be a very, very hard car to catch unless the other drivers find something very special in the next 3 hours and 47 minutes.
Absolutely right. But interestingly, Twitchy's saying he was the 2nd driver in this race. So Matt McEwen maybe a little bit faster. Is that going to mean that Twitchy's going to lose a little bit of time in this stint? We'll definitely be tuning in, keeping a close eye on his pace early doors, as did we'll find the next car who has stopped. DCG is the next car who has stopped with 5Z behind the wheel. And then we go back to Norm. And is it Mint Matt lost a little bit more time, perhaps? There's a bit of a gap between Norm and Mint Matt now, who has taken over from Simon, so that switch has happened. We are a team on the back of the car, and the team work at play. See how Mint can get up to speed in this car and whether he can push forward to try and catch back up to the lead group. Of course, they were right. Well, they were leading the race, weren't they, early doors? Number 1 on the side of the car. They were sitting pretty, but I'm unstuck a little bit. Question of whether they have the pace to close that gap back up, or whether they might get assistance to close the gap. Matt goes deep into the bus stop, still getting a handle of how much grip he's got on these fresh, cold tyres. Not quite as much as he expected on the first lap, it seems. Gathers it up, doesn't go off the track, so a nice job there to get that done. And now, as we are in the middle of the pit stop phase, we'll see if Lewis is still here. Fill us in. How are you seeing this all play out at the moment, Lewis?
Nothing standing out particularly. We got Matthew Simmons in the car for the first time today. I believe that they were actually ahead of Norm going into that. I might be wrong on that. Obviously they had that incident earlier. But yeah, there's nothing too crazy going on. Obviously the BSR1 of Captain Muffin in the car, partnered by Geesh, they're still out. They did stretch their first stint out quite a bit too, so I'm not too surprised that they're still out driving around. I think they're going for the 4-stop. I'm not too sure. I need to run my numbers through my own calculator to figure out what's going on. We got Old Dusty, who's the leader for Pro-Am. He's coming in as well at the moment, so he's currently in 2nd, 4th overall. Obviously before pit stops and after pit stops. And the TCR West is staying out, still going. Jimmy Matchin, they've had a great run today. They really have. If it wasn't for Old Dusty and his teammate, doing so well, they'd be up there. We'd be talking about them a whole lot too. The Hooncorp cars, notice they're still out. The Aston Martin's quite a trend for them to run late. obviously the fourth and fifth. Actually, no, it's fourth title. I can't see. Yeah, there we go. They've had their stops in the amateur class. It's actually 3 and FTSC2. Wow, all these all these hyphens and everything. Man, it's hard. It's hard work. But yeah, through that second stint, there was no change in the fastest lap either, so that's still held by BCG1. Do we think Mick was holding back a bit? He was conserving? Because Twitchy was saying he was pretty fast, and he sure was. You know, he pulled 14 seconds on there, so, but he hasn't actually quite done that fastest lap. We've got Nitro back in the car as well for the 5 Motorsport. Just as they come out of the pits.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
yeah, that's an interesting observation. The fastest lap there in the first stint from Sidog wasn't beaten by Matt McEwen. So I wonder if Sidog or Mint Matt is able to reproduce that speed, maybe there is a chance that they close back in later on in this race. It would certainly make it exciting for us in the Comedy Rock to see something like that happen. It's got to be tough work for them to be able to pull that off, though. But maybe there's just a glimmer of hope that it can be done. We've passed 2 minutes 16, 2 minutes, almost 2 minutes 17, 2 hours, sorry, wow. It's been a long time, clearly. I need to get
I think you need a cup of tea in the lie down.
yeah, exactly right. As we're starting to see just the last few drivers still have to make their pit stops, and the likes of Sidog will get a chance to have that lie down, won't he? Because we have had the switch over now to have Mint Matt in the car. And it's one of the perks of working in this team environment, one of the perks that this Wood is missing out on. He's still going strong, over 2 hours plus behind the wheel of the car.
But I'll tell you one thing that's really tragic, though, quite seriously, Matt, is that the TTR South side have disconnected. The 57 car there, the Mustang, unfortunately is off, gone, disappeared. VTEC Adam and Sideways Polka 3, I'm just gut wrench for them, because they were starting to put in some really, really good lap times earlier on, not that long ago, to be honest. So 57 missing in action at the moment. Hopefully they can get themselves back on, and of course I don't know if they can jump back on or whatever the court story is, but I understand we have someone in the waiting room there as well. But it just hearts out to the team, because this is, like you said, this is a sim racing mechanical issue. This is what can actually go wrong in sim racing with the cars, much in the way you can be driving along and all of a sudden do a Chaz Mostert at Bathurst and lose the engine. So they may be going into the crowd for a celebratory beer, but we'll have to wait and see. A real crying shame for the 57 car. They were driving exceptionally well, and we wish them hopefully a quick recovery. Can they get some laps? Can they get some points? Can they get themselves back on, or are they out for the duration? Never say never, guys. You're always welcome if you're able to get back on. Obviously something tragic has happened electronically or technically or whatever the case may be with the TTR South boys.
Yeah, absolutely right. You hate to see it, but unfortunately technology is not perfect, and it can cause some trouble sometimes. You mentioned it there, we do have a driver waiting for an interview, so we'll bring them into the booth now. And BC, hopefully you can hear us here. You might have to, I apologise, you might have to let me know what your name is when you're in the car. We can track you down, but welcome to the commentary booth. How has your day been going so far?
Yeah, good boys, thank you very much for having me, but no, I'm not racing today. You mentioned on YouTube I am SB, so I'm the one who put my hand up to drive through Jimbo.
Perfect, welcome in.
Well,
Now that would be exciting.
I want to really welcome you there, SB, because I want to get you in the seat beside Jimbo. Where is Jimbo? We need to hear from him now, mate. If you're prepared to put in a big effort at Circuit of the Americas in 4 weeks' time, love to see you out there on the track, and hopefully our mate Jimbo's tuned in on this one. If not, we'll love to see you out there. And have you had much time behind the wheel of the Skyline?
Yeah, I ran a couple of seasons in KRL in the Skyline, and I've also run it in Rising Phoenix Racing back in the day. So no, I've put in a couple of seasons, and no doubt I will talk to Jimbo tonight when I put my Aston Martin up against his Mercedes at I can't even think of where we are tonight, but yeah, I'll be racing him tonight.
Mate, I just want to say I don't mind that you're an Aussie. I'll let you off on that one, but great to have you put the hand up, mate, and well and truly we'll want to see you on the track. So, if you do have a chat to Jimbo, yep, absolutely. As we would say over here, Hadi Mai, welcome. Want to see him on the track, and that's absolutely fantastic, mate. I like someone who doesn't just sit there and tap the keyboard. You're going to put your hand up and you're going to raise it and say, yep, we'll give it a boot in the backside, because there is points out there. He's actually done quite well. He's got points there already, so you're not going to start on zero. So let's hope that goes well for you.
Yeah, no, I honestly look forward to it. I mean, Jimbo's helped me for quite a while now with setups in some of the races we've been doing, and he's sent me some setups during the week for tonight. So, more than happy to put my hand up and have a run with him. And like I say, thank you guys for having me. I think you guys are doing a great job today.
Oh, thanks, mate. I'll make sure I send that $20. What the same address is it? Same account number? No.
That'll do.
No, I appreciate you, mate. Hey, look, thanks very much for tuning in. And I don't know if Matt's got something there for you, fella, but no, from my side, if you're going to be there with Jimbo, you guys are going to be in the skyline. As far as I'm concerned, you've already won Daytona, mate, or Circuit of the Americas. No problem at all. Let's just give you the checkered flag.
Oh, cheers, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining. We will, say goodbye to DC. Thanks coming and joining in the waiting room. It's great to have the perspective of everyone coming in and watching. And seeing, that we can have more people try and get involved. We'd love to have a bigger grid. We've got 22 cars who started the race here today, but there is room for more. So if you want to join in and get racing as well, make sure you look up Hooncorp Esports, look up the AUSNZ Endurance Series. You find Hooncorp Esports, they'll be able to point you in the right direction and get involved. Come race. We do have one more race left in the championship, of course, for 2025. We're going to the Circuit of the Americas in December. It's going to be another 4 hours endurance, and we'd certainly welcome more cars on the grid. And you don't have to do the rest of the season to come join in. We definitely, we're open to guys coming in. There's lots of people who will help you out in the Discord, help you get up to speed, maybe if you're new as well, and understand how everything plays out. Learn all the rules, learn the inside out of the game and maybe the circuit. It's a friendly bunch. There's a fierce rivalry out on track, but really it's a friendly bunch behind the scenes, so it's good to be a part of. And make sure if you're interested in racing, this is look at this endurance race. It's been so good so far, hasn't it? It's been a great marketing for more people to come along, don't you think, Mike?
Oh, well and truly. And on that note, Matt, I think we said we were going to have a break about every hour or so. We've been 2 hours and 30 and 2 hours and 2 hours, however long it's been, a long time anyway. We've got 3 hours and 35 left to go, so I think we'll take a short break, couple of minutes, and do what we need to do as we see the Mustang coming. He's coming in for a break as well, so if it's good enough for them, it's good enough for us. And as the bits are missing, OT or QTR, the Ford Mustang comes in 10th place at the moment. Let's hope they come out well, and we'll take a very, hopefully well earned or well deserved. Give us a few minutes and we'll come back and try and sound magnificent. Maybe we'll have a break before the checkered flag. Maybe we won't, if the way the jolly race has been playing out. And looking forward to it there, Matt. But no, brilliant, mate. And again, it was just when we do come back, though, people that are listening, if you want to come and pop your little comments in on the chat, and some of the drivers want to give us some of your thoughts and ideas and maybe a little bit of your secret sources, and especially the TTR South boys. If you guys are listening in, unfortunately you've been disconnected, we'd love to still hear from the drivers on how what happened and how you were going and all that, giving you guys your airtime as well. But on behalf of the commentary team, we'll just take a short break and we'll be back in probably 3 or 4 minutes. Rightio, well, good to be back with the AUSNZ circuit of Circuit des Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium, and great to have a little bit of a break there for us. I'm sure it's great for the drivers that have had their sessions, including our man in the one car there, which is Cy Bishop. So he's hopefully having a good break, and watching on screen at the moment a cracking battle that's really starting to unfold. Jumping up to the top of the field very soon. We'll go through who is what and where at the 3 hour and 24 minutes left to go mark. So we are 2 hours and 36 minutes into the 6 hour race here at Spa in Belgium. But look at the battle we've got here at the moment. And the 56 car there with Viper Z and the BMW being absolutely hounded by Nitro in the Mercedes-Benz and Define Motorsport machine. He really is starting to make quite a decent little charge on this vehicle. Well, it's been great to be part of the commentary team here. We've got the three-pronged attack. We've got Matt Smith, Monkey Matt. We've got Lewis Atkinson and myself, Mike Howe. Well, we've got Monkey Matt having a cup of tea in the lie down at the moment, though he will be keeping an eye on the background there. So well done there, Monkey Matt, doing a great job producing, directing, and pretty much making us all look pretty darn good there. Good to have you back on board there, Lewis. And I can actually hear you a little bit better now this time round, mate. What have you thought of the first 2.5 hours of racing here at Spa?
2.5 hours already. It's insane. I can't believe it. It's just gone by in a blur. There's been so much action to keep us on our toes. You know, like we were saying, we were going to have a bit of a break after the first hour, but we just kept going. It's just been one thing after the other, right? It's been great.
Yeah, it really has. It's always been something to look at, and I understand we've got got one of the cars in the pits at the moment. I think it's Metal Steel and the Ferrari back in 14th place. So again, their days are starting to become quite regular in the pits, unfortunately. A couple of little drive-throughs earlier on there so far, Lewis. Now, just to let the people know, you're actually part of the admin team as we watch this battle. Just watch this one with a little bit of interest, because as they come up to this very, very tight right-hander, the BMW's putting in the challenge, so too the Mercedes comes through. And the 75 car, just like that, says, I'll take that, thank you very much. Nitro in the mighty Mercedes has stepped up. The AMG super fast machine has done a nice little pass. Now, hats off there to 56 there, Viper Z in the BMW. Hats off for not making it stupid, because this is one of those things there, you know, at the end of the day, we don't need to see wrecks with 3 hours and 20 minutes yet to go there, Lewis, do we?
No, absolutely. It's unnecessary. To you know, risk it all for we're not even halfway through the race at this point. It's great to see Nitro. He's shown some really good pace. You know, he kept up with the leaders at the first stint. He handed the car off, and now he's back in here, and he's just taken third overall. Not like the first in class either. That's not too competitive at the moment. Just from the gap that he's put on, but he's doing really well against a lot of these, you know, big names, Viper Z and Norm, Mid-Matt. They're all chasing him down, or he's also part of that you know, the list now. You know, he's really showing this season that he's got some serious pace, and he's one to be feared.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. There's a lot of drivers out there that you think, well, you know, they should be, you know, 10 laps ahead of everybody else, but there's so many drivers putting up such an awesome battle here. They are really, some of them have really stepped up and said, you know what, I'm up for this challenge. I really want to do the business, and that's what we're seeing here at the moment. So very, very impressed and excited with the way this is going. All right, now one thing I want to do before we get back into this too much, and again, welcome to those that are listening around New Zealand, around Australia, around the rest of the world here at the AUSNZ race at Spa. But Lewis, there's a reason why you're not driving, because you normally are behind the wheel of cars, aren't you? And I just want to very quickly, before we get too carried away on this one, there's plenty of battles to talk about on the track, but let's just talk about you. Let's just ask the question, what's the reason why you're not driving, why you're commentator, why you're admin, why you're potentially safety car driver? What actually happened, mate? Was it something? Just tell us why you're not behind the wheel at the moment.
Yeah, it's just a bit of an injury on the side, but in real life I also race his little BMX bikes over the track, just as the Car 100 PRT Stoneharbour just picked up a drive-through from the track limits. But yeah, I went and had a good fall a couple of weeks back at the Waikato Region Champs here in Hamilton in New Zealand, and I picked up 2 fractures in my pelvis. So I spent a week in hospital in total, 5 days in Hamilton and 2 days back in Auckland getting surgery, and Yeah, so now it's a bit of a challenge for me to get inside the inside my sim rig. Not only as well as it's my braking foot, so putting pressure on that. You know, for 6 hours especially, I haven't actually tried to get back in just yet. I do have good motion in my knee, which would help me out. But it's something just to, you know, I've got to look after. I've got to recover from this good, you know, because I'm only 19. You know, if I have a hip going bad before 20, it's probably not a good sign, you know.
No, you got to look after yourself, mate. Now, I take the, you know, give you a little bit. In fact, I think the 100 car that drive through after that earlier pit stop, he's actually serving that drive through right now, so that's good. Yeah, and I take the mickey out of you about, you know, that motor racing is dangerous and you hurt yourself on a BMX, but you're not just any old BMX racer. You're actually pretty darn good, aren't you? Just quickly, very quickly, just tell us what your highlights have been, how well you've featured in the past, and then we'll get back to racing.
Yeah, well, been pretty competitive in the New Zealand scene for years now. 5-time national champion. Also currently an Oceania champion on one of my bikes as well. So it's a hobby, and it's also, you know, I do it for the mates, I do it for the laugh of it, but I also do get a bit serious sometimes when it comes to racing and a bit of training. So yeah, it's taken me a few places, and next year hopefully when I'm recovered I'll be off in Brisbane for World Champs in July, and Continent Champs again in February in Brisbane as well.
And the reason why I do this, I know we're not talking about the cars on the track at the moment, the reason I do this is because people don't know the people that are on the track, people don't know the people behind the microphone, and you're actually an Oceanic champion, you're a New Zealand representative, and like you say, 19 years of age, still got plenty of people in front of you there, mate. So I'll take the you know what, out of you. I call myself a urine removal specialist. I take the living, you know what I mean. And yeah, just a shout out to you, mate. Well done, and hopefully you get a speedy recovery and get back on that bike. But don't hurt yourself, you clown. All right, do that. You know, do it on the sim racing cars. Okay, it's a lot more fun, a lot less painful. All right, well done there. So that's Lewis Atkinson. Good to have him here in the commentary booth here with us, mate. And I don't know if our director man can actually run us through the screen. Just quickly run through who's, what, and where in the positions. If we can jump up to the top of the 726 car there, and we can actually pick up who's, what, and where, because the gaps have really started to open up here. From the start of the race, we saw the first 4 cars within seconds of each other, and that has somewhat changed now, because here is Twitchy in the 726 car. This mighty Mercedes-Benz is absolutely flying. Now, Twitchy isn't just Twitchy. This is some guy. It's not any ordinary guy. It's an Australian guy called Guy Barbara, and this kid can drive. He has absolutely been well and truly looked after by his Matt as well. Plenty of Matts there. There he is, Matt McEwen and Guy Barbara, or Twitchy. And I just love the way you guys don't just use your real name, do you? You've got to have this weird blooming name as well. Nismo Nathan Howe, Twitchy, Matt McEwen, he's got his real name there. And great to have him on board. That is our race leader. Go back to, if we could jump down to second place. So what a job these guys have done in the Aston Martin. This is Captain Muffin in the PSR1 car number 5, and quite a distance set behind. And like I said before, we had, you know, a couple of seconds between the first, you know, 3 or 4 places. Now we're 29 seconds lead there for the 726 car back to this Aston Martin. Can we go to top 3, please? The 75 car, the mighty Mercedes-Benz, a further 4 seconds back. This is Nitro in the Defy Motorsport, 3rd place at the moment. We'll go to 4th place here, which is the 56 car. The Apple man, Matt Donetti, has jumped out from behind the wheel. Viper Z is back behind in the BCG4. BMW are first, what are they, 1.5 seconds back behind the Mercedes in front of them, so they've got to get their skates on. They need to start moving forward. And let's jump down to position number 5. The BMW BCG1, Mint Matt is behind the wheel. Car number 1, Psydog, has had some problems in the first couple of sessions. He won't have the problems in the afternoon, I guarantee you that. He's had a cup of tea, he's had a lie down, he's probably itchy to get back behind the wheel. And he is doing well. Mint Matt is doing a great job there in 5th place. And of course the purple sector there beside their number, that is the car with the fastest lap. Here we go, 76 in 6th place. This is Norm. Just call him Norm. I think that's a great thing in the BCG the BTG 2 car there in the mighty old McLaren, and they were about 1.5 seconds back behind the BMW in front of them. And this is one of the teams that have actually changed to the McLaren from another car. I think they were driving the BMW earlier on there, Lewis, so good to see them back behind the wheel. That's 6th place there in that McLaren. If we jump down to 7th place, here it is, the first of the mighty Mustangs in the TTR West. This is a Morton-Nick there in that 369 car in 7th place, about just under 10 seconds away from the McLaren in front of them. If we jump down furthermore to the BCG3, and this is car number 96. Well, it should be car 96. Sometimes the numbers don't match what we've got, but anyway, this is Jimothy Payload there in the in 9th place at the moment in that 8th place at the moment in that beautifully turned out mighty old Mustang. Let's go to 9th place here, which is the HC1 car, which is car number 37, and that is the Aston Martin, and this is it's Ika
got damage there, didn't it?
Yes, it is Ika. Yep, he's doing a cracking job there at the moment, and that is 9th place, nearly 3 seconds back to the 8th place car, and 10th place just to round out the top 10 there. It looks like some damage on the front of 137. Oh no, it's 37 with damage. So damage on 37. Ikatasha's got problems here. Look at the bonnet flapping around. That's not a good sign. We saw this earlier on with one of the other Aston Martins. So something's happened to the front of 37. It's not looking good. Let's hope they can get that thing back to the pits and get it sorted. And if we jump down to the top 10 there, the 137 car, and that will be, that's Nismo behind the wheel at the moment. Nathan Howe, Nismo Nath there in the 10th place car, about 14 seconds back to the 37 car, the sister car, so hopefully nothing too wrong with that machine. Lewis, I'll chuck you in on this one if you want to go to 11th place there, mate. In fact, sounds like Norm's had a bit of a moment and lost the spot to Mint Matt, so that's been a little bit of a change in the field.
Yeah, he sure did. He had a quick moment, but he's recovered well. He's only 2.5 seconds back behind Mint Matt, so he'll be alright. Yeah, so 11th place, we got the solo runner, Diswood. He's chugging through. He's nearly halfway there. Come on, mate, you got it. And then we get to 2nd place in the amateur class. That's the Mustang of Michael OCR. Beautiful car. Wow, just gorgeous, isn't it? Even with all the dirt on the side, adds character. And we got the 3rd place for amateur, rounding it off. Right now it's TTR Air East, who I believe is also in battle for the championship with HC2, so they're lacking a bit behind. I believe that was also the car that served the drive-through. They had a bit of an incident in their last stint with the Ferrari of PRT1, which is actually also just behind them. Stone Harbour, another Kiwi, number 100, and he's been crawling his way back up. They obviously had that incident, had some damage, had to make an unexpected pit stop, but they're doing fairly well, you know. They're 14th, and what's that, 5th in class? It's a respectable effort for sure, especially considering what's happened to them. And then we've got the third of the Hooncorp cars, Flying Kiwis back in the rig now, and he's sitting in 15th. Just had a tidy race. They've been out of the limelight, but it's probably a good thing, especially since what's been happening today. You know, there's been this left and this right, and everything's been going on, and they've just been, you know, the silent achievers. They're doing well. They're 4th in class, and I'm sure they'll keep it going for the second half of the race. We got all the 4s of Cactus 5. Randall's in the car. They've also got a battle going on for 17th, with 17th, for 16th, with Ignition, the 2 Porsches, the only 2 Porsches, having a little squabble coming around here in sector 2. And that, yeah, so that's the Ignition car, the 787 of Hammer behind the wheel. They're Pro-Am. I'm not sure the story. I think I saw them around earlier. I'm not too sure. I don't want to accuse anyone of anything, but no, it looks like they're still in the fight today. We've got Gordo. Gordo had a terrible start. It all went wrong for him, but he's there. He's still going, and that's what we love to see. You know, for all the disconnects that have been going on. We started with what, 21, 22 cars, and we're down to 19 now. They're chopping like flies. It's a real shame to see. What do you call that? Maybe a wiring problem, or just a car, you know, lost the power maybe. And then we've got Vertex here rounding off the grid at 19th, who suffered a disconnect. He was the first one of the day, and they've come back, and looks like they're in the pits now. The serving their pit stops and getting through the race. But it's just great to see these guys still going.
Yeah,
You know,
good run
with-
through, mate.
Absolutely,
Sorry,
and with the
excellent run
safety
through
car,
the cars there. Yeah, and that's the thing about the safety car. I mean, that's what would actually bring out the safety car during the course of a race, and I'm not wishing one will happen.
So to bring out a safety car, it has to be a crash of 2 or more cars, or a car parked and crashed in a dangerous position, and that's up to race control to decide. We haven't seen one today. There's been incidents, but there hasn't been a dangerous moment, or you know, a position where something else and some other carnage could happen. So yeah, it's been going alright. As we see, Igatosh also was in 9th, but now he's coming in the pits. Looks like that damage is a bit too much for him. He's going to get it sorted. They might have a bit of a change to their strategy. It's a bit of a shame to see, as they were fighting for what, second, the third in their class, and going for the win to get those points.
Yeah, it's a real shame there for them. Obviously, like you said, trying to keep the car going, trying to limp it through. Smitty will be in his ear and Nikitosh's ear saying to him, you know, mate, just do this and do that, and it's all right, mate, not the end of the world. Let's try and, you know, reform and refocus. But unfortunately, it looks like it's pretty decent damage, and we'll see how long it takes for them to get that car turned around. But like you mentioned earlier on, you know, nearly almost 3 hours into the race, so you know, we've seen so much happen already. We've lost 3 cars, unfortunately, through disconnects with others that have had, you know, pretty decent incidents and got some damage and gone, you know, lap or 2 down as a result of that. So never say never, and never give up. It's one of those things with endurance racing, you just don't know how it's going to play out. We've seen some really big comeback stories, and like you mentioned too, for the 237 car, they were quite some distance behind, and they still are a lap or 2 down, but now up into the top 15 because of, you know, things that can unfortunately happen. So it's one of those sites. But this is a very good little drive there from Viper Z and the 56 car. This BMW has been put together well. These guys are doing it's a sim car, but you know what I mean. They've dialed them, they've got their settings right, and they're doing the business. You know, you almost do fall into the trap thinking we've got engineers and everything there looking over these cars, because the drivers spend an awful amount of time making these things right. They are finicky about half a tenth of a PSI, a tenth of PSI, or they'll go for a bit of stagger. They'll go. I mean, you know this more than anyone, Lewis, on what actually is required on a car, how much time they put in testing cars. I mean, it's not unheard of to change. We've seen the BCG2 team there. They've actually changed to the McLaren, you know, and jumped in that to see if they can get themselves through. But the amount of effort that's been put into these cars, this is a very good sight, and we hope the Viper Z BMW stays strong for the course of it. But I'll tell you what, that gap from Twitchy, Guy Barber is starting to really pull out a handsome lead at the moment. Last I looked, it was 28 laps. It's such a big 28 seconds, I should say, not 28 laps, 28 seconds. And I think it's actually 32 seconds now. It's just come up on the screen. When he goes an extra lap, then it waits a long time for the second car to come through, and that's Captain Muffin and the Aston Martin. And it's actually it's showing 1 lap down for quite some time, and that's now gone up to 32 seconds. Can you believe it? So there is an awful lot of distance between them, and we'll have to wait and see how it goes. And look at the setup of this car. One thing too, Lewis, which is quite common, is when you see the cars flourishing at the front of the field, look at how much damage is on that car. Virtually no damage at all.
No, they've definitely tried to keep it clean. Obviously, Twitchy had that shunt from Simon going into Les Combs at the first stint of the race, but other than that, you know, they're keeping it clean. And look how clean the white is. You know, the other cars have a lot of tire you know, rubber marks and such on the sides of their cars and all that. You know, it's part of the game to, you know, simulate that sort of wear and, you know, paint damage and such like that. And they just haven't been following anyone. You know, it's been a clean run for Twitchy and Matthew McEwen, and that the second stint from McEwen, that was absolutely crucial. They put on so much time to the rest of the grid. And like you were saying with the setups, I think, because obviously, you know what it's like to tune a car, dial a car in real life. There's not, the only difference is how quickly you can actually make those adjustments. You know, you got more time to actually test the car, less of actually making the fine tweaks and, you know, changing ride heights and all that. So it's they just have more time to test it. They have more information to gather as well, all the timings and such, and sector times and everything. It's really crucial. And even during the race, you know, from my experience, you know, we're always talking about, oh, what sort of pressures do you want going for this stint? How's the brake balance? They're all things you can still change during the middle of the race, even the TC and the brake ABS. You know, it's everything you can change.
Yeah, that's an interesting point too. Pardon me. We're seeing quite a bit of technology in these cars now, and I'm just speaking from a person. I'm going to make like I'm dealing with the person who's got no idea what's happening, you know, and no idea of setup. You guys, can you actually change the traction control on these cars? Can you change the ABS, or is it something you do or don't embrace, or do you just go, you know, absolutely raw and drive the car as you know, without any of those aids?
Absolutely. It's especially in the Assetto Corsa. You do, yeah. You are changing the brake, ABS and the TC even during the stint. I know some people that actually change it per corner, for their liking. So yeah, it's really interesting. I prefer to have it set. You know, I'm worried more about where am I braking, and you know, how's the car feeling, less about, okay, it's you know, I need less traction control for this corner, I need more for the next one. But I do know some people out there that do that.
Well, that's pretty. I struggle to keep the thing on the track without touching anything. So the effort that you guys put in is just absolutely fantastic. We're having a look at Muffin at the moment in the 5 car, and this is second spot at the moment. I said before it was 32 seconds further back from the race leader there, which is Guy Barber or Twitchy. Now, it'll be interesting to see what the timing comes up with at the moment this time around, because he is. Which for some reason it's not showing the distance between the two, but then it does, then it doesn't. But that's fine. There's a large gap. Let's just say that there's a big gap between the race leader and second place. But nonetheless, these guys are undaunted. Captain Muffin knows the value of actually keeping the car on the right side of the ledger and just keep doing the laps. And this is the you know, we've got the Mercedes-Benz in the lead. We've got the Aston Martin here in second. Then we've got Mercedes-Benz, BMW in fourth and fifth, and McLaren go back to the 2 Fords after that. And then the second of the Astons after that, which is the 137 car there. And it's just, I would say, you know, there's cars that are very, very good. Obviously, I'm a bit of a Nissan fan. I like the sound of the Mustang as well. But, you know, it's a fantastic threshold, this whole GT3. I've said it, this GT3 thing. I've said it before and I'll say it again as an outsider looking in. You know, a guy that's an old fat bugger who races real cars, watching these guys in these sim cars. Anyone can take any car and grab it by the scruff of the neck with the balance of performance, but you've just got to do a fantastic lap after lap after lap, and that's the whole thing, isn't it? You can't just do one. Now I think we'll get a time here, 32 seconds last time through for Captain Muffin to the leaders. We've got the Vapor Z car come in, just waiting for that screen to come up with the distance between first and second. It hasn't done at that time. Meantime, we jump on board the BMW, is it called? There we go. We're just going to get, that's all right, we'll see what the gap is. It's just not showing a gap for first and second, so a little bit hard to sort of pick up.
A lot, the gap's a lot. Yeah, as we see Viper Z coming into the pits at the top of the hour, halfway through the race, I'm guessing that Matt Donetti's going to get back in and maybe stretch out of the stint or two, but get a bit of an undercut on Nitro as well, because he lost the place to Nitro for third overall that stint. Another important thing to think about is Twitchy's come back into the car, but Geesh has not. Captain Muffin, this is his second stint in a row, 2 hours in a row. So not only are they stretching out their stints, you know, they're padding a bit later, but Geesh has also got, you know, probably I'd say 2 more hours of driving time available for him.
Yeah, well, that's pardon me, that's the thing there, and we saw strategy a big part of how they did so well at Kyalami. So they've certainly got a grapple on what they can and cannot do, as we see the 56 car drop down to at the moment about 6th or 7th place. And you know, they really have got an awful big grip on how they can do this, and they're up against some big hitters. There's no doubt about that. You know, Twitchy not to be sneezed at, fastest car on the track at the moment, not fastest lap time of the whole race. That still stays with the 1 car, but the gap to this car back to second place is actually 33.3 seconds. last time we saw us up on the screen. So it is an awful big gap, and that is a sensational effort there being put in from the 726 car there, the mighty old Mercedes-Benz of Tucci, who's just gone and peeled off another lap. And that's one thing we haven't really talked about too much, you know, in this time, in 3 hours, almost 3 hours exactly, hang on, 3 hours exactly there, 76 laps have been completed here at Spa. Now, if you bear in mind, that's 7 kilometres a lap, you know, that's over 490, that's 540 odd kilometres, nearly 545 kilometres, you know, in 3 hours. That is phenomenal. Now, just for the New Zealanders, that's driving from Auckland, and a good duration of driving down to Wellington in 3 hours. A trip that takes 7 to 8 hours at road speed. And if you're over in Australia, that's from driving from Gura to Daradoa, and in 3 hours, which you all know that's quite a decent drive. I'm sure Bundaberg's in there as well. So it's a huge effort there, and that's pretty botley grouse and cobbly-doo, just to try and keep the Aussie terminologies going there. But fantastic effort being put in, and just another of the cars there, one of the Porsches popped into the pits there as well. So it's starting to see, and as you said before, Lewis, you know, 3 hours into this one, we are half race distance. Are your strategies working? Are you getting the fuel mileage you wanted? You know, have you got your settings right? Are you driving it? Are you getting aero? Are you the guy pushing through the air, towing someone behind you? And is that coming back to bite you in the backside? I'm not sure, but there is the 75 car having a bit of a grass tracking moment going on there. What the story with Nitro and the Defying Motorsports, defying gravity, but manages to keep the car on the track. Now, they're only about 3 seconds behind the second place car there, Lewis, so you don't want to be doing that too often, do you?
No, definitely not. Nitro's had such a good stint as well. You know, he's nearly caught up to second and overall. You know, get this guy a white plate instead of the grey one. You know, he's doing an absolute magnificent job. It's really cool to see. Danetti's back in the car. He's the first to stop out of these lead runners. I've also seen Stone Harbour at Akatosh, obviously just before, and also Flying Kiwis in the pits. But yeah, Nitro and Captain Muff and all these leaders, they'll be looking at coming in very soon to help respond to Danetti, because he is a force.
The Apple man, Matt Danetti, and as you quite rightly pointed out, of the 4 mandatory pit stops you have to do, the 56 cars only got to do one more compulsory. They won't get to the end on one more pit stop, I'm sure, but that's pretty impressive. This is their 3rd pit stop taken care of. So literally, it's fair to say, Lewis, they're pitting every hour, and let's just say it's not hurting their cause at all, is it?
No, definitely not. I believe the maximum driving time is 3 hours 30 or 3 hours 45. I'll have to double check that. Go through the rules. But
oh, mate.
Yeah.
So
they will have a bit of time to work with, and you know, their faster driver can do a bit more time. The car's fuel lasts about an hour 20, an hour 30. So that's probably the most they can stretch it out. I think the tyres, they degrade, but they don't give up. And how you manage that during your whole stint sort of tells you how far you can go without losing too much. And Captain Muffin and G should be doing the best job of that, as well as I believe Cave, is it? And another. Oh, they might be gone. Was it the 57 of Cave Racing?
Oh,
seems
okay,
like they're disconnected. Yeah, no, the other Mercedes. They were leading for a while because they hadn't come in for their stop. They're doing longer stops, but it seems like they've popped off the timing chart. That's obviously one of the disconnects that we've had today. It's a bit of a shame, because you know they're leading the race. Had some time in the front on the big screen, but yeah, these things happen.
Yeah, that's that is a tragic situation. Unfortunately, I don't think you can get much worse than that, to be honest, in a sim race. And yeah, they had certainly looked apart, the mighty old 57 Mercedes, but sounding grouse with those big thumping V8s there, and that's just that's a real crying shame for them as well. So hopefully it's I don't know if it's repairable and get them back on the track, but like you said, we started 22 cars. We've got 19 circulating around the track at the moment, so we've lost 3, and it looks like we've lost the 57 car as a result of that, so apologies for not working that out earlier on, but goodness me, it's one of those things at the moment there, and we've just seen how this beautifully turned out. BMW is doing the business at the moment. That's the first of the 3 stoppers so far. One more mandatory stop to go with 3 hours of racing, but I think the Appleman Matt Donetti is just going to be pointing this thing in the right direction. We've seen a few more pit stops have happened behind him, but this is the leading car with 3 pit stops done of the 56. Although in 7th place at the moment, it really does show that there's going to be some great pace coming on board. And also the one car there of Mint Matt is still the car that holds the fastest lap when Sideye was out there earlier on in the race. That lap has not been bettered, so maybe the BMW is the car of choice, but obviously Lady Luck sometimes can desert you like it has some of the other cars there, and not just the BMWs or the Mustangs, but just a few connections can be. And there is that one car up into 4th place at the moment with Mint Matt behind the wheel, and boy, he's throwing that thing around with gusto. So if he did actually improve his lap time, it wouldn't necessarily show up on our screens because they're already the fastest car on the grid. But that's one of those things. Great stuff there, nicely turned out, and they are, what are they at the moment? They're 35 seconds. Muffin is 35 seconds back in 2nd place behind Twitchy in the Mercedes. Another 2.6 seconds back is Nitro in the 75 car. Then we go back to Mint Matt, who's nearly 13 seconds back in 4th place. So they've certainly got some work to do here. They're going to be the better part of half a lap down on the race leader, and if anyone needs to get the old curry on going, I think they need to probably start going, you know what, the time for being conservative and having bad luck is over. We need to start pushing the window here in the one car, because defending champ for the AUSNZ Series here at TrackSpot TV, Hooncorp Esports, AUSNZ at Spa, so they really need to start getting their skates on, guys, and let's hope luck goes their way. But Lewis, it does come down to that sometimes, doesn't it? A little bit of luck. It's not necessarily about all the best made plans and everything. It's all down, can be, you know, just a little bit of good old-fashioned luck on your side.
Absolutely, being at the right place at the right time, and even I'll bring in the fact that we have the safety car here today as well. You know, it'd be a great time for the safety car for a lot of these drivers. You know, with Captain Muffin 35 seconds off the lead, everyone seemed to be spaced out quite a bit now. It's there's obviously you can't have an incident with 2 or more cars if everyone's spaced out, but yeah, it'd be a great time for it for sure.
Yeah, well and truly.
Captain Muffin coming up on a blue flag. It's getting out of the way, is it? Oh, there we go.
Oh, car around him. Yeah.
Yep. All sorted.
And the car that he passes responds by flashing the lights at him just to say, hey, well done. Yeah, flashing the lights. I'm not quite sure what that's all about. A little bit of gamesmanship going on there, maybe trying to work to help out another team. But you don't want to distract the guy who just passed you under the blue flag. That normally sort of means that you're not quite on the pace. You should be going faster. But yeah, there's some great battles going on around the track. But at the moment, we were talking earlier on about how close some of them were. You know, we probably had 2 or 3 good scraps going on within the same second. I'm struggling to find a scrap that's anywhere near, you know, for actually position. There's a couple of cars in close proximity like this little battle here, but really they're completely different animals at the moment. There, the 102 car is back in 10th place, you know, and just been passed by the 2nd place Muffin car, who is now 36 seconds back behind the race leader. So Twitchy is just continuing to drive away, and doing so not getting the fastest lap of the race thus far. I don't think Twitchy needs to. Guy Barber knows exactly what he needs to do, and that's just keep 726 well out of trouble, and that's a great job there. 36 seconds, that is huge. There is the 2nd place 05 car, and if we can just jump through Mr. Producer and just jump down 1 spot there to the 75 car, we'll just have a look, because I've got a feeling just in the front of that car you'll see the Aston Martin in his sights, just popping around this corner there. We should have a bit of a giddly gander out onto the straight. There is the Aston there in front, so it's only a couple of seconds. And you know what, this starts to play on the mind of Muffin there. He needs to be real smart in the 5 car there, the Aston. So we're trying to make a little bit of a battle happen because we're bored and we don't want cars to be stretched out too far. This is the battle for 2nd place at the moment. And Captain Muffin and the Aston just there, going around the corner. As, in fact, that's the lap car there that he's just gone and past there, Muffin. So the 102 car there of Diswood and the PRT3 car, which is the Ferrari. And let's not forget, Diswood is doing this all by himself, solo drive. He's 3 hours into the race, and my word, this is unbelievable. And he's still in the top 10 now with the 75 car coming. No wonder he's not wanting to, you know, not wanting to let the guy go past or anything like that. So this is a great little scrap come. This is third place there, and there has to get past the lap car, which is no easy feat because Diswood is no slouch. He's doing a great job himself by himself. And then after that, we'll see how it can play. If he can get past the lap car, I'm sure he probably will. And then can he actually come and have a go, against catching up to the back end of Captain Muffin and the Aston, who's starting to pull away. So it sounds like we've got a little bit of a chat coming up very soon, which is great. But in the meantime, look at this pace there, because really Diswood is doing a stonking job. I don't know about you, Lewis, but I haven't ever done a sim race for 3 hours. I sometimes jump on and do like the 1 hour ones, the easy ones, and I sort of sometimes do all right. What's the longest session you've done, mate? What's the longest endurance spell you've driven?
I think 2 hours. 2 hours is probably the longest I've done. I've never dared to do one of these endurance races solo. I couldn't imagine the logistics behind it, I think the hardest problem would be, like keeping refreshed and everything. I wouldn't want to be a roadblock for everyone. But there's people out there that do a really well job of it, and Diswood is one of them. He's doing spectacular. Look at that. He's gotten out of the way again. There's a big battle here for second. It was sitting at about 2.6 and dropping, but it's the lap car has got in the way of that for a minute. But it'll be interesting to see if Nitro can make anything happen before the stop. And I understand we have our favourites spectator in the grandstands wanted to come back in for a chat about Jimbo. Is that right?
Oh, we all want to come and have a talk about our man in the Nissan, of course. But Jimbo's cats prefer Chef, but of course they like Jimbo, and I think we've got Beachy there in the chat, mate. How you going?
Very well, thank you, mate. Thanks for having me again. I have an update for you. I have been on the blower to Jimbo, and he has not raced today because he does speedway racing. He's been out of state for the weekend, didn't get back until late this morning, and it was just a little bit late for him to join in today. But we are currently in discussion about running the beast at Coda.
Mate, I think you're a handsome man, and I am affectionately excited towards you. I think you've done a fantastic thing, because was he intending to race Coda himself, or was it because you may be helping him to make that decision?
He did say that he was struggling to find a teammate. He was happy to probably race today and possibly Coda on his own. So, as I say, we're currently in discussion about probably getting me up to speed a little bit more, and looking at possibly, depending on his racing commitments, to run the beast at Coda. Hopefully he is listening right now. Last time I spoke with him, he was listening to you gentlemen, and it's a wait and see at the moment.
Well, that's absolutely awesome, mate. You've done a fantastic thing. And Jimbo, if you are listening, you know I'm a fan, mate. We shouldn't have any favourites, but you're my favourite. You're in the skyline and you do a stonking job. So if you can get BT on, on side and get him as half as good as you are, mate. Just so you can go and have a bit of a rest and then come storming through the field later on, because that means you've only got to do not so much driving instead of all of the driving, which is absolutely fantastic. Bestie, one thing I like about you, mate, sure you're Australian, but mate, you get things done, and that you're a bit like me, pick up the phone, make the conversation, don't just mull and ponder. That's brilliant.
No, thank you very much. Like I said earlier, I have a lot of time for Jimbo. Jimbo's been a great help to me. We jump on a few other different games together, and we have a little bit of fun. So, I'm down in Victoria, Jimbo's up in Queensland, but he's turned out to be a great mate and a good friend. So, I'm happy to support him if we can put the car on the track at Coda.
Oh, mate, well, we're happy to support you guys. Well, I'm happy to support you. These other two plebs, I'm not quite sure. They don't know what a good skyline is, so, they jump in other cars. But, look, I really, really appreciate you, mate. And all I can say is thanks for the action. Thanks for getting off your, and getting the job done. And I certainly am rooting for you guys to be out there in Coda and in America. And, you know, you haven't had to travel to Belgium today, but we appreciate that you're there in spirit, and so too Jimbo. Hats off to you, mate, and hope your real-time racing in the Speedway was brilliant last night, and the car's in good shape. And hey, even just from a little bit of an aside in the chat, just let us know how he goes and what he does, because you know it's like with Lewis, the co-commentator here, who's, you know, a real Oceania champion in the BMX bike riding. It's nice to hear what the real people do and their real real riding and real driving and all of that sort of stuff too, mate. So it's, you know, it's just neat to hear about each other, and you know, pat him on the back and watch with interest.
No worries, gentlemen. I shall pass that on. Hopefully he is listening. But we didn't get around to discussing how they went last night, so it was more about what we could do with the Beast and Coda. So I will find out, and I will keep you guys in the loop with how he goes. And again, thank you very much for having me.
You're a rock star, mate. Absolutely on side. Thanks very much for popping into the chat. Great to hear from you. Great to hear that potentially Jimbo's going to be back on the track, and Beachy's going to jump in there and help him out, and you know, be in the silly seat and do. I'm sure you'll be fine too, mate. So hats off to you. There you go, Lewis. That's what it's all about, mate. You didn't have to sit here commentating. You could have just got someone to sub in for you and do your driving, mate. What are you doing?
yeah, absolutely. Oh well.
You could have just signed. Someone could have just. Beachy could have signed in as you, and then Lewis would be out. She'd be out there doing it. No, that's that's fantastic, isn't it?
Be a bit odd if Lewis was talking or commentating and racing, you know. Wouldn't it? But no, it's great. It's awesome to hear about Jimbo and his Speedway as well. I love watching it. I get down the Bay Park in Tauranga a fair bit, and see it all happening as we're coming into looks like the next round of pit stops. We've got Twitchy in, Norm's in.
Wow, this is the big one. This is Guy Barber Twitchy. Now, this is going to be interesting. Yeah, I'm glad we jumped onto this one. Thanks, Mr. Producer, because the question is he going to stay behind the wheel, Twitchy? Now, we have seen some interesting strategies playing out. I've got this feeling in the back of my tiny little brain that they might be leaving Twitch in on this one, and then do a bit of a driver change at the last one. We'll see how he's feeling, because it hasn't been an awful long stint there for Twitchy in this particular one there, Lewis. So, but again, they're playing the strategies very, very well. They'll do this pit stop and potentially one more, and possibly, well, whether they'll get to the end on the gas, I don't know. 2 hours 43. That's probably pushing the old Mercedes for only a two-stopper, isn't it, from here on in?
Yeah, well, what you need an hour 20. It's going to have to be quite a conservative run through to the end. It's a good question whether Twitchy or McEwen is going to be in this next stint. I can't put an exact number on that, or I guess it'd be McEwen from you know how they've been alternating, but it could very well be Twitchy. That's right. As that the gap between Captain Muffin and Twitchy, so Matt's in the top of the car. The gap I saw before they got into the pit was 38 seconds. So I think, you know, no matter what they do, that they've got a bit of room to, you know, make a mistake or make an error or two on the calculations, or, you know, around a couple corners, and also just take it easier on the way back to the line.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it? I suppose it really does come down to what their strategy is, and just watching the cars come back out on to the track. It still says Twitchy, and I don't know why, but I thought they were going to leave Twitchy in there behind the wheel if he's comfortable, and that's exactly what they've done. They're going to run him for another session. Now, this is easy to do, easy to say, I should say, jolly hard to do, so we'll see how it's going to play out there for them at the moment. But he has come back out onto the strip, and you're not going to be surprised at this by any stretch of the imagination, still in front of Matt Donetti, the Apple man, in the 56 car there. So just waiting for the timing system to catch up and give us an exact difference between them, because like you said, a little bit of a grass tracking moment there inside the left-hander. No harm, no foul. Cars back on the track. But yeah, we'll see what it all was, because it was quite a distance ahead. Now, of course, obviously the race leader is Muffin in the 5 car, but we'll go back to Nitro and the Mercedes in second place, and then Mint Matt in third. But this is a great job that the 726 car, sorry, then of course a Morton Nick in the 369 in fourth place, but that the Mercedes is still in fourth place and making a lap pass. Oh, good room being left there from that car that he's had a go at, which is cool. But yeah, this is certainly going to be very, very important. Question though is how fresh is Twitchy? We know the experience the guy brings to the table. I mean, it's unbelievable the amount of accolades that Guy Barber actually has, or Twitchy. So Have they done the right thing? I don't think there's really any doubt in that matter at all. And once these pit stops all play out there, Lewis, it's probably going to quite comfortably say that 726 car, as it sits at the moment, bar any drama, is going to stay the race leader. But the cars in front, they have got, what, 20 odd seconds, 30 odd seconds, 40, just trying to work it out, about 30 something seconds there, which we know was the lead that the 726 car had. Plus, when the pit stops play out, it's going to put 726 firmly back in the lead at the moment. Now, this is hard for Matt, because at the end of the day, it's not Matt, sorry, you know, the co-driver, he's going to be hard for him to sit back and watch this one with interest, because he's been out of the seat an hour already. You know, Twitchy's doing a fantastic job, and now it's going to be a case of you know, having to sit out another session. How does that get into your head though? I mean, can you stay focused and no problems, or what do you reckon's going on?
You'll find that Matthew McEwen's actually in the car. The name's only updated after the first sector. So yeah, so Twitchy looks like he might have the run to the end. I'm not too sure on how exactly they're going to do it. I think with the driving time available, Matthew McEwen might be able to get to the line on these last two stints. But yeah, it's definitely a big mental game doing 2 stints, 2 hours. You know, and just being able to keep fresh, keep alert. You know, having lap cars to deal with through all that as well, and maybe even a battle or two depending where you are on the track. It can get very stressful. As we see, yeah, we've still got the four cars ahead of Matt McEwen to pit before we see the true times. But what I'm noticing here is that the gap from Matthew, sorry, yeah, we've got 2 Matts, Matt McEwen and Matt Donetti. Gap's only 37.6, and I believe before the pit stop, because Matthew's been on, sorry, I'll go last name, so that makes it a lot easier. So many Matts around here, eh? Yeah. Well, yeah, so Donetti, he was the first to pit, and he's put on a good time. It's 37-second gap to Matthew McEwen now, which is actually smaller, less of a gap than Nitro was. No, sorry, what Captain Muffin was. So we may see a Donetti holding on to the 2nd place overall after the pit stops are done. Or we may even see Jesh pop out right behind him, ready to pounce. And as well as that Nitro, you know, he's only 3 seconds behind. He's obviously lost a little bit there to Captain Muffin at the end of the stint, but he's going to be right in the battle too. I think we're looking into a good...
Yeah, quite possibly. Apologies there for obviously saying that...
As well, just jump into the pits. And Simon may get back into the car, may not, because remember he did the first 2 stints, so maybe Matt's on the next 2. Have been through 1 already. Is it 2, 3? Oh man, I can't even believe that it's been what 3.5 hours. It's been such a blur, really.
Yeah, it just happened so fast, didn't it? Yeah, sorry, okay, again, apologies for going on about that. Twitchy was still behind the wheel. I've just been told that it takes a while for the names to actually update on the screen that I've got, and I don't quite have the same wheel. It's a little bit one of those things, but yeah, in actual fact, the 56 car there is... we'll get it right eventually, shall we? It's Matt McEwen. Like you say, there's so many Matts. I'm going through the screen wrongly there. Matt McEwen in the 726 car. Twitchy's out of the machine. That is the car there. We've got that right. And so we are waiting for the lead to come back to this car, because at the moment Muffin in the Aston and Nitro in the Mercedes and Morton Nick in the Mustang are ahead of this car by the virtue that they still have a pit stop to do to catch up to the amount of pit stops done for this car. Now, strategy is a big thing in this one. And one thing that was done very well at Kyalami a few weeks ago, or more than a few weeks ago now, was the Aston Martin of the 5 car. Mr. Producer, we could jump up to the lead car at the moment, car number 5. These guys were absolutely strategically perfect, and there was no other way to say it at Kyalami, how they managed to actually pull themselves out of a pretty competitive situation to come through and not quite dominate, but by crikey, they came through and did some fantastic things. So I would not say that they've still got a pit to go by any imagination or any fluke. This is what these guys do. They've had an awful long time to prepare here at Spa. They know the track very, very well. They know what's required. I wouldn't say, I'm not for a second saying you're wrong, Lewis. I'm not saying that, you know, that the 726 won't come through and take the win, or the 1 car's in with a chance. All I'm saying is don't take your eyes off the 5 car, because this is going to be very, very thorough on the way they are, and they're very strategically spot on. So hopefully their race is going so jolly well. But yeah, it is a cracking bit of motorsport we've got there. From the other point of the equation too, is that, you know, in the 3 hours and 25 minutes that we've been going, we have driven almost equivalently the distance to Wellington. We're 86 laps in of a 7K circuit. So we literally have driven from Auckland to Wellington, which is a nearly an 8-hour trip in 3 hours and 25 minutes. And from the Australian point of view, I honestly can't give you that, but it is an immense amount of mileage. It's 660 kilometres plus on the road, which takes you 8 hours. They've done that pretty much here on the circuit. So that's outstanding stuff there, Lewis, and it's all to play for here at the moment. Now we start asking the question about pit strategy. I've said about Buffon, and we know how good these guys are on their strategy, how Kyalami played out. When do you think, Lewis, and I'm going to get you to put on your crystal ball here a little bit, when do you think that the Aston, the Mercedes and the Ford are likely to come in and pit? I mean, I know that we had 20-minute difference between the first round of pit stops. Not quite the same with the second round. This is the third round of pit stops. When do you reckon those other... In fact, should we say that if we can jump onto the second place 75 car there, please, producer, because here comes the Mercedes. Nitro's coming to the pits.
Yeah, so for the Mercedes, it's an easy guess. I think it's this lap from where he's driving. That's definitely the pit lane. For the Ford and for the Aston, I've been noticing they've been stretching out their pit stops. So I'm thinking they're on the 4-stop strategy. And they're going to chop out a whole extra stop than needed, which will pay dividends later on down the line. It's hard to say, isn't it, mate? I think they got another good 15 minutes. I haven't been clocking exactly. Oh, sorry. There you go. Then again, I'm wrong. Morton Nick has just come into the pits of the Ford. But I believe that Captain Muffin will be staying up for a little bit more of the time. But yeah, looking at that, I might be wrong again.
Oh, it's not about being wrong, mate. I mean, all we can do is a hypothesis, which is an intelligent guess, really, at the end of the day. But I honestly believe this car on screen, you know, they won't be the fastest car on the track. They don't have the purple sector against their name like the one car does, the BMW down currently in 6th place. But I think strategically, this will be a very, very strong result for them, because there's something about this team, and there's something about the results that these guys get. And just FYI, the 726 car is up to 2nd place now, 50 seconds behind this Aston Martin now. So this car, when it comes into pit, and it is an awful long pit stop. I haven't actually timed how long the pit stops are myself. I don't know if you have, Lewis, or maybe if Matt, you can let us know in the background there whether or not they've they're doing it. But that's a very, very long time transiting the pit, plus of course the mandatory tyres and fuel that you need to chuck on these things. But it is one of the longer pits, if not the longest pit of the series. So we'll have to wait and see how it all goes. But yeah, we have been told there in the chat that we got, they're looking at doing a 4-stopper. That is going to be absolutely phenomenal, which means quite some distance away for them to before they come in and pit another time, Lewis. Because if they come in and pit now, that means they're going to do one more stop on 2 hours and 30 minutes, and quite simply that won't work.
Yeah, no, they can't get to the end, of course. The big question is, I think it's between 2 stops and 3 stops left to go. Maybe even a shorter stop if you're going for those 3. It's been a while since I raced here. I'd love to give you all the information that I have, but that's all I have. Yeah, I'm not too sure at all. But yeah, Captain Muffin's chugging along at a nice speed. I think they'll stay out for a little bit longer. And this pit lane, it's definitely the longest out there. It's less of a timer. You might need a calendar to find out how long it takes to get through there.
Well, we just thank you by the magic of the chat box. We've actually just been told it's around about 90 seconds. That is an awful long time when you're out there doing what is it, 40 kilometres an hour, I think you guys do. 40 kilometres an hour for 92 seconds, we've just been told. So there we go, it's just gone even longer. So how long is 90 seconds when you're putting along in first gear, you know, and you're worrying that you're going to drop down through the results, as we all know. So now we've had a pace of the leaders. They weren't the fastest car on the track, and it's exactly what we're seeing here at Spa again. I'm not saying they're going to win it. I'm certainly not going to go and throw that into the ring. But what I am saying is that at the moment, of the top 8 cars, they are the only car still with 2 pit stops yet to do. And if you are right in saying that they're going to be, you know, going through a 4-stopper with that, you know, they've already only had 2 stops. Yeah. So they are going to try and stretch us an hour 15 on their gas. And that's exactly what they're going to have to do as the race leader comes into the pits. So that is a huge amount of saving in fuel for them. And if they can do it, Lewis, they're going to save a pit stop. And as Isaac Foggers just said, that's going to save them 92 seconds for a pit stop, which is 67% of a lap. So when it comes down to that, if they get back after their last pit stop and they can save a pit stop, being on the track, they gain 67% of a lap, or 92 seconds. That is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it's it'll be really impressive to see them pull this off. Obviously the championship leaders for a reason, and this is the stuff they do, you know, and this is why they're ahead, and they just have an extra leg on the competitors for sure. I think Jay should be heading back in, and Captain Muffin's done a very well job of the last, what, 2.5 hours in this car. Beautiful Aston Martin, isn't it? I know you're a Nissan guy, but I love the look of the Astons.
No, look, mate, I am a Nissan guy, but I'm a person that pats the back on the team, or the person that does the best they possibly can. The other thing too, mate, look, let's also hit a little bit of discussion coming through about the driving standards in the earlier couple of hours of racing. Just to point out too, every time there was contact, it didn't need to happen. 100%, yes, right. But did you see the drivers address it themselves like adults, you know, instead of like silly children? And that's what I like about this class. These drivers, they say, I made a mistake, mate, sorry about that. I'll sit here and wait for you to get back on the track and get going. I will address it myself, not wait for race control to make me do a drive-through. Could you imagine what's it going to cost you for addressing the situation? 10 seconds? If you do a drive-through, we just found out it was going to cost you 92 seconds. So there's a little bit of common sense, isn't it? Even if the person struggles to get back on the track and get going, it's a little bit smart when it comes down to that. And of course, you know, with this the way that the cars have been, you know, working on these different strategies, it does tell you why some of the other cars are scampering, where the other you know, some of the others aren't quite so fast, but they're trying to, you know, really save their machines. So at the moment, well, it is Matt McEwen in the 726 car. This is the 56 car at the moment in second place, and the gap is 40 seconds. 40 seconds, that is a huge amount of real estate between the two of them. And now it's going to come down to strategy, because I think these lead cars are still going to have to pit twice, whereas it's looking very likely that the Aston's only going to have to pit, well, this is the 5-car Aston, is only going to have to pit once. So the car on screen, which is the Apple man Matt Donetti in the 56 car there, who is currently in second place, 40 seconds back behind the race leader, and that's Matt McEwen in the 726 car. All the Matts are out there in force. There's no doubt, of course, Monkey Matt helping us out there behind the scenes, our producer, our intrepid commentator, and person with the brain. He's doing a cracking job, but we've got lots of Matts on the track, and that's what we want to see. So we'll see how this one plays out. But 2 hours and 26 minutes to go, and I'll tell you what, there's far too much racing still to come to even start to wonder about it. But I'll tell you what, Mr. Producer, would you mind if we could just jump through the results again from top to bottom? I'll do the top 10, and then we'll get Lewis to jump in and do the next cars to the bottom. And let's talk about who's leading the race at the moment. We haven't quite purified all our pits. There's still a few pit stops to happen in the lower ranks, but the top what, 7 or 8 cars already have pitted. So let's talk about the 726 car. Here is Matt McEwen back behind the wheel of the beautifully again, we talk about the car has hardly got a mark on it, it's hardly got any dirt on it, it's just something about the leading car, it seems to be clean. There's our race leader in the AMG Mercedes. In second place, we'll go down to car number 56, here he comes, and it is the Apple man, Matt Donetti, doing a cracking job in the BMW, the car 56 on the track. Let's jump down to third, which is Geesh in the Aston Martin. Look at that car go! It's got someone to play with at the moment, which is just adorable. But that's Geesh doing a cracking job in 05. And I'll tell you what, if I was a gambling man, I would say you wouldn't want those odds to go too far away. Let's go to fourth place there, and that is the 75 car. Here comes the mighty old Mercedes-Benz in his second now. There he is. A little bit shy there for a second. This is starting to become quite a closely fought thing, fourth and fifth, because that is 75 in fourth place there. And that's Al Dusty it is, of course, and this is fifth place. There is the one car, and who's back behind the wheel still? Mint Matt doing the job in the BMW, double stint there for Mint Matt in the BMW. So that's our top 5 taken care of. Can we jump down to the McLaren in position number 6? Noodles, you can't be angry with someone called Noodles, can you? In the BCG2 car, and that is the McLaren currently in 6th place, 12 seconds back to the next spot. Number 7, coming lucky number 7. Here comes the mighty old Mustang car 369. And who's back behind the wheel of 369? Well, it's Jimmy Matchin, of course, and the TTR West, them and their letters and names, doing a great job in 7th place. 20 seconds back behind Noodles there, so a little bit of real estate to make up. Then we'll jump down to 8th place there, which is the PRT3 car in the first of the Ferraris in Diswood. Remember, Diswood in 8th place is doing a Herculean effort, driving all by his little lonesome. No one wants to play with Diswood at the moment of the 102 car, but I'll tell you what, everyone will want to play with him after this, because this kid can drive. He's doing a great job. 8 hours in, and 3.5 hours in position number 8, so great job. 25 seconds back to the 7th place car. Position number 9, the one is the position 9, should be 77. Where's the, here he comes, here's the Mustang, and that's the 77 car there of Markwood and the QTR car in the 9th place. So that's a pretty good place to be in at the moment with just under 2.5 hours to go. And I'll round out the top 10 from my side is the BCG3 car number 96. There he is. And Jimothy Payload in the 96 car there in the Ford Mustang, with the car looking again clean and tidy. Actually doesn't look too beaten up, too scratched and too scraped, so that's good for them in the Dark Horse GT3 Ford Mustang. That's the top 10 there, Lewis, if you want to take over for the 11th place car.
Yeah, here we go. We're got our boys, the Hooncorp lads, Hooncorp 1 and 2, going respectively 11th and 12th. Nath is in the car for Hooncorp 2, and they're second in class, and Akintosh is sitting in 4th after a bit of struggle before with a bit of front end damage. Running pretty close together on track as well right now. And Dask is coming into that last hairpin for TTR East from 13th, and he's been through a few stops as well. They've got one more mandatory to go, but obviously they'll need a bit more than one. Stone Harbour for the PRT1 Ferrari, he's sitting at 14th. Down there is Randall for Cactus Racing 5, coming into the pits in the Porsche, all the fours, and that will be the second to last mandatory pit stop with Freelix. Hooncorp 3, you know, just the silent achievers. I'll say it again, they're doing mighty fine. They've been staying out of trouble. They've been chugging along, and yeah, they've got some pit stop swap front and back as well with Gordo stuck in the pits now. For his stop as well, with Bert Wheeler just making a pass there on Gordo. Maybe not with the laps. Depends on what, but 787 of the Porsche ignition. They're in 18th at the moment, and rounding it off with Gridline in the back of Ballarat. He's doing a mighty job too.
Yeah, good work there, mate. And of course, Gordo there for some reason got 17 on the car, 76 on our screen, but that's okay. We worked it out. We're discombobulated, but we're a happy bunch. And let's jump back to the 5th place car there. There is the 75 car there at the moment, Al Dusty, and the Defy Motorsport Mercedes-Benz. There's something about these AMG Mercs. They just do a fantastic job. They sound the part, and like I said earlier on this afternoon, New Zealand time. Yesterday I was lucky enough to be out at the Australian GT3 teams, which had come over to New Zealand and put them all on the line, and you know what, I was really impressed, and the person who actually impressed me the most, I'll be fair, and I don't know if there are a lot of the guys who know real-time GT3 racing, but it's a controversial driver, but was very, very impressive yesterday, and I mean on the merits of their driving ability, was actually Renee Gracie in the LDR8. And if you know the story of Renee Gracie, she really is a very good race car driver, doing a little bit of an interesting part-time job, but taking that out of the equation, the driving standards from her was absolutely fantastic, and I was actually well impressed with her. And that's one thing too, Lewis, we're not seeing any Audis on the field here at the moment, because I thought the old R8 was quite the car, and yesterday, from what I saw at Hampton Downs, it was a very, very quiet achiever car. They were, well, not quiet, they were going for it, and they were doing particularly well, but we don't see any Audis on the track here today.
Yeah, it's definitely fallen out of trend. I don't mind myself in the Audi and the ACC. It's quite a comfortable car with the MR engine, and it's real solid. It's pretty similar to the McLaren actually. It's surprising. There's no one on the grid, and it might be a problem with the balance of performance. It might be a little bit lacking around track at this kind of aspect with the long straights at Spa-Francorchamps. But I don't think it's anything towards it. You know, it's a great car. It's just fallen out of trend recently.
Yeah, it's just you have your times. I suppose every car has their season. I mean, if I had my way, they'd have at least 2 or 3 Skylines out there. The Audi was very, very quick, and yesterday, and I'm sure it would do quite well as we see the light board pop up there for Markle. Looks like the Mustang's coming in for service as well to get their third pit stop out of the way. And you know, these cars, if they've done so well with just the 2 pit stops so far, it certainly bodes well for the drivers. In actual fact, just looking, I'm not going to jump on board with Markle just yet though, but that's the Mustang that's actually got their way through to 2 hours 18 minutes left to go, 3 hours 42 gone. They've only done 2 pit stops. That's actually blooming impressive, isn't it? And now the third one getting done, so they've done particularly well to get that car, you know, as far as they have on as little juice and all that sort of stuff. So well done there to them. They may be, I'm not sure they'll be a dark horse, but let's not forget that the gain by not doing an extra pit stop that looks like the top cars are going to have to do will be, you know, quite significant. And in that breath too, I noticed too the 5 car. In fact, Mr. Producer, we just jumped back on board with the third place 5 car there. This is the Geesh car. It's not that far behind, you know, in the grand scheme of things. Bear in mind, we believe they've potentially got a pit stop up their sleeve. This is actually looking very, very good for car 055 on the screen. So we'll see if that is indeed going to play out the way we think it is there, Lewis. But if it is, and they can literally pull a rabbit from a hat, you know, in strategy-wise, which is exactly what they did at Kyalami. I don't think they did the same thing at Bathurst or Silverstone, because I think weather was a big factor, whereas Kyalami was a dry race. And on that note, just looking at the weather forecast for the next 30 minutes, we still have good weather. We have optimum track conditions, which is absolutely fantastic. So, Lewis, you know, it's one of those things, isn't it? When you start a race like this, they would have been conserving fuel, and I know that sounds easy, but just explain to us, how do you conserve fuel when you're racing a car with your foot flat to the floor?
Yeah, there's many different ways you can do it. Some people decide to fuel map. Some people bit of a lifted coast into corners. Some people also short shift the car, not revving it up all the way. I prefer the short shifting method, but there's times where I mix all 3 into the equation, or you know, do a bit of lifting and coasting and a bit of short shifting. It's there's different methods for different tracks and different situations. Yeah, obviously Geesh is doing the best of it here. I'm really impressed with them. And like you were saying, we have not seen any rain here, which is a big turnaround. I did a Spa race here for AUSNZ in 2023, and we went through the wars of rain. I think we had about 3 different spells throughout the whole thing, and that was in the NSX, which we also don't have any of here today. But now the temperatures dropped down a little bit. The wind sort of raised only a kilometre, so nothing too serious. Not many changes. It's been a good day at the races.
Well, we put the commentator's curse, or Matt Monkey Matt, he actually put the, I might blame him because he was, we were watching a fantastic race until all heck broke loose when, when he started opening his mouth about how great it was and everything. Monkey Matt's sometimes so annoying. Anyway, but are we going to put the commentator's curse on the weather? Because it is absolutely glorious. It's been fantastic for 3 hours and 45 minutes. We've got 2 hours 15 to go, and we can't control it. None of the admins have control of the weather, by the way, just for those that are listening. If you're not sure if the weather, if we say anything, the weather's going to change. We have no say. It's a completely random thing. It could be 6 perfect hours. It could be 4 perfect hours and absolute muck to come after that. All we get is a 30-minute update on what's likely to happen, and there's no sign of any rain with optimum conditions. So that's certainly what we hope is going to be the case. But like we saw at Bathurst in Australia not that long ago, absolutely fantastic when a little bit of moisture was thrown in. Let's have a look at this 11 car there doing the business. A little lock up on my screen for some reason. There we go. And this is the TTR East car. So it looks like they're in good shape at the moment. They're back in 13th place. Now, we saw them actually really starting to become a force to be reckoned with earlier on, this afternoon's racing tonight's this racing. But at the moment, they are languishing by their earlier standards in 13th place here. And this is what can happen. But they've got another Mustang there for company as well.
Yeah, it's
not quite sure. Sorry, mate. I should have actually thrown at you a little bit better than that, but not quite sure why they've dropped down. Don't know if you saw any majors. They had a drive-through and some little bit of damage, but I thought they'd be a bit stronger.
Yeah, well, they had that drive-through earlier, which did not help too much. They've been crawling back since that. A big thing that I've just seen come through. I was just sort of caught in awe by that, but car 5 is currently 40 seconds up behind the race lead, but with that pit stop up their sleeve, they should come out with a 45-second race lead. That is big. That's mega for them.
That's very good calculations, man. I don't know how you work this sort of stuff out. It's almost like you're reading them off the chat screen. But and one thing about the two Mustangs we can see at the moment, didn't actually pick up on it at the time. It's a battle for position between the QTR Bits of Missing Mustang and the TTR East. So Bits of Missing and Darsk having a good old scrap there. There's Darsk in the 11 car. Bits of Missing at the front. And well, how much do you want it, boys? How much do you want? 12th or 13th place at the moment, and they're battling like there's a championship on the line, and that's what it's all about. Absolutely fantastic. We're going to be 2 hours and 13 minutes left to go. They don't care about that. They want to get it done. They want to show who's got the the bigger brake pedal, so to speak. There, the battle of the American tanks as they come through the hard action through the chicane, the bus stop, and goes past what used to be the old start-finish in the meantime, though, with a little bit of a flash on the screen there, but we jump back there and watch this little battle unfold. Is it over? I would say not, because I don't think 77 wants to be down there in 13th place there. Bits of Missing saying, yeah, nice pass here. Darsk will come back and have a crack at that one. But the other one too, when we did flash with the 137 car, I'm not actually sure what happened to Nismo there in the Aston, but they were a little bit further up the field earlier on. They were in the top 10 and dropped down to 11th, so whether we missed something, that's happened without us seeing it.
Yeah, he had a moment at, I'm just looking through the replay again, I missed it as well, but he had a moment at Radion. Oh yeah, and he's just tagged the wall as well, so he had a bit of rear damage from behind that. Ended up facing the wrong way as well at the end of it, so it took a while to get around safely. Back going now, but I'm not unsure on the extent of how bad that damage is. It was a pretty good whack to the rear quarter of the car.
Yeah, I'm actually in the same building as those guys running that car dubbed through, and Nismo and Nath in the same rig, but I'm staying well out of that. I'll keep my door shut.
Probably a bad time to go check them out, eh?
Yeah, I didn't hear any yelling and screaming, so hopefully it's not too bad. But hey, 11th's okay. We've still got over 2 hours to go, and one thing about them, they don't mind playing the long game as well. So hopefully it's nothing too dramatic there with these boys, and you know them pretty well. They're fairly level-headed. They get a bit, fired up like everybody, but nothing too silly. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's been great to see the conditions here, favouring good driving, and also I am still impressed with the driving standards here at with the AUSNZ team, and that's what it's all about. If want to get out there and bash and crash, you're in the wrong series. But if you want to come and be part of COTA in 4 weeks' time, I think it's 4th and 5th of December, then certainly welcome to pop in there and get your entries in. And same as our old mate before earlier on there, hopefully with Jimbo, will be great to see that car back on the track as well. Certainly be a welcome addition to to round out the season of the AUSNZ Series there, Lewis. So yeah, really going quite well, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. And from that crash as well, Nismo he didn't actually lose any places at all. He's been on fire this whole day, and that gap that he's built has helped him not lose that much after all. And if you look back to the 11th behind for class, that is Dask and overall, they're actually a bit of a battle pack forming up here. I believe there's one blue flag car. Oh no, maybe a car ahead of them, but we might have a bit of a battle on our hands soon. Like after all this constant lapping, and you're battling the timing, screening against everyone. You're finally going to get some wheel-to-wheel action.
Yeah, it's quite strange, isn't it? Because I don't quite get the timing on it. Sometimes it shows that there's 2 laps between the next car, and then all of a sudden it shows 20 seconds or something like that.
Yeah.
But hey, it's they're doing a better job than I am with my ichrometer, so I'm happy with that. But but just for us, saying the distance is this and that and the other, and then all of a sudden it's not 2 laps, it's like 20 or 30 seconds. You think, okay, well, that's fine. But nonetheless, it's great to see them still circulating around the track, and we've still got 19 cars going around the circles here at Spa there as well. And I also see a couple of cars have actually completed all 4 stops, so they are further down in the ranks there. The 14th place Ferrari and 18th place Aston Martin. But just goes to show, different strategies they're playing out for different drivers, and watching with interest how the 5 car goes. But look at this, like you said there's certainly they may not all be on position. There might be a lap or 2 difference between some of these cars, but isn't it great to see the cars all getting out there and still wanting to do the big circles, and they need to keep their car going. And that is a beautifully turned out little 100 car there, the Ferrari. They certainly have their issues, and that's Stone Harbour behind the wheel of it. But good on them for keeping it going, no matter how badly placed you are in the field at the moment. If someone has a dropout, bang, that could change things, and that could change things for your respective championship. Lewis, remind us, we're not just running for first across the checkered flag here, but there's actually 3 classes up for contention, isn't there?
Absolutely, yeah. There's 3 classes. One's Pro, Pro-Am, and Am. And easier to see in terms of the colours. White's Pro, Grey is Pro-Am, and red is Am. And it's all still for keeps for everyone. If the Pro at the front of the grid, there's 4 of them. Old Dusty, he's doing great. Him and for the Defy Motorsport, they're doing an excellent job today. But like Jimmy Matchin and Disford, we got Disford coming to the pits now. He's on his third stop now. So he's probably the last to pit out of everyone. Very impressive from the solo driver. As well as that, we got the 3 AM guys on track. 11th, 12th, and 13th. A bit of a gap between them at the moment, but it could all come down and change, especially with the safety car looming, if there is an incident, I don't want to be the one to curse it, it'd make it a lot more interesting, for sure, especially with some people not have done stops and some other people have, they could change up the whole order, for sure.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing. Look, we all say we don't want to see it, but at the end of the day, it's a little bit of bloodlust in motorsport. We don't mind seeing the crashes. We go, oh, poor guy had a crash, but inside we're going, oh, he had a crash. It's one of those different things. But and of course, what they say in real-time racing is exactly the same. What happens in sim racing? What is it? Safety cars breed safety cars, and yeah, it would be nice if we don't have to have one. I don't think we had one at Kyalami from memory. I know we did at Bathurst, but I don't think we had a safety car at Kyalami. I stand corrected. And that was a 4-hour race, which was absolutely stonking. They did a fantastic job. So, and so far, touch wood and, sing songs and all that sort of carry on. We're just on nearly 4 hours completed. So, it is a credit, absolute credit to the drivers we've got there behind the wheel. So fantastic to be part of this when we're seeing these guys all get a fair crack of the suck of the slab or crack of the pie, whatever you want to call it. I'm not quite sure what the Aussies say, but to be fair, as a Kiwi, we're not really sure about what the Aussies say most of the time. But they do a great job, and there's some really good pace in their drivers as well. So looking forward to seeing it go. Just watching the young fellow at the moment, the 137 car there, the second of the Hooncorp cars. And that car was actually quite a distance ahead of the first of the Hooncorp cars. There's actually one spot ahead there, and that's about 13 seconds ahead, which was 37 with Ikatosh behind the wheel. So they look virtually identical. In fact, Mr. Producer, if we can jump up one spot to the 10th place car, that was just coming to the pits. There we go. Good timing. And Ika coming in there for a pit stop. Now this is their 4th pit stop there for the Aston. So whether it's a pit strategy that's different between them or whatever the case may be, but great to see. And I think we're not too far away from bringing the banana boy back, the big monkey. So we might have Monkey Matt coming in very soon there. But Lewis, we have just about completed 4 hours while Monkey's about to get himself all preened and comb his hair. I mean, we're not too far away from kicking off 4 hours, mate. Does it feel to you like we're 4 hours in? Because it sure as eggs doesn't to me. Absolutely
not. No, if you're not watching the time, it's going by fast. I'm almost sad, We've gone through 2/3 of the race, and it's coming down to the serious time. And everyone's pit stops are going to start working out, and their strategies are going to start changing. Positions and such, especially for G, which we need to keep an eye on. And the other boys coming, which is expected to be soon. But it's been a great day. I've enjoyed this. Thanks for having me along, to come and have my voice and my thoughts of how it's all going. It's been an absolute pleasure to be alongside you and Matt as well.
It's been good to have you, mate. And don't think your job's finished any time yet, mate. If you're not safety carring and if you're not adminning too much because the driving seems to have cleaned itself up, then we'll definitely be having you back a little bit later on. I might go for a cup of tea and the lie down myself in a little while, but in the meantime, good to go. Happy to keep this one going because it really is starting to get on the edge of the seat. And can you believe it? We've still got 2 hours and 3 minutes to go, and it feels like we're like 10 minutes into a 15-minute race. So I'm just going to do something real quick. I'm just going to grab Nismo because he's just come into the room there, mate. Hey, tell us what's going on with 137 very quickly, because we saw you guys were ahead of 37. Now you guys are behind 37. Is the car okay? Did you have a problem?
Yeah, just absolutely stuffed it at Eau Rouge, so it happens. We just not too much damage, thankfully, and we'll just carry on, head down.
How's your strategy going for for fuel tyres, all that sort of stuff? Is you last thing like you wanted to do? Have you got something up your sleeve? Because we're watching the 5 car with interest. They have only done the 3 pit stops so far, and they're looking good to only do 1 more pit stop for the whole race. Are you guys going to go full duration on one, or did you have to come in twice?
Yeah, that's the goal. I think a bit of lift and coast, and just sort of trying to work a fuel number is the goal. It's a bit of in the air whether a safety car would help us or stuff us at the moment. But either or. It looks like it's been a pretty clean race. Everyone's well behaved, and happy with the driving standards on track. So we'll just keep pushing, keep to the numbers, and hopefully we come out the other end with a good result.
Well, if we do get a safety car, you blame Lewis Atkinson because he actually did the old commentator's curse on that one, mate. And of course, he's itching to get out there and drive the safety car very, very soon. But thanks for stopping by, mate. And Dub True's behind the wheel of the car. Obviously, you guys share the same rig, so that's why it still chased up with your name every time there's a driver change. So what's the plan? Who's going to drive to the end?
Well, if he can nail the numbers for this one, then I should be able to bring it home. But if not, then I guess he'll do a splash and dash.
Who put it into the wall at La Rouge? You?
No, that was Tim.
Oh, it was Tim. Okay, I was going to say that was you, mate. You're off the drop. You can do the last 2 hours. Hey, thanks for popping in and seeing us, mate. Hopefully it's going well for you guys, and we'll see the rejoicing at the end, I'm sure, in 2 hours' time.
Yeah, still got a long way to go. We'll see how we go. Cheers.
Right, mate. That's Nismo Nathan Howe, my son, in actual fact. I don't think I've actually said that so far today. It's just nice that he's actually popped in with. You don't look too upset about things. You're pretty happy, top down. You're pretty happy. Not on the head. Yeah, good stuff. All right, though. Great to have you on board there, Lewis. And like I say, don't go too far. And I think we might have Monkey Matt back to jump in behind the wheel of the microphone while Lewis goes and has a cup of tea. And Monkey Matt, how have you been not saying words for the last hour or so? Because one thing we know about you, you talk as much as I do.
There we go, we'll get myself back in here. Yes,
Here we go.
I have been saying plenty of words behind the scenes. I just had the microphone turned off as the secret. So there was a few moments there where I was screaming and shouting. I've actually seen a couple of drivers have been running wide on occasion, just in the background in some of our shots. So I wonder if like track limits might still play a role towards the end of the race. We've seen a couple of cars have drive-throughs already, and they're gonna have to keep on top of it, because if they go off the track more than 3 times and they do pick up that automatic drive-through, the game is monitoring it strictly, and it's not even up to the admins. It's not up to a human decision. It's just going to be instant. If you get that wrong, it'll cost you, and we've talked about how long that lane is. It takes a while to get through there, so that'll cost you a lot of time if you end up making those mistakes.
Yeah, it does. It very, very much does. And that's the thing. Once you've made a mistake, it's very hard to undo that mistake, isn't it? And you don't want to be that guy. I mean, I thought Nismo actually put the thing in the wall, to be fair, but it is what it is. And the thing is too, you don't cry about it. You just get on with it, because if you spend too much time reflecting, then what's the point of that? Just get on and do the job. And how many drivers have we seen now just about knocking the door of the top 10 that had horrible first sessions and all of that? They just said, just dust ourselves up, get back up. We've got a long way to go. And even what Nismo was saying, we have literally just crossed over the 4-hour mark now. We've got an hour 59 and 56 seconds to go. You just got to brush it off. You just got to get on with it and stop moaning and start and carry on driving. And on that note too, Matt, Monkey Matt. It's going to be Monkey Matt, mate. We've got too many Matts in the room. That's all it is. You have to start calling you Cyril or something. But on that note, what a terrible start for the one car, but look at them now. Look how well placed they are. Still in 4th place. Strong contention here. And I've got a feeling that they're trying to come back on this one. Matt's doing a double session after Sidog's double stint. So I know, and and we all know that Sidog will be batteries recharged. He won't make the same mistake twice. He certainly had a terrible start to it, but I've got a feeling we're going to see some very, very interesting finish there from the BCG team.
Yeah, they've had hard work in their race today, haven't they? 4 hours in now. It's been a lot of racing under their belt, but they've obviously had to keep pushing the whole time to try and close that gap. Now still 10 seconds behind Jish. We know that Jish is saving fuel. I do wonder, I didn't see the exact time that everyone else made their pit stops, but I wonder if a couple of these cars are now going to try and really stretch these last 2 stints, try and save that pit stop. Now that they've probably all realized just how long BSR1 stayed out there, they all will be working out, oh shoot, those guys have only got 1 stop left to go, thinking about can they adapt to try and match that, or are they going to get caught out? It's going to be an interesting one to see how it all unfolds at the end. Like you say, it's hard to look at the leaderboard and see the gap because they are just so big at the moment. Odin a long way back from Matt McEwen, who is leading out in front, and then a few closer gaps between the rest of these top drivers. And it's exciting as well that we've got that battle at the front that we're keeping an eye on. But you touched on it with different categories. Al Dusty has just been in top form, but TTR West with Matt Chen behind the wheel, they're not that far behind really, looking strong in 2nd place in the Pro-Am, and this would remarkably out there by themselves. I don't think I would survive 4 hours, but they're still going strong inside the top 10 and 3rd in their category as well, so potentially on for a podium. Not having a teammate, that would be quite the story.
Well, that's exactly right, and that's the thing. The podium is nice, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, that would be great, but we've got 3 different podiums here. We've got 9 actual prizes that matter, isn't it? So if the 19 cars still going around the track, 9 of them are going to get a podium of sorts, between Pro-Am and of course the M class. So really there's a huge amount here and huge amount of reasons to keep going, and that's what's exciting about the whole format the AUSNZ has. In sim racing, they're recognising the really good drivers, and we've got the cream has risen to the top. There's no doubt about that. But also recognising the really good driver who's got the not quite so good driver, and then there's the drivers who are just not as good. And there's no other way to say it, because if they were as good, they wouldn't be AM. The AM drivers, the way they learn is to rub shoulders with the Pro-Am and the AM and the Pro drivers. And that's what is so inclusive about this class, about the AUSNZ series, and we love to see it. I mean, I remember the old days because I'm 100 years old, watching the Bathurst and seeing when they used to have the Group A cars out there, and they also had they also had the Group N cars. And we love seeing that, and to a degree, that's what you've got here. And although the cars are similarly matched, the driving quality isn't, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but we've got 3 different levels of drivers, and that's outstanding. When you might have a really gun pro driver, but your AM driver sort of, isn't going to be as good because that's their job, not to be that good. Otherwise, they can't be a, pro and an AM and things like that. So it's pretty exciting, and we're showing that the format is very, very successful. There's plenty of formats out there in the sim racing world, but the AUSNZ series, the fact that Kiwis can play with with the Australians and enjoy doing so, and there's no love lost between us, of course, but by the same token, you're the first one to say, come on mate, get back on the horse, get back into it, let's get going, and it certainly has been great to watch. And here's another little battle. This is the 11 car there. This is Dask and the TTRS machine, and they started off with some trouble and with some dramas. No crying into their cornflakes. Got off their backside and got the job done. And currently the 11 car is in 11th place, which is quite apt, and doing a great job there for that machine. So it's a great situation, and we're certainly hoping that all the remaining cars don't have any more electronic dropouts, Monkey Matt, sorry, and everyone can get to the end.
Certainly hoping for that. It has been good so far. We have lost a few, unfortunately, to those dropouts we never want to see. We have had a few hard luck stories with a couple of incidents throughout the race as well. And one of the people behind the scenes who is in race control today and has been keeping an eye on those incidents, keeping an eye and keeping these drivers in line throughout the race. I believe we are joined by Isaac. Isaac, welcome into the booth.
Yeah, g'day Mac, g'day Mike, g'day everybody. It's been in race control today, a little bit different to my normal role. Usually I'm either driving a car or I'm in the commentary box, so another side of the aspect of endurance racing today, but it's been a good day. Don't want to jinx it because I know Lewis has already done that, but relatively quiet so far, which has made my job a lot easier.
Yes, exactly right. What have you made of the driving standards so far? I think there have been a few incidents already sent your way.
Yeah, we've had a couple incidents. There'll be 3 or 4 that we'll investigate post-race. We did hand out a drive-through earlier in the day to the car. It's actually on the screen at the moment, car 11. They made contact with car 100 up at turn 4 on the exit of Lake Hom, and that was deemed by the stewards as a heavy impact, a heavy contact, and we sent them with a drive-through as a result, and it's a bit of a slap on the wrist from us in race control. But we have got a couple incidents that we'll have to look at from here, but so far so good actually.
Yeah, hey, good to have you on board there with that keen eye, mate, and doing the job, and also being good to. We probably should have grabbed you earlier on to try and translate when you had some of the other drivers on, because I couldn't understand the word they were saying. But yeah, look, I think she started a little bit brutal. It's fair to say there was certainly a little bit of brains in the glove box sort of mentality from the racing by our standards, but certainly settled down, and we sort of put a lazy chocolate fish on the chance of a Moro bar in the first, or a safety car in the first hour. But, we've gone past 4 hours now, mate. It's past the commentator's curse. We've got nothing to do with anything that happens from here on in. But isn't it a great sight that not only is the racing fast, clean, a little bit of bump and scrape, but, to actually see it, with the perfect weather as well. Yeah, we just didn't expect that by any stretch of the imagination, did we?
No, it's been really the ideal race. It's been mostly tidy from all the drivers. There was elbows out, as you said, in the first couple of hours, but everyone's settled down a bit now, and the weather stayed really nice, partly cloudy with some sun. There was rain throughout practice all week, so everyone had been practicing, getting ready for what was going to be a wet race, and we've had no rain. Obviously, an hour and 52 minutes to go, so that's definitely still could happen. It's not out of the question, but in terms of a safety car, there's only about 52 minutes left in the day for a safety car to happen, because in that last hour, we won't call a safety car, so there's only a little bit of time left for anything like that to happen, but still plenty of time for some weather to play a factor. Maybe, we don't know. Could stay sunny.
Yeah, it could do, but strategy's a big part of this one as well, so let's hope that nothing happens that throws them out. But I've got a feeling that you've got an opinion on who's going to win the race. So let's just cut all the nonsense. Tell us who it is. What do you reckon and why?
I think based on the numbers, and obviously I'm a race control, so I'm absolutely 100% unbiased, but based on the numbers and what we've been looking at with who's where on fuel and stops, and I think you guys have touched on this as well, car number 5 is in an incredibly strong position to win this race. They've only got to serve one more stop, and then they're done. So in about half an hour's time, around about then, you'll see the number 5 car come back in, and that's it. Everyone else has to stop at least one more time before the end of this race. So there's a lot left to play for everybody. But I think at this stage, it looks like that number 5 car is the strongest. Do not count out the 56 car, though. Mazzanetti, he has got a lot of pace. He's over-pressured his tyres in this stint, so he's running a bit hot. Doesn't quite have the pace he's had earlier in the day. But keep an eye on that last stint, because you'll get those tyres right, and he'll be absolutely flying as well.
What have you done? You've just jinxed him. He just had to come into the pits for some remedy.
This will be a scheduled stop.
Well, it better be, I'll tell you. Otherwise, you'll have the ultimate commentator's curse, mate. You're even worse than Monkey Matt. But, no, I think you're quite accurate there, mate. Look, to be honest, the fastest car on the track so far, fastest lap time, is the 1 car. But these guys have done a outstanding job, haven't they? They really, really have. And even though the 726 car there, you know, it's got the crown jewels of drivers here behind the wheel at the moment. I think it's a little bit more than brutal pace. I think you're right. It's a bit of strategy. It's certainly about, you know, looking after the fuel and bringing those stops down. And yeah, you're right. We've sort of touched on that the 5 is looking very, very solid. But we'll see how this pit stop unfolds. And yeah, there is the 5 car, and this is potentially their race to throw away. Geesh at the moment behind the wheel. Captain Muffin is having his you know, cup of tea and slice of bagel. But we'll see how it goes. But you guys do see some interesting data up there. What have you seen as far as how it all goes? Where are the lap times trending? Are the guys are they anywhere near the qualifying pace we saw earlier on, or are they sort of a couple of seconds slower?
We're sitting at race pace with everybody sort of running, you know, fuel saving and trying to conserve to maximise their stint time. We're seeing drivers in about the 2-minute 20s, 2-minute 19s. The fastest laps at the moment are sort of towards that qualifying time. Like if I have a look at Mint Matt, his fastest lap of the race is a 2:18.6. So it's actually a relatively quick time from him, and he's pushing quite hard. But it's still not towards. We were seeing 2-minute 17s in the qualifying on Friday. So we were seeing relatively significantly faster times. So it's that fuel saving factor though, right? We've had, what is this, 4 and a bit hours now of green running. So it's been a good opportunity for everybody to try and think about strategy. And with this much green running, fuel saving is doing everybody absolute wonders, because that's where the track position is going to come in. How much time can you save to maybe maximise your stops and minimise what fuel you have to put in towards the end of this race?
Yeah, well said. That's absolutely bang on. Now, I'll just ask you, Monkey Matt, because I'm not going to do this Matt nonsense. Monkey Boy, is it when you actually do a practice for a race like this, and you've done, goodness knows, you've done enough enduros as well. I'm sure so too you, Isaac. But just for the sake of asking Monkey Matt, because he's got a funny accent. Monkey Boy, when you're practicing, are you able to practice a full stint on gas? I mean, do you go out there and set the car up as if it was race pace and see how long you can get on a tank of gas? And if so, how accurate is that to actual race pace itself?
Oh, you absolutely do want to try and practice that, and we've had during the weeks some practice sessions set up that drivers can jump into the actual server that we're going to have with the same settings and put a full fuel load on board their car and go out and see how long it lasts, do some testing. I talked to some drivers during the week as well, and they had some very precise numbers in terms of what their targets were on the fuel burn. So I think it was 3.95 litres per lap. One of the drivers was aiming for what they expected to do at normal pace, and then they were aiming for a 3.85 litre fuel burn per lap in order to extend their stint and try and make it a 4 spot. So that's the sort of precision that some of these guys are getting into. I would never take it that far. I'd sort of go out there and try and get at least one full stint in during the week to at least have a bit of an idea what was going on. But I think I would be one of these drivers getting caught out by the strategy, because a lot of these guys really are putting the effort in, they're putting the focus in. As we see, there might be a yellow out on track, so I'm just going to try and have a look if we can pick up what that car is. 444 has gone round, and they were off the track and managed to rejoin, so they might be okay, but there's a car coming behind them. They've just managed to dodge it. So a big moment there for 444. I was just catching my breath a little bit, because I was wondering if maybe Isaac's going to duck off and have a little investigation in terms of what's going on with the safety car, but I've managed to get going. I think that will be all okay on this occasion, but there are being mistakes made out there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
it's
right.
getting
Well,
to that pointy end of the race. Sorry, I was just say it's getting to that
No,
pointy
go
end of
for
the
it,
race. We just did quickly discuss whether we should throw a safety car there. The decision was no, as he did get going again. But I think it's getting to that point of the race now. We've been green for over 4 hours. Drivers are getting tired. Drivers are double stinting. So I think we're going to start to see some people make mistakes. And, you know, with this 46 minutes left for us to throw a safety car, I think this is probably the time where it's going to be a highest potential for it to happen if drivers continue making mistakes like that, Mike.
Yeah, you're right about that, but you know, like you pointed out before in the chat, though, if we are what the lead at the moment, 46 seconds is ahead of the 5 car, geez, well then, you know, and one more stop to come from, geez, 2 more stops to come from the Merc, 92 seconds in the pits, you know, for the sake of a driver change. I mean, you start thinking, well, gee whiz, do I, you know, yeah, sure, I'm going to do a double stint or I'm tired or whatever the case may be, but is it in their DNA? I know, Isaac, you know how to drive as well around the sim dance like better than I do. Is it in your mind to start thinking, well, maybe I just need to hit my marks and not actually try and push the car too hard just to get the thing to the end?
I think it's there comes that element, but you'll get to, especially in that last hour, you'll see that there's now, you know, less than an hour to go, and it just becomes a sprint race for everybody. You're just going to push as hard as you possibly can to make sure that you get to the end quicker than the other people around you. So everyone's starting to spread out though. So there's a lot of gaps between cars. You see Nismo Nathan, the 137, he's about 8 seconds off Diswood, and that's the sort of gap where you get to the last hour and you go, it's only 8 seconds. I can push and make that up. So that's going to be the sort of thing we'll see when we get inside these last stops. Is people will turn it into a sprint race and they'll start pushing.
Yeah, that's a good point actually. And it's getting interesting to see the gaps that are within seconds. I mean, we're talking 10 or, you know, or less or thereabouts. You know, we've got the gap 5th place there with Noodles and the McLaren, only 2.9 seconds back to, you know, to the Mercedes in front in 4th place. So that's certainly a fight worth watching. And you know, that's incredible in itself. And you know, there's a 76 car there at the moment. So if you look in front of that car, just as we come out of this complex, we should see there is the Mercedes up ahead. So, you know, that, and then of course the other thing to bear in mind as well, we're talking about the drivers themselves and high quality driving, but then when there's the blue flag coming out for lapped vehicles, there is the BCG2, there is a nice silhouette of Norm. He looks a little bit more sunburnt than I last remember seeing him. And Noodles, of course, in the 76. Nice graphics going on there, Monkey Mate. You're doing a great job. And yeah, but it's good. And I mean, this is a great battle to watch. In fact, that gap is now 2.4 seconds for 4th place battle and 5th place car there of Noodles. So they really have got the bit between their teeth. And in saying that, Isaac, I'll just go back to you really quickly, because where these times start to look impressive and where you start pushing, we also heard from Lewis about, you know, we're starting to save fuel, you're starting to roll off the accelerator, you're starting to, you know, so is this a pure battle where the car's gap is getting closer and closer, or do you think, well, I've got a strategy, as painful as it is, I've got to stick to that strategy, roll off the throttle, try and last the thing, because you might lose track position now with an hour and 43 to go, but does that become, you know, a danger to you actually not doing your fuel number that you want to get on the gas and the amount of pit stops you want to do? So it must be a hard thing to trade off in the heat of battle when a car is closing down on you.
It's absolutely a hard thing to trade off, and that's what you've got to think about. Do I just take the risk and push and defend this position, or I think you guys have seen a couple times today, car 75, the Defy Motorsport car, they've just sort of let cars go, not battled too hard with them, just to save fuel for their sake. It's put them in a stronger position for when, you know, they get to the final stint, and I believe it'll be, if I'm not mistaken, it should actually be Nitro that finishes that, based on my calculations. So Nitro should finish in that car. He's been really strong today in that 75, and there is a potential that, you know, they might have to, if they do push hard, they might have to come in for another stop, but I think they're looking at getting home with one more stop from here, which would be an absolutely mega effort from those two gents. And I know for a fact the man in the car at the moment, Al Dusty, Max Silver, he has been saving quite a lot of fuel to make sure that he just sets Nitro up to be able to push as hard as he can. So Max is driving to a number, and Nitro is driving to as hard as he can, foot flat to the floor. So there is also that duality in teammates as well. You know, someone might be saving the fuel, someone might be pushing really hard to make up the time. So you got to think about that, and that teams will be running the numbers. They have apps and websites they can use to calculate the fuel usage and their lap time and what they need to do to make all that work. So I have no doubt that for a lot of these guys, they'll be crunching the numbers really hard with an hour and 41 to go to say, what do we have to do to get to the end of this race as quickly as possible?
Yeah, well said. And Monkey Matt, I mean, this is one of those things we see that gap coming down to less than 1.5 seconds here, this battle here for the 76 car, and this is a battle for 4th place. But, you know, like Isaac said, an hour 40 still to go. I mean, the pass might be made. It's a great little battle to win, but it's not winning the war, is it, if you make the pass, because it's all about fuel strategy and what your choice is to get to the end.
Yeah, absolutely right. We might see this play out the way that Isaac was just describing here. It'll be interesting to keep an eye on. Does Al Dusty step out of the way, or maybe just not fight this too hard and just continue their race plan, which seems to be saving that fuel and trying to get to a certain lap? They'll have that planned out exactly where they're trying to get to. So whether they want to get caught up in a battle, it is starting to get, we're getting towards the end of the race. There is a long way to go, but you do start thinking about, hey, I actually want to finish 4th here. You don't like giving up positions, but there is still time to get it back later in the race, and how that strategy will play out as well. We've got Maxi in chat who has given us some of the insider tips here, saying that the Aston does nice with the 4-stop, but some of the other cars were quite difficult to try and make the 4-stop work in terms of how much tyre wear they end up having at the end of a stint, and also how much fuel saving is required. So Maxi's suggestion, the McLaren would be really hard to make a 4-stop work, whereas that was one of the advantages of the Aston. We see just a lap car getting out of the way there that flipped across the screen.
So what we're saying though is we're expecting the lead cars, apart from the Aston, to come in roughly 25-30 minutes time, and need to come in again after that, so they won't get to the end on that one splash of gas. So that's where the Aston may well be able to get to the 1 hour 20 mark still to go, or thereabouts, we're guessing, or 1 hour 10. So really it does come down to who's going to be keeping it together as we watch this battle for 4th place actually start to unfold. And look at Noodles, who's got the bit firmly between the teeth of the Mercedes in front, and Al Dusty in the Mercedes has got to be smart here not to have the elbows out too much if they are playing to that strategy, because it sure looks like that Noodles is pretty intent here. He wants to get going, he wants to get the job done, and going through the back of your mind must be all sorts of scenarios and things that you do and don't want to do. But we'll watch this one, and Isaac, I think you're going to shoot off soon there, big fella, but great to have you on board. What do you reckon on this one, mate? Oh, in fact, we say that as the McLaren goes straight into the pits. Noodle says, I'm not going to get involved. Good time to go into the pits, Isaac. What do you reckon?
Yeah, good time. An hour and 38 to go, so they'll have to stop again from here, but it'll be 2 relatively short fuels for this. Obviously, you can only do 80 minutes in the car, so an hour and 20, so they're not quite at that mark yet, which means I'll have to come back in, but I'd suggest that'll be the case for a lot of drivers still out on the circuit. So interesting to see with an hour and 40 how this one plays out. I'm going to go back to my my hidey hole in race control and go back to watching it all unfold from a distance, and hopefully there's no major issues between now and the end of the race. But well done to all you fellas, of course. It's a big effort for you guys to sit here and commentate all through this race. I've done this before as well, and worked with you guys before, so it's been you guys are doing a mega job, and we've been enjoying watching the broadcast while we're in the race control as well. It's keeping us entertained while we make sure that we keep on top of this field. So thank you guys for commentating and putting all this on, because it's a massive effort, and we really appreciate it, and gives everybody a chance to get around this amazing series.
Yeah, cheers, Isaac. That's real kind of you to say that, mate. And the check will be in the post for you as well. God, it's going to cost me a fortune this race, mate. Now, Isaac Fogg, of course, who many-time race car champion and genius. And what else did you tell me to say? Oh, that's right. And fantastic kisser. Hey, good to have you on board, mate. Thanks for coming along. And now
send that check your way too, mate.
He didn't say anything about what been the kisser. So, all right, he's going to go and do his cracking job now, mate. And thanks for what you've been doing as well, too. Obviously keeping an eye on things and giving us some information. So it's not like you're sitting there twiddling your thumbs as well. But I will jump back to Monkey Matt, because one thing Isaac actually brings up there, mate, is the driving times now. This is also another thing that these teams have to take into account, isn't it? We've talked about fuel strategy. We've talked about, doing this and doing that and so many other things. But the other thing they have to manage, and guys like Isaac know the ropes. They're not stupid. They know when to, they can look at the times of who's done what and where. But there's a maximum driving time that you can actually have, in one stint and in total time as well. So the drivers, the teams, need to abide by that.
Absolutely right. We've talked about the 80-minute stint timer, so that's the longest amount of time you're allowed on track before you're forced to make pit stop, come in, and yes, it is the maximum. So some of the new drivers might have heard that they got that one a little bit backwards and tried to save enough fuel to get past the 80-minute time, but you will actually pick up a penalty if you go too long and go over the 80 minutes. But then, there is a timer as well in terms of the overall combined time that you are in the car. There's a maximum of 3 hours and 45 minutes you can be in the car. That means that there is a minimum of 2 hours and 15 minutes for the other driver to be in the car. And so you do have to keep rotating between them and make sure that you have that balanced out when it comes to the end of the race. And a lot of these drivers have that worked out ahead of time. They'll have planned it out. Hey, I'm going to take a break at this time, so you're going to have to be in the car and have that list ahead of them. And since we've had a reasonably clean race so far, and Nisbanath was saying in chat earlier that he's impressed with the driving standards so far. Driving standards, not only that, but also the weather has played part. It stayed dry this whole time, so they have been able to stick to plan A, I imagine, for most of these cars and do the rotations they were expecting. Often we see, something comes up and they have to adapt strategy. Today it's sort of stick to plan A and just go out there and race fast. But that does make all that sort of calculations a little bit simpler. I think while I've been talking as well, we have seen some drivers in the pits, so we are starting to see where that strategy plays out. There is Mint Matt at the moment, sitting in the pits as it switches. I believe that will be because the driver might have changed over there, so we might see Dog come out and it'll update in a moment. But now we're starting to see 1 hour 34. Again, this is one of the drivers that's going to have to do one more stop before the end of the race.
Yeah, and it must be Dog as well too, because obviously Mint Matt's done a double stint after Dog did his double stint. So again, just going back to that thing with the maximum amount of time you can have is 80 minutes. We've got 94 minutes left to go, so they have to do a driving change as a result of that. And it just makes it so much more even, and it's a little bit more strategy that the drivers have to come into, and get in their head. But great job there for the BCG team, and Dog's name does come up on the screen, so the driver change has been effected. Well done there to Mint Matt from a good solid double stinter there. I'm sure we're going to see Dog absolutely cracking things along, and there is a picture of the two handsome lads there in red. So the BCG1 team in the pro class, of course, getting themselves all going. We'll talk about pro-am and am a little bit later on there as we start to count down towards the end within the last 30 or 40 minutes of the race. We've got 1 hour 33 still to go. So as we've been saying, there's a lot to play out for. And well, hopefully everything will be, as it is, and we won't have any safety cars. But if we do, we've got some very capable people there to jump in should they have to do so. But great work there for the BCG boys, and glad to see the one car still up there, well and truly in the top 10, 6th place there at the moment, and we'll try and work out what the actual gap is to the leader. But it's looking very, very good for Geesh, obviously, and the 726 car there with Twitchy Guy Barber back behind the wheel in 3rd place at the moment, in the 75 car there. So they're doing a great job. There is the Geesh car there, the 05, the Aston Martin. And, they have played so far. And look, they haven't won because anything can happen. Golly, we've seen it happen through the course of the last 4.5 hours, Monkey Matt. And we certainly hope the next hour 33 is trouble-free. But at the moment, looking very, very well positioned. And again, hearing those comments too from Isaac, I mean, he was, he wasn't taking any sides, Matt. He wasn't taking any sides at all. He was just saying, based on logic and based on what we see and based on the numbers, calculations, blah, blah, blah. So, I mean, that's a pretty flattering sort of statement when you're still 1.5 hours out to go and it's looking like someone has done an outstanding job, and they haven't been the fastest car on the track.
Absolutely right. It's not just about the speed. It's not just about the aggression in the racecraft. It's also about the race strategy, and it's about the race engineering as well, setting up these cars, coming up with those race strategies, and then being able to manage it while out on track. They have shown, particularly in that first stint, amazing pace while also being able to save fuel more than anyone else. And I'm talking, of course, about PSR1, Geesh and Captain Muffin. They are now out in the lead of this race because Twitchy and Matt McEwen have had to make that pit stop, so it is confirmed with 1.5 hours still to go. There is going to have to be at least one more pit stop for the ANC outplayed team and that means that effectively this is a fair gap between them. So Geesh here now on the Kemmel Straight. Just going to try and get my eyes on the mini-map. We've got Witchy coming through the bus stop. So that is a huge gap when both of these cars still have to make one more stop in this race.
Yeah, that's massive. Absolutely massive. What we're seeing on the screen isn't massive. It's a battle between a faster and a not faster car at the moment. But Al Dusty in the 75 car, that Mustang there is a little bit off the pace at the moment. But, you know, the strategy has just been played. Now, I did actually allude to that at the beginning of the broadcast. Don't take your eyes off the 5 car from what they did at Kyalami. And look, I hope we get a chance to talk to these boys. In fact, wouldn't it be cool, you know, if Captain Muffin was able to just jump in there and give us a little bit of an update? You know, I think I can speak without being out of turn with the one of the Hooncorp, pardon me, the Hooncorp cars, that it's actually, you know, they said they haven't hit the fuel numbers they wanted to in 137. So I'm not sure about 37, although I see them down in 12th place at the moment. So again, they've had some sort of an issue. But this Aston Martin we see on the screen at the moment has hit its fuel numbers. And all you can do really is just say, well done, pat them on the back and stand up and applaud, because, you know, Muffin and Geesh have done so far so good. And look, the chance of them doing something wrong is still there. But, pardon me, it's not looking like that's the case, you know, and let's hope for the next hour and a half they get a cracking run. But the cars behind them, it's not over, and it's a great drive there from Al Dusty too, Monkey Matt, because I've got to say, this 75 car is another one that hasn't been standing up, hasn't been saying, look at me, hasn't been wonderful, just been doing really, really well, and currently in second place, and they have got some awesome, you know, cars around them. So for them to be in this position, I mean, yes, they've still got one more pit stop to go, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, because if they can last it out for another 9 minutes, Matt, then it's going to come back that they could literally, if they can get the gas to do the job in hour 20, but that driver stint could actually go for the duration to the end. So there's a lot more to play out on this, and it really comes down to, you don't want to be pitting now. And we see Daska's actually coming in the 11 car from position 11 and is pitting, and it's just a crazy, not crazy bad, but sad for them, because another 9 minutes and whoever was behind the wheel could potentially drive to them if they've got the gas to do so.
Absolutely right. This is where we're seeing that balance. Some of the cars who maybe were hoping they could try and squeeze out that 4-stop, try and push as far as they can, now discovering whether they can make it or not, because you do have to get, like you were saying, you do have to get to the 1 hour 20 mark. That is the critical number that we're keeping an eye on. You can get past that number, then you can do just one more stop and make it to the end. You do have to stop now. Then because we have that 80-minute stint timer, there's more than 80 minutes left to go. You'll have to come in. Even if you can save fuel, you will have to come in to avoid the stint timer penalty. So that's what we're keeping an eye on. 1 hour 20 on the board. We've also seen at the bottom of the, or lower on the leaderboard there, 18th Vertex in grid line. They've picked up a drive through for track limits as well. So unfortunate for them, they're going to have to come through pit lane. And that's the car that we keep getting confused on the numbers. The stewards behind the scenes are letting us know that car 17 got the drive through, and we're looking at the leaderboard and it's showing car 76. But we can confirm that it was the grid line car that's moving that penalty. But you were talking about it as well, and I'll come back to it. That at the moment it looks like Al Dusty on for the 4-stop is hopefully to make it through the next 7 minutes. Probably try and get as long into the stint as possible. Isaac was alluding to it, that Dusty seems to be the fuel-saving expert in this team, and then he's going to hand over the car to Nitro to send it to the end. And we do have a few fans of this team in the chat cheering them on as well, which is awesome to see that. And it looks like it will be Dusty trying to make it. Geesh, we know they're trying to do the 4-stop in Team BSR. And I do wonder, are we seeing TTR West? They're getting close as well. Is this another team that might try and push on? All these drivers that still have the one mandatory pit stop next to their name, there might be a few cars here that are trying to get through with just a 4-stop.
Surely you would, wouldn't you? I mean, if that's the case, you know, and I was asked Lewis about this before, you know, what makes a driver able to be good on saving gas, and it's the little things, you know, it's just the little things. And then when you start to see a battle between, you know, position whatever, you know, 4th and 5th or 8th and 9th, and you start to see it come down to, you know, 5 seconds. I mean, we've got a battle between Nismo Nathan, the 137 car, and Diswood in the 102, who's a solo driver. It's down to only a few seconds between those two. But at this later stage of the race, do you actually, do you still stick to your script and go, hang on, I've got to look after the car? He's only 2.9 seconds back to Diswood, and let's not forget, we're 4.5+ hours into the race, Monkey Man, and Diswood's been doing it all by himself. And it's all right for Nismo. I'm not sure if him or Dub True's driving. I think Dub True's driving actually, but they're swapping team. This guy isn't. The guy in this Ferrari, he's not. He's by himself. And I mean, we've seen Jimbo in the Skyline do this, time and time again. Not with us today, unfortunately, but this is another Herculean effort. And Jimbo, I think like anybody else, more than anybody else, how this guy's feeling right now, 4.5 hours into a 6. And Monkey Man, I don't know if you saw the Bathurst race, a month or 3 ago now, when it actually started raining within the last hour or so. Jimbo was so focused and so wide, he did not know that the rain had come. And I kid you not, he did not know. He stayed out on the track for like 3 or 4 laps of absolutely torrential rain on slicks. And potentially threw away a good position, but because of the driver fatigue. So but regardless of whether Diswood gets this position or Nismo makes the pass or whatever the case may be, or sorry, makes the pass in 137, the fact of the matter is, does this change your driving style when we now see cars that need to be 5 minutes and 23 seconds to get through to an 80-minute stint? And Diswood, even though he's a solo driver, Monkey Man, I think I'm right in saying he still can only go 80 minutes maximum per duration, even though he's a solo driver. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely right. So there's an exemption that he doesn't need to worry about the total driving time, the 3 hours 45. Obviously, He's doing it himself. He can carry on. But in terms of the stint timer, he still does have to fit at 80-minute mark. I think we did see him go long in the last pit stop. So I think Diswood is targeting that 4 stop. But it's one of those things where you're the only driver in the team. This is where it's an advantage to have your teammate who's out of the car. They can be having a look at the strategy. They can be having a look around. Maybe have a look on the stream and see, what are the other drivers doing? Take a look at the conditions, pay attention to all those different things and work out if they need to adapt the strategy. When you're on your own like this, you've got to be focusing a lot of energy on the driving. Like, do you have the mental capacity to also be thinking about where the strategy's going, or are you just going to stick to plan A? I think your story about Bathurst kind of indicates that the default is to stick to plan A and not be worrying about what's going on with all the different conditions and the likes of that. But in this race, it's kind of worked out because we have had optimal conditions from the start until now. Still an hour and a half to go, so maybe it could change, but in the next half an hour, conditions are set to stay the same, so it might just be flat out from the start to the end, continues on like this.
That's phenomenal, isn't it? And there's a few cars with a few scripts still to play out at the moment, not the least of course being Geesh, but going back to Al Dusty again, they have got 3 minutes and 40 seconds, then go back to the 4th place, the 369 car. But also, 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go before the 80-minute time is going to be ruined for them. So, I mean, we might see in the next lap or two cars literally doing 20 miles an hour trying to stay out there so the next driver can do one stint. I doubt that, of course. I don't think that's going to happen whatsoever. But, oh, golly, not that long ago, we actually saw a car come in 7 or 8 minutes, where if they could have just kept on going, you think, golly, they were that close. And again, kudos to Diswood on another strategy call that his car, solo driver, is still in. He's got to stay out there another 3 minutes. And then he is potentially able to go and pounce, jump up one more pit stop, which will give him 92 seconds, gain on whatever car's in front of him who has got to do 2 pit stops. So that is phenomenal and just such an exciting thing. But this 726 car on screen at the moment, look at this. What a battle. And it's not over yet between them, is it? Because in front is the 75 car, who's still got a pit stop up the sleeve and needs to get through another 2.5 minutes to actually do that final stint. If they can last 1 hour 20 on gas, I'm not sure that they can. So how hard would you fight? I think the answer is not very hard, as we see a swap over there between them. And Dusty and Twitchy, well, Guy Barber just says, oh, look, mate, I'm not into your nonsense. I'm out of here, and does the job and gets it done. Now, that 726 car has already pitted 4 times, and the 75 car still has one up the sleeve. So it's looking very good and does have to come in 726 twice in this one. So it's going to be it's going to be interesting. It's going to be very, very interesting. Whereas the obviously 75 has that pit stop up their sleeve there. So we'll see how that one plays out too, Monkey Matt. But by golly, there's some serious mileage that's been done here today as we watch this little battle. And I mean, really, if it is a 75 car just lifting, like Lewis Atkinson said earlier on, if they're just lifting and coasting, you know, I think this is an absolute masterclass from these drivers, because I don't know how they do it, mate. I just don't have the wherewithal, and all I can do as an old fogey is sit back and say, well done. You know, well done to these drivers, and we've still got now 21 to go.
Oh my goodness, well done to these two drivers. Yeah, absolutely right, because that was quite the battle they had there. The late move from Twitchy to try and get down the inside. And out the end of it, they side by side switch back through a couple of corners. Dusty's managed to hold on to the position, getting himself back up into second place. What a mega job he's done. And if you consider that he is, like you say, trying to extend this stint, trying to go as long as possible, maybe thinking about saving fuel, now fighting against one of the championship contenders and holding his own at the moment, out in second place, ahead here of Twitchy, who we know is an absolute, he's a world-class driver. I mean, literally we can say that. He has competed in world-level competitions. He's been right up there on the global stage, and now he's getting antsy. He wants to make a move. Look at him flashing the lights in behind our Dusty. But Dusty deserves to be there. He's earned the right to stay in that position. And now with both these cars needing one more stop to get to the end of the race, this is a head-to-head battle. They might be in slightly different conditions in terms of how much fuel saving they're doing, how much fuel is currently on board as well. Of course, Twitchy stopped not too long ago, so he'll be, you know, rather heavy in his Mercedes. But this Mercedes battle here for second, again, Dusty defends the inside, but this time it might be around the outside here from Twitchy. They're going to carry on side by side through the bus stop. It's not resolved on the exit, a little bit wide, forced out wide on the exit it was. It bang doors down the straight. This is all on here, the 6 hours of Spa. This is the AUSNZ Endurance Series, and this is racecraft right now, side by side through the source. Who's going to get the exit speed? Surely they're not going to try and go through Eau Rouge side by side like this, are they? Surely they have to figure this out.
Come on. I don't want to say anything. Let's just watch. Oh, this is when you feel like a spectator, not a commentator, which is all we really are at the end of the day. We're just watching some great racing. Oh my goodness me. And let's not forget, this is second and third on the track at the moment. This is absolutely textbook, you know, close quarters racing. Call it what you will, but my word, they are doing an awesome job, and you can't say anything fairer than that, because they are throwing the things around. I mean, whatever, you know, tactic and strategy 75 is on, our Dusty, now in third place, is probably going to sit back and try and get some aero there to keep that car going. He must be on fumes on gas, because he's doing a cracking job. And just in that little moment too, Monkey Matt, is that we've actually gone past the 1 hour 20 minutes left to go, so less than 80 minutes. So we may see cars coming in on fumes to refuel, and we'll hopefully be able to go to the end of their car as so able to do so. But brilliant job there from these teams. It really, really is. You know, they've done all they need to do really to keep these things on the right side of the ledger. And Geesh still at the front, but watching this battle, the second and third behind him, and you can see the gap starting to open up a little bit there, as quite rightly is the case with the 726 car. You know, a little bit more fuel in the tank, and as you mentioned, everyone there still got one more stop to go. But my word, it's a moment where we all had our heart in our mouth just watching them go through those very, very close sections of racetrack. And you know, one thing about it though, I'm sitting there going, well, Isaac earlier on said, you know, everyone's tired and they can make mistakes and do things like that. And here was me thinking, oh, please don't let this happen with just over an hour to go, you know, hour and 17 now, because it would undo what's been some fantastic racing between these drivers. And luckily for us, you know, cool heads prevailed, and we've seen a great battle. All right, so we've got an hour 17 to go in this one, Monkey Matt. And I asked Isaac, suckers, you know what's on the line, as we see the race leader, Geesh, coming in for the final time. And this is going to be a very, very interesting little pit stop, and strategy has come into play. They've done everything asked of them as far as fuel consumption and outright pace. And now we see the what's going to be the new race leaders flashing through very soon, because it's an awful long time to wait. But with a 38-second lead at the time, Geesh has come in and they will do a driver change. They will do a fuel stop. They have to, because obviously the driving time has been there, and we'll see how it all plays out between the 5 car, 0-5 on the car, 5 on the screen. And Matt, it's going to be interesting to see how this one all plays out. I mean, it's looking very favourable for the 5 car, but let's be honest, there's no such thing as a guaranteed prediction, is there?
No, there's not, and I think, like you say, it's looking very favourable at the moment. The question mark that remains is how lower they're going to be now in this stint, as they still have an hour 16 to try and get through, which means they're probably still going to have to be saving fuel. They're probably still going to have to be careful on their tyres in this last stint, whereas if we do look towards Twitchy, we're expecting Twitchy and Matt McEwen to just be full attack for the remainder of this race. They're going to have one more pit stop to make, so they're going to sort of probably be able to split this last stint a little bit shorter and be able to have enough fuel on board. I have fresher tyres, just completely push and try and catch up. We are seeing a little bit of a change in the track conditions as we have clouds coming overhead, so an hour 15 to go. I'm just thinking, what are the possibilities? There are a few different scenarios that could play out still in this race, but one thing I do want to do just at the moment, it's a great time to say it, is I think Al Dusty, Nitro, this team at Defy Motorsport, I think they've earned themselves some new fans today. It has just been an absolute class act to go up against the best in the field, head to head, the way they did with Pitchy, with that back and forth, crossing back, defending the position. That was just absolute world-class driving, and I love to see that they've got support in chat cheering them on as well, because they've earned it. That has been a good drive.
And it's been a fantastic drive, and come into the pits with a big pat on the back from everybody with an hour 15 to go. And like you said, well said too, that the other teams have got the luxury of not conserving. They can potentially push as hard as they possibly can. Is that going to make a difference? Is that going to give them the gap that they can make up? Because they're going to need it. By crikey, they're going to need it. And already you see the 5 car coming through to get himself back into second place, outright behind Twitchy in the 726 car. And we're pretty sure that the 05 car, or the 5 car on the screen, is actually gassed to the end, tired till the end. But like you said, Monkey Matt, they've got to keep the car fit for purpose. They've got to keep it off the rails. They can't afford right about now an incident. And oh my word, I didn't even see the clouds starting to come over. They can't afford rain, but never say never. It'll be a fair field for everybody, and for all the cars that are still doing as well as they're doing. I am absolutely aghast at how they've managed to do that. It really has been phenomenal. Also got a shout out to the 137 car, the Aston, still with a pit stop to do, just the one. And same too with Diswood, the sole driver there in the 102, and the 77 of Bits of Missing. And we go a long ways down to the 444 Porsche car. Yeah, but there is the 137. So that car's in 8th place at the moment with one more pit stop to go. So somehow they've lasted 4 hours and 47 minutes on 3 loads of gas. They've got one more to do it. And if we can just jump down to the next spot there, Diswood, we've talked about him before, on a solo drive. He's got the exhaust pipes glowing. He's given that thing such a hiding, but looking after it nicely. One more pit stop up the sleeve there, and we'll go the duration. And then, of course, just jump down to top 10, which is Bits of Missing, and that car in also with the pit stop up its sleeve. So who would have thought that I would never have picked that a Mustang would be able to go as far as it's gone on fuel. The car looks certainly the worse for wear. It looks like it's done with a little bit of dirt track in the autocross, but by golly, he's kept that thing very, very fast and economical, and a great drive there from the 10th place Bits of Missing in the Mustang.
Absolutely right. Number 77, so that's my number. I'm cheering them on. I think they've done a brilliant job, and they're on for a great result, but they are going to come under pressure now, because here comes Hooncorp number 1, just 0.4 behind, and they are coming with a lot of pace. So I don't think there's much conserving going on in this particular Aston Martin. Car number 37 on the side there. They're going to look for an opportunity to get through. Look at them tucked up right underneath. So we're starting to get some of these strategies come back together, as you often see in endurance racing. That middle phase of the race where everyone's doing their own thing can be a little bit quieter, but now as we get to the pointy end, positions are being fought for. And it's not like the start of the race either. The start of the race, they sort of took it easy, gave each other space, but now, these positions count. These drivers will have a completely different attitude to try and hold on, or to try and go for some big moves. we have got confirmation from the admin team that the safety car, there will be no safety cars in the last 30 minutes of the race. So we still have 40 minutes if anything does unfold, but in the last 30 minutes, we're going to let them go racing and see what happens at the end. Are there still some more twists in the tail here at the 6 hours of Spa?
Tell you something else for nothing there, Monkey Matt. We've had a changing of the guard. Check out who's got the fastest lap of the race. This car, the 726 car, Twitchy Guy Barbara, has not long ago, I think it was the lap before, has picked up the fastest lap of the race from the start. We had the one car, the BCG car there, the BMW was the fastest car, set the fastest lap, and obviously had a few problems along the way, still in 4th position. But this man, Guy Barbara, he is an absolute standout. He may not be a Kiwi. I think we'll have to do what the Aussies do and adopt him, but he is doing a stonking job. And here was the previous fastest car. And look at this battle. This is actually a battle for 3rd place. Can you believe it? What strategies do you employ on this one? How much do you push? Do you want the podium? Do you want more? A battle for 3rd place. This come out of the blue. I completely didn't even notice this getting closer, Matt. And I'll tell you what, we look at one thing where Twitchy is just doing a stonking job, and now we see Psydog. He has just redeemed himself from the earlier start. Great drive earlier on from Mint Matt, who's been an absolute rock during the course of the centre section of the race, clear to say. And now Psydog, jump back behind the wheel, hold my steering wheel, son. I'm going to make up for some earlier problems, and I'll tell you what, he's looking very, very strong. And if I was in the 56 car, if I presented, I'd be watching my mirrors, because this boy, he will send it, and he has certainly got a bit to prove there, Matt. But I'll tell you what, I didn't see this coming. I did not see this coming, and what a great return to form there from Simon Bishop, because we know Psydog, he's been one of the top New Zealand drivers for an awful long time, and he had an awful race. In fact, he just had a little bit of an upsy daisy, and he's had to redress out of that one as well. So, oh, dearie me, I painted him up. I didn't put the commentator's curse on him, but we're just guilty of watching a great battle on the track at the moment, and luckily that didn't end in tears.
Oh my word, don't punt off the team boss there, Psydog. That's not going to be a good look, is it? The two teammates out here, close as anything on track, tried to go side by side. The corner was Blanchimont, through Blanchimont is too quick, and it narrows up on the exit when you're trying to go there. It's almost flat out. But if you're going side by side, not even close. They bang doors. Again, Simon backed out of it, so nice job from him to have the awareness after the fact. But by crikey, the two BMWs nearly both in the fence there. That could have been our safety car on another day if that had ended up unfolding. It looks like, though, no team orders at the moment. Simon seems to have the pace, flying, and he is going to get the inside line in the end. Surely this is going to be case closed. No, it's not. Look how late on the brakes from Viper. That was incredible, and he's managed to hold on around the outside. I thought that was going to be done, but these two, I mean, maybe Psydog just a little bit gun shy after having a couple of moments in this race.
Well, I'm wondering about that myself, to be fair, but I mean, at the end of the day, you don't deserve respect, you've got to earn it, and certainly that's the case. It looks like Psydog has been really showing the back bumper, said, son, you've just got to try hard at that. You've had a shocker. I want to stay on the podium. I'm quite comfortable on the podium, and 0.1 of a second, the gap is negligible because it's a sneeze on the brake pedal at the moment. Can he make the pass, and can he make it stick? But yet again, and of course this slows these cars down. I was expecting almost a little bit of a challenge there from Simon Bishop going, oh, is that right, Twitchy's got the fastest lap, pull my sleeves up, hold my ginger beer, I've got this. But I didn't expect to see this happening. I don't know that, I certainly know we can tell that Vaporise hasn't slowed down, and it's very good. The BCG boys are back with a challenge. There's no doubt about that. They're having a good go at each other as Psydog just about goes on the wrong side of the ripple strips. And let's be honest, that's not a good way to go fast when that sort of stuff happens. But just had a word there from Nismo, who's just come and said to me that Dub True's actually driving the 137, and he's doing so well and comfortable and hit the numbers, he's going to double stint to the end. So Nismo is going to be able to do a bit more admin and all that sort of stuff as well if Tim is happy to stay behind the wheel of the car as we watch a very intriguing battle here. Matt, I'm not quite sure this is in the script, though, to be fair, for the BCG boys, because look how aggressive Vaporzet has been. He's absolutely bang on the money there to take the pole line. That's going to give Psydog a chance to do a flip-flop on him. Can he come up the inside? He's going to try. Oh, this is going to get very good or very, very ugly? You be the judge on that one, Matt. What do you reckon?
I reckon I am not looking away. Look at this. They might think about too white. Oh, just has to back out of it at the last second. Through Eau Rouge. God, so far through there. Oh, they're both jumping over that curb. Oh, and that was the mistake, I think. Over that curb a little bit too much. Lost time. And that has allowed Sidog to sneak on through. He's got the spot up into third position. I've had to work so hard for so long in this race. After that crash early on, well, actually, Sidog caught up in a couple of crashes early on, wasn't he? So they had those moments. They were down in like 6th or 7th. Slowly, they've just been chipping away all day, and now they're starting to see the rewards for that effort. Up into third, provisional podium positions as it stands at the moment, although the question mark still remains. The Fire Motorsport, with not needing any more pit stops in this race, it could end up kicking Simon out of the podium. Time will tell. And I do want to ask the question, actually, which position would you rather be in? Would you want to be a driver now who, the likes of Geesh, having to conserve fuel, having to conserve tires, or do you want to be attacking and putting pressure on the cars in front? Do you just want to be out there on full fuel, still have another pit stop to do, but you know that you can just attack the track? I'm actually going to leave that one for the chat to think about. We're gonna mull over how these strategies are unfolding. We're going to take a quick break in the commentary booth, and we will be back shortly as we head very close now to the 1 hour to go mark. right then, we're back into the action, back into the commentary booth. I'm of course Matt Smith from Trackpot TV. We've got an hour left, or an hour and a couple of minutes left on the clock, and I'm going to be joined for the next phase of this one at least by Lewis Atkinson from Hooncorp Esports. Welcome back in, Lewis. How are we feeling about how this race is shaping up?
G'day, Matt. Oh, I tell you what, I haven't really looked away from the screen at all. I've been gone. It's still been hectic. It's looking like it's going to be a great finish. I'm excited to see how this goes between Twitchy and Jeesh. It's going to be a great deal.
Absolutely right. Twitchy pushing on. I asked the question before the break there. Where would you rather be? Do you want to be in this car here, in the ANC outplayed Mercedes, where you get to just push on, full send, see what you can get out of the track? Or are you the type of driver that likes to, have that strategy worked out? Maybe you have to conserve a little bit through the rest of the stint, but you can be reasonably confident that the strategy is going to help you get over the line in the end.
No, I'm the kind of guy that likes to go flat out. Conserving's not the favourite part of racing. You know, I like to push the car when I can. But yeah, no, sometimes it just works out that you have to conserve. You know, just for a better position. And that's what Jeesh has done. He's really worked it well today.
Absolutely right. And it's incredible that they're going so strong with the amount of conserving that they have to do. Sitting here in second place in the minute, they've got 7.5 seconds. I'll just see if this camera shot will show. No, the gap big enough that Sidog can't even see them down the straight in this shot. But 5 seconds, Sidog might even be closing in, thinking about if they can pick off second place. But of course, one of the drivers that is going to have to make another pit stop in this race. So it all is going to come together right at the end of it. And we just have to try and work things out for the time being, how things are going to be. They get to choose now, though, when they do want to come in. So we might see them, I think we saw them come in about the 1 hour 40 left to go. So if I'm just trying to work out some quick math, they might come in with 50 minutes left to go. So 10 minutes from now, we have, of course, just crossed over the 5 hour mark. So there is only 1 hour left to go in this race. Now we're going to see everyone's figure out where they are and try and decide what these final positions are going to be. Not only in the Pro Division, there's of course the Pro-Am and Amateur classes to talk about as well, and those fights are not resolved. In the Pro-Am, it is Nitro who actually is looking on for an overall podium as well in Defy Motorsport. We keep talking about these two, we keep talking it up, because it is incredible to see the Pro-Am team doing so well, beating so many of these pro teams as well.
Yeah, it's really cool to see, isn't it? Defy Motorsport, Nitro and Old Dusty, they've done a great job as they had that battle with Twitchy before. I was watching that was awesome. Totally cool. Yeah, and like we were saying, with the other classes as well, we got the amateurs as well. Nismo Nathan Chipperton for TTR East, that is not a big gap at all, and I believe they're pretty close to the standings, aren't they?
Absolutely right. It's Hooncorp 2 versus TTR East for the overall championship, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just going to try and confirm that. Yes, it is. So those two not only going to be trying to race out on track, but they want to take any points away from each other that they can with just this round and then one more to go after this. I'm just looking at the front of this car here. We know that Dub True is in the car at the moment, but I think that bonnet is looking a little bit loose, so they might have run into a little bit more trouble here in this phase of the race. We've heard that Dub True is going to try and run it to the end, but there's something going on at the front there, isn't there?
Yeah, there's all kinds of vibrations going all over. That rear bumper as well, still a little bit on the right, but a bit of a wobble too. Hairy moment. I don't know if they're listening to us. I think we need to change the cameras before we see something else happen. But yeah, there's a 13-second gap between the two right now. I'm not sure if there are pit stops here. I'm guessing maybe one for both, or no. Yeah. I hope we keep a good eye on it.
I believe Nisbanath, Dub True's in the car, but Hooncorp 2 car, I believe, has made their last pit stop. I'm not sure TTR East is in the same situation or not. But it's interesting to see this TTR East car is, it seems, closing down this gap over the last couple of hours since they had to make that drive through. They did come out of the pits, I think it was 30 or 40 seconds behind Hooncorp 2. And they've slowly been chipping away at that one. 13 seconds the gap now. And I do wonder, we're going to come back to this later in the race, I'm sure, because I do wonder if they're going to have the pace to try and catch up and compete, not only for the top 10 overall, but for that crucial lead of the AM class here at Spa. That's definitely one to watch. It seems like this car looking a little bit tidier than the Aston was, and they have been driving it with great speed through the middle phase of this race.
Yeah, for sure. Looking around as well at this one, he's also on the 4-stop strategy, sitting in second class right now, due for a pit stop, I believe. But yeah, like the solo driver, he's come out and done an absolutely great effort today. I'm so impressed. That's wonderful.
He's done so well that he has left me a little bit confused as to how he's managed to get this long, with apparently only doing 3 stops up to this point. Is this going to be the one? No, he hasn't come in, so he must just have extended every single stop to the absolute maximum, and maybe utilizing one of the advantages of this Ferrari. Word is that they are nice and kind on the fuel, so long as this would keep it kind on the tires. He's making the most of it at the moment. Up in 7th. What a drive from the solo driver.
So impressive, yeah. I was talking to Nathan, Mike, earlier, and yeah, I was trying to think back. I think the longest stint I've done, and longest endurance race is probably only like 2 hours. I couldn't even imagine doing 4, never mind 6. It's out of this world. It's really impressive.
He's got to be feeling it at the moment, right? You can just imagine. Just sitting in the commentary booth for all day, I'm kind of, making sure I'm doing some stretches to stretch the back out and all the rest of it, but sitting behind the wheel, that is full on.
Yeah, I'm sure, you got the long straights, he's got a bit of time to wiggle his toes around and such. I hope, I can't get over that. That's very impressive. He's not even that far off the netty, like we're on the same lap, I believe. Yeah, well, those BCGs have sorted themselves out up the front, 3rd, 4th and 6th respectively. That's 3rd, 4th and 5th in class as well. Denetti just hopped back in the car after, like I said, finished off his stint just before as we were in the break. He's going to be chugging on to the finish.
Just taking a look here at TTR West. We've got a few TTR fans in the chat, which is awesome, cheering them on. And closing in now on the back of Chris Wood, who we were just talking about. Might be about to lose a position because the Modern Nick is looking quick in the Ford and closing in. Look at him just lurking in behind. And now they'll start to think about where they can try and make the move. We are seeing these fights out on track in the final phase of this race. Still not resolved. 2 positions to be gained, and these are the sort of positions that will affect the championship as well. We're talking about the Pro-Am Championship. Oh, half a little nose down the inside. Thought about it. It wasn't quite space there. They managed to navigate it in the end, but for a moment that was looking scary. But TTR West, they don't want to be doing anything silly like that because they are trying to stay ahead of their championship rivals. Hooncorp 1 currently leading the Pro-Am division, but they're down in 12th position, so big point swing on the cards here. And then we have Kings Racing, who unfortunately haven't made it to the track this time out, which means that it really is all in favor of TTR West to come out of this race, come out of the 6-hour Spa, leading the Pro-Am Championship. So they'll be thinking, maybe that will be in the back of their mind as they try and make this move here on this wood.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to track it down on my own screen. I can't even find it. But yeah, I think this would still due for a stop. So I'm not sure if they're actually battling for position exactly, but I mean, on track the timing systems, that's definitely what's going on. Jonathan been a bit quiet in the mid pack today in the Mustang. He's coming to the pits. Paired up with Luke 1 and
Timothy Payloads in BCG3 with him. We might see him about to jump into the car for this final stint. And this will be sort of the last pit stop phase of the race. Try and get your, I was going to say faster driver, that's kind of a cruel way to put it. The most confident driver in the car for the final phase. One that's not going to be put off by the pressure of driving to the end. This is definitely a crucial phase where you want someone who's going to be able to make the moves as and be able to get in these battles. Look at this battle continuing to go as we tick down towards 50 minutes left to go, and this Ford, it doesn't quite seem to have an edge, doesn't quite seem to have a way to get through on the Ferrari at the moment.
It looks a lot tighter. It's better on everything. Here we see Diswood's putting the hazards on. Maybe this is the lap he comes in just to avoid the loss of time with the battle against the boarding deck. But yeah, he's done a great job there. And that's right. So here comes Diswood into the pits for his last stop. And he's only got 50 minutes left. Come on, mate. You got this. You've come so far. You can get there for sure. That'll be very impressive. Sorry, third and fastest.
Yeah, will be now after he's come into this pit stop. You called it right though. The hazards on there indicating he was coming in. I thought maybe he was going to be playing games. You know, you see the flash of the headlights when you're the car behind and you want to try and put the car in front off. It could be maybe that's a sneaky strategy for the future, is put the hazards on so that you can flash the car behind you and try and put them off. But no, he did just come into the pit.
Yeah, I've seen a few clips online of the flashes on Gran Turismo, more specifically, just putting people off into braking zones. It's one way, I guess. I don't think there's a rule against it. But yeah, it's in this series, I feel like a lot of people seem to indicate if they're around other cars, they seem to indicate somehow, you know, whether it's like you know, the right hand turn signal or the hazards or something like that. It sort of indicates they're coming into the pits. It's real good sportsmanship from the boys here. As Norm's also in the pits now, coming out of fourth.
Yeah, right, and this is one that we'll keep an eye on because the Fire Motorsport, who have already made their last pit stop, they'll be coming around past the pits to try and get that position back. So what the gap's going to be as Norm comes out of the pits, or BCG2, they might do a driver swap here. What the gap's going to be as they exit the pits, we'll keep an eye on. They've pitted from fourth, but it might end up being fifth as the order gets reshuffled. Done a nice job there. Again, one of the drivers who are a little bit further down through the first half of the race, but continue to gain pace, continue to gain positions, and fifth position would be a strong result. It's still a little bit down maybe from their expectations. You know, this is season 1 champions. They've won plenty of races before, but they have yet to win a race here in this season, along with their BCG teammates. So the two teammates, we look at Simon Bishop and Matt. No, not Matt Nettie, Matt Simmons, is who I'm trying to get to. Yeah, the teammates. There's too many. Oh, yeah. I'm contributing to the problem, but that's funny that I've been caught out like Mike. I was laughing at Mike. I was behind the scenes having a laugh at Mike stumble across the mats, and then I've just gone and done it myself. But BCG1 also without a win so far, and they've come out. Is that Norm coming out of the pits there? So that is Norm actually one lap behind as a result of all this.
Noodles is actually back in the car. And yeah, you're right. They are one lap behind both, all the top three. Wow.
Alright, just an indication of how much things have opened up across the 6 hours. We've yet to have any safety car intervention. Driving standards they've really been impressive, you have to say. Some of the battles we've seen with these side-by-side moments, their ability to go over so many corners without having trouble has been really cool to witness. It really makes a great race to spectate when they're able to do that. I'm sure it makes a great race to drive as well when you're able to have those battles and not have any dramas between the drivers. So it's really cool to see. And if that continues though, these gaps will only continue to expand until the pit stops play their role. So we're still... Oh, and speaking of the pit stops playing their role, looking at the top, Twitchy has come into the pits. So this is our leader of the race, and they are going to make their last pit stop. 47 minutes left to go, and we're keeping an eye on where they come out as well, because Jeesh, we know, is going to the end, but Jeesh is going to have to conserve to the end, whereas Twitchy's going to come out, or whether it's Matt McEwen in the car, and just push to the final lap. So this is the balance. Where are we looking on track? Well, there might even be someone gone round. Sorry, it's all go at the moment.
Metal Steel's gone deep at this last chicane.
Oh, there it is.
I'm not sure what the issue is exactly. Here comes Jeesh on by. So would probably be better to keep an eye on what's going on between them and Twitchy, the gap with that. Twitchy is still rolling into the pit box. He hasn't even stopped for tyres or fuel yet. And Jeesh is coming around this first hairpin.
We go then, so... Oh yeah, wow, that's going to be a big difference then, isn't it? Oh, number 100 really having trouble at the moment. We're seeing, oh, they've got back to the pits in the end, so switched across there. Whereas here is Jeesh coming through Eau Rouge and now extending that gap. Twitchy's still in the pit lane. But where are they? Still refueling, in fact. So this is going to be that huge gap we talked about. I think we're seeing that, you know, the tips that we had, the 90-second pit stop loss, is going to end up being reasonably accurate because they've already lost 45-second lead that they had. And now look at this. This must just be so painful sitting there in the pit lane this long.
There we go. Alright, they're back off the field up and got their tyres. Matt McEwen's in the car for this last stint. But you'll see that Psydog has also passed the team of Outplayed. I'm unsure if he needs to pit again soon. I think he's on the 5 stint as well.
Yes, I believe they will be stopping as well. But crikey, that is a big gap. So down the Kemmel Straight, I'm just looking at the mini-map to try and work this one out. And sort of about a sector away. It's certainly going to be tough to try and push and come back. I think we're seeing the result. BSR1 have just played the strategy MasterCard, and it was absolutely worth going a little bit slower through this whole race to conserve and try and save that one pit stop.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at now, you know, Matthew's going through turn 11 and Jeesh is coming out onto Blanchimont. It's might as well call it GG's now. Someone has in the chat actually, John Shepherd. So yeah, that's it's an impressive drive by Jeesh and Captain Muffin, of course.
We are witnessing, I think, just some absolute masterclass, an absolute dominant performance from the team at BSR1. They're on track now to win 4 races in a row, completely unheard of in the AUSNZ Endurance Series. I can't fathom it that they've actually managed to pull this over everyone else. You know, they've got a whole field of drivers here, equally capable in terms of behind the wheel. But when it comes to the strategy, this team have done it a few times now. It's not just a fluke. They're proving that they have the mettle to defeat every challenger that steps up to the plate. BSR1, Jeesh and Captain Muffin, absolute class of the field. There's still 43 minutes to keep it tidy, but now it really is in Jeesh's hands to not make any mistakes towards the end of the race, and confirmation that Psydog has had to come into the pits for one last pit stop. We imagine they'll come back out behind McEwen, potentially behind Nitro as well. I think that's the gap we're going to keep an eye on. So McEwen has made that pit stop, 30 seconds. They should be able to get past Psydog. But whereabouts is Defy Motorsport? They're on the same strategy as BSR1, of course. They've managed to conserve enough fuel through this race while maintaining such a great pace as well. And now with 43 minutes to go, they're going to come around the source, and they should be able to cruise past Psydog, who's stopped there in pit lane, putting fuel in.
Yeah, well, this is the gap between Jeesh and McEwen is enough. We thought it was with Simon in the middle, but it's really just showing. Yeah, 42 seconds. Wow, that is something else. And here comes Nitro. He's coming through. The bigger question is will Simon actually be able to hold it ahead of Danetti in BCG4, the sister car, the brother? I'm not sure what to call it, but you know, part of the BCG brotherhood. Might have a little bit of a scrap out for the finish. Noodles as well behind them.
Absolutely right.
Matt coming out of the pits. Danetti's just about to come up to Radion in Eau Rouge.
There he is.
Yeah, fast for the end as well, won't it? Yep.
Yep, we're just taking a look at this gap. He's got to get up to speed. And there it is. Look, there it is. Matt Danetti, who's shown great pace earlier in this race. The headlights blaring as well. Comes down the Kemmel Straight, and he will have Matt Danetti in his sight. Sorry, Mint Matt in his sight. Again, the Mats are tripping me up. They're both in BMWs as well. They're both driving for BCG cars. it's only just, it feels like it's all designed to trip us up here in the booth, but 3 seconds is the official gap on the timing board, and that is certainly close enough to start this fight.
It sure is. Yeah, and with mid-mail and cold tires, it's just going to decrease for a couple laps to come at least. Danetti, he was flying earlier. He took Viper's and him all the way from 9th to about it was about 3rd at the time before it was really showing in the difference of pit stop strategies. So yeah, he's going to be fighting. And remember, this is also for 3rd in pro category. It's 4th overall, but it's still for the podium in their own class. So they're going to want this. They're going to be fighting for this all the way to the end. I'm sure of it.
Absolutely too true. And in terms of different categories as well, we still have Hooncorp 2 out on track, and now their competition has all made their pit stops. I believe, did Hooncorp make their last pit stop? Well, it's getting tricky to keep track of all these cars, but they don't have to stop here. They're in a hugely strong position out ahead in terms of their AM competition, who's markled at the moment in 2nd place, and then ETR East Task, who are fighting for the championship as well. So this would be a big swing. If Hooncorp 2 don't have to make the pit stop, they might still. I know it's Dubtrue in the car and he was double stinting it. I wasn't sure if they've confirmed they've done that last time.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe as well in the pro-am class. I'm not sure if to find another spots in the line. I do know for sure that TTR West and HC1, Smitty and Tosh, they're in the battle as well, and this is going to boost TTR West much up the standings. Again, a lot of points on the competitors here.
Absolutely right. This will put TTR West into the lead of the Pro-Am category in terms of the championship. With only 1 round left to go, we're going to Circuit of Americas in December. That will be the finale that decides it. And going into that final round with an advantage, it really just, it helps so much. It's so tough going into a final round knowing that, something has to go wrong, or there has to be a big, it's not just about one position. You have to have 3 positions over the competition. It makes it so tough. But if you can go in there with a nice lead, then you just maybe make some more sensible decisions during the race. You don't have to take those risks and put yourself in scary positions. You can just go out there and focus on your own thing. So this definitely going the way of TTR West and setting them up for that championship, thinking about that title. Not only are they also on for the podium in the Pro-Am class for this race, which is huge credit in itself, but the long term as well. This whole year's worth of work, this championship has been running all year, and for them to be out leading it, that will be huge.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be a great boost of confidence for that final round over in America. And with the Defy Motorsport, the class of them today, if they keep this up for next round, I have no doubt they'll be pushed up the pro and into the big dogs for next year. Really impressive performance again by them.
Absolutely right. They have proved themselves here today, and I guess it becomes a question of can you then back it up in the future rounds. But stint after stint here at Spa, proven to be strong. Reminder as well, all of today's action has been brought to you by TrackSpot.tv. Make sure you check out www.trackspot.tv if you need any broadcasting or commentary in the highest quality. We're coming to you today on YouTube in 4K 60 frames a second. Awesome to have the quality of stream back up the quality of racing that we've seen out there on track. At the moment, it's the quality of team strategy as well. Teamwork, team strategy, race engineering. So many just different aspects play a role in this in order to make it all come together and work out on track.
Yeah, it's a really cool thing what you guys are doing over at TrackSpot TV. It's also awesome you guys have allowed me to come experience it in the commentary box with you. But the professionalism of TrackSpot TV is next level. I have a lot of series where they do live streams. Motomotion and also AGT, as well as AUSNZ Endurance Series here. It's just great, looking back, or even if I'm not racing, just being able to watch the racing, it's really cool.
Yeah, exactly right. And you made a good point there. We always like to welcome in other commentators as well and other members of the team. So if you're interested in getting behind the scenes, maybe getting on the broadcast tools or getting into commentary yourself, go to www.trackspot.tv. There's a link there also to join the team. So get in touch, send a message, and we'll talk to you. You might be able to jump in the commentary booth and join us for some of the series that we are involved in. It's a lot of fun behind the scenes as well. It's not just about the race drivers getting to have fun, we get to enjoy it behind the scenes. And I think someone who wants to keep back in, he had a quick break and he wants to come back and enjoy the commentary box, is Mike as well. Mike, are you there? Have we got you back in the commentary booth?
I am, mate. Yeah, I've had my time. I've sat down, I've twiddled my thumbs. I don't like it, and I'm watching the clock count down to what's going to be a fantastic 35 minutes here, finishing off a fantastic 6-hour Spa. And also say the same thing Lewis just said too about you guys and your commentary and you welcoming people to the commentary booth. I'm not a full-time sim racer, not a full-time sim commentator. I'm just a lowly old dirt track speedway commentator, but love it, mate. And I absolutely love watching what these guys can do and how fantastic the quality of driving really is. But there is some cracking racing going on around the track at the moment. I'm just watching too I think if we see the Diswood there, the solo driver in the 102 car, he has not given up any stretch of the imagination on the challenge for 8th place outright against the 137 there, with Dub True driving the Aston Martin. So we've got the mighty old Ferrari up against the Aston Martin, and these guys are squabbling. And the 137, I can confirm, is actually wearing some damage from a little bit of an indiscretion that happened quite a little while ago now. They've made the decision to keep the car out there on the track. They don't want to take the 92 seconds plus damage, so they are keeping that car going. The gas to the end, the tyres are still okay, but the car, no excuses, not making any excuses. I've made a mistake, that's what happens. And Tim's going to drive the thing to the end and will still be within his allocated time limit. So, but I just got a shout out to Diswood. I don't know who this guy is, my bar of soap, but man, this is an outstanding drive. Look at him go. He's taken on two guys who are pretty daggum good in the Pro-Am class, and this guy there is by himself doing a 6-hour. Now, Jimbo, if he's been watching this, he would know exactly what this guy's going through. You're starting to get really fatigued and tired. You're talking about it before, Matt, about we can get up and move around and stretch. He can't. I don't even know what he can do. If he can run off to the little boys' room in the 90 seconds that he's, transiting the pits and all that sort of car. I just doubt it. I very, very much doubt it. So it's one of the many great stories coming out of this race. But right around the track, and what are we? We're 5 hours and 27 minutes into this one, and we're watching this quality of racing, scrapping it out like this, a championship on the line for 8th and 9th place, and I think that's outstanding. It really, really is. And there's still a few other little stories going on at the moment. I see Matt Danetti and Mint Matt having a bit of a squabble there, a couple of seconds in that battle, 4th and 5th. This battle that's going on here, and just looking forward to seeing how it plays out, because there may not be any safety cars after 30 minutes, and we've got 33 minutes to go. There may not be any safety cars after the 30-minute thing. Doesn't mean to say there potentially could be problems. We've seen spins, we've seen bumps and scrapes and things like that. So yeah, it really is a fantastic thing that we've got on here at the moment, and watching the quality is just a pleasure. It's a privilege, and certainly not anything that we're all taking lightly. So I've got to also echo what Lewis was saying before about the professionalism of TrackSpot TV. We're all going to have glitches. We're all going to have the odd person drop out.
Sorry, I'm going to jump over. I'm going to ruin what you were just saying. You were saying we're professional, but I'm going to talk over the top of you, because we're seeing that move. Diswood down the inside. Look at that. He's got the position done, and he's got past Hooncorp 1, and that was just a great little piece of driving. I'll give it back to you, Mike, but I just wanted to, take the opportunity to, when you were saying that we're all professional, there was a good move out on track, and you love it at this point. We talk about whether he's fatigued, but it seems like he's still looking fresh. That move still looked like he still has all his wits about him.
Yeah, I think he's got an intravenous vitamin drip going on there or something, mate, because that really is outstanding, even more so. And I'm as a Hooncorp 2, sporter, I can't be angry about that, because when you see that quality of driving, you just sit back and say brilliant. But look, right across the, look, it's early days. We've got 32 minutes to go, but I just want to jump on the whole TrackSpot thing. I want to jump on the admins. I want to jump on all the guys and the team that have made this happen here. It doesn't happen by itself. You guys do a fantastic amount of work. I'm an absolute cheat. I roll in, I sit my bum down on the seat, I pick up what notes I've got there and everything, and then we just talk. That's really the easy job. What you guys do before, during, and even after, you know, it's just, there is nothing left to chance. And I know the amount of hours you're on the computer, on the Discord, you're on your, you know, the messaging system, all that stuff that you've got. It just harkens to, this is why it is a very successful series, and I think it will only get stronger and stronger in the years coming up. And we're hoping in 2026 that there will be a full, you know, sponsor on board there to help to, you know, really alleviate the financial stress and the drivers having to pay in. So there's plenty more to come from AUSNZ, and I think the Trackspot TV Hooncorp Esports partnership is very, very good. And on that note, I just want to shout out also to a big pat on the back and a thanks for the last sponsorship we had for the previous round with Kano Parts up in Whangarei, and hopefully we can shake Gold Brett by the checkbook, if not for Kota, hopefully for 2026, and we can certainly, you know, look for other sponsors as well. But in the meantime, let's get back to it, guys. We have just cracked 30 minutes and 50 seconds to go, 46 to go, I should say. And what a sight to behold this is at the moment, isn't it? I mean, the battle has certainly been won by the looks of it there for 8th place with the PRT3 Ferrari of Diswood doing a cracking job there in the 102 car. And if you weren't a fan of Diswood before, I certainly hope everyone out there gives him a big cheer and a big pat on the back, because he hasn't just gone out there and done it as a solo act, Monkey Matt. He's gone out there and he's absolutely nailed it for, you know, 5.5 plus hours, hopefully 6 hours without a problem. I think that is just outstanding.
Be in 8th position, you know, with any team, with this class of field that you're up against, is a massive effort. To do that, being in 8th position by yourself, is just even more credit to him. So great drive there. I'm just looking at the chat as well, because I see Al Dusty has just joined in and is watching along. Driving car 75, we'll jump to that there. Defy Motorsport, he's got his teammate Nitro in the car at the moment, and he said, I'm too scared to even talk to my teammate. I don't want to distract him. Just letting the teammate fully focus through this final phase of the race. They are just stoked to be up in 3rd position. They have been crushing this race, and they know that it requires a lot of effort to perform at this level. They know that they just need to keep everything going in the right direction, keep pushing on, because they could be on for an overall podium here and a class win, which would be a mega result here at the 6 hours of Spa. And it raises an interesting question as well, and I might throw this to you, Lewis, this question. How much do you like to hear from your teammate on the radio when you are in an endurance championship like this? It is something that's a little bit different with endurance racing than what you normally would get when you're just out there by yourself. Are you the type of person that would have a bit of chat going on during the race, or do you want to be out there focusing?
I've had a lot of teammates in the past, you know, like, I actually raced one of them with you, with Twitchy, Nath, and Smitty, Ikatosh, and Hyper, probably some other ones as well. But I'm a big banter guy, you know, I like to have a bit of a smile, a bit of a laugh, and it keeps me, you know, calm and keeps me driving smooth. You know, a bit of silence for me, it lets me drift away a little bit. You know, I can find a bit of a rhythm with it, but no, I do like having a chat, having someone to, you know, tell me what other people are doing, and, you know, and how the race is going. You know, from the spectator side as well. What about yourself?
Yeah, I definitely want to be having a little bit of a back and forth. It's kind of it's a balance though, isn't it? You don't want to get too in the weeds and having too much banter during the race. You do have to, you know, it does require effort to drive at this pace, particularly these guys at the pointy end of the field. But I know that it does vary between drivers, and you do want to be having fun with it as well. You can go fast and have fun. There's definitely nothing limiting that. And so just having some jokes on the radio and getting the updates as well of the important information, what's going on around you, discussing strategy is definitely a key that comes on the radio when you are in these endurance races. Today has been calm, and as we have ticked over 30 minutes to go, we do see that the weather for the next 30 minutes is going to be cloudy, so we have had no rain here today at Spa. And everyone, I saw a message in chat that everyone can breathe a sigh of relief, because it is always a little bit more difficult when the rain comes down and you have to try and juggle those wet tyres, juggle a slippery track. But today, all optimal the whole way through, would you believe it, in Belgium.
Yeah, you can see that the temperature's dropping now, so the cars are becoming a bit slower. But Tushy was still able to get that purple lap time in that last stint. And it looks like he might hold on to it for the rest of the race. Yeah, the track's dropped 7 degrees in temperature. Probably likewise with the air temperature. I haven't been watching that as much. And the wind's picked up a little bit. You know, you're getting a bit of a headwind down that long straight. But yeah, no, the guys have handled it really well, adapted well, and had some really good clean racing.
True. And Mike, I imagine with you, you'd be all about having some banter during the race, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's funny because it depends on whether you've got race control in your ear or if your team is your race control. So if you've got race control telling you the driver directly, or have you got race control telling your teammate who then passes it on to you through comms? So it's a bit of a hard one. I haven't done a lot of sim enduros myself, but I do like to feel that, you know, I'm part of a team when I'm out there on the track driving. So yeah, I don't mind the person in my ear too much, and believe it or not, I don't actually talk that much when I'm driving. But to me, it's just a natural thing to sort of, you know, report in every few laps. So obviously looking at temperatures and things like that. But gee whiz, man, I really do look at these drivers and I'm just shaking my head going, man, these are some really good pedalers. And I'm not the guy that gets jealous. I sit back and go, I think I could actually get better than what I am. I'll never be as good as these guys. And just, you know, older person with reflexes and eyesight, it's just not the same. But you know, it's tremendous to see how well these guys can drive the car. But I did have a question, Monkey Matt. I'll let you answer this because, well, first of all, I had to have a bit of a chuckle at you because apparently you fell over the Matt names and your name is Matt. So I'll just throw that at you after you mocked me before. So Diswood in the 102 car. Now he's running in Pro-Am, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm just questioning which part of him is Pro and which part of him is Am.
No, it is a good question. I don't know if Lewis can shed any light on these categories. I believe it is just a ranking system that they do have in the series, so that we can work out, you know, the general pace of each driver and slot them in the right spot. Is that a fair way to put it, Lewis?
Yeah, that's pretty much spot on. Yeah, it's a pretty good system. You know, a few exceptions to that. You know, in terms of ranking. You know, some people might know that you know, someone's a bit of a quicker driver and go, oh no, you know, you're not that pace, especially when they're coming first up into the series. But you know, over time they've evened out really well. We've got some good battles. And each race is different, you know. I mean, Jason's gone 4 wins in a row this year. Jason Captain Muffin, but it is very competitive. Yeah, and you know, nothing's ever promised.
I was actually hoping for a less serious answer, to be fair. I just thought maybe when he came into the pit stop he had to put on a bigger shoe or something on his left foot or something like that. But anyway, that's a pretty daggum good answer. Hey guys, I think it's time that we started to do the countdown now. We're 23 minutes and change until we see the checkered flag here at the Spa 6 Hour in Belgium. So if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Producer, if we could just jump up to, we are already on the race leader in the 05 car. I think for the final time, our final little swan song, and we've got 19 cars. I'll do 6, and then whoever can do the other 6, and then we'll go to the end on that one. Let's talk about the race leader in the BSR 1 car at the moment with 23 minutes to go. Jeesh in the Aston Martin. If we jump down to second place, the fastest car on the track in second place at the moment. Here he is, the 726 of Matt McEwen. We'll get the right Matt there for a change. That's nice. And what a great job they're doing. Not too far behind Jeesh, but boy, just enough to still be in with a chance. Go into third place now in another of these mighty Mercedes-Benz, and what a tremendous job they've done. Nitro behind the wheel of the 75 car, and again in with a good stone's throw here. Any problem at the front, could be a second place on the podium, but still happy to be third. Let's jump down to fourth place in the BMW, another of the German marquee here, and it's the 1 car there with Mint Matt behind the wheel. Sidedog has handed over the keys, and it's time to bring the BMW home. Can he make it up to the podium? He's got 22 minutes to do the job. I'll tell you what, no matter what, it's a great result. There's plenty of points. Jump into fifth place if we could. 56. This is the Matt Donetti, the Apple Man, Matt Donetti. Haven't called him the Apple Man too much today, but the 56 car in fifth place is looking absolutely resplendent, and what a great sight to behold for these guys. Another solid finish.
He just had a spin actually, coming up over El Rouge. did very
Doesn't
well.
matter.
to
I'm
keep
still
out
going to praise him, mate.
out of the
Don't never let the facts get in the way of a good story at the moment. We're going to go on about how wonderful he is and how they've successfully. Yeah, right. Just calm down. We'll just do that later. Let's go back to the top. The last one I'll talk about, though, the 6th car in position number 6, car number 76, and this is Noodles in the BCG2 car doing a job. He hasn't just had a spin, so I think Lewis is trying to say I put the hex on him there just quietly, and that's the top 6 there for me. We'll go to 7th place. So go on, Lewis. You can run us through the next 6 if you want.
I'll go Matt real quick. Sorry, I'm in the replay mode trying to get this.
You're all right. Yeah, I'll jump in.
I'll do a couple more.
No, go for it.
I'll do a couple more then. TTR Western 7th place. Here's the 369 car there with the Morton Nick doing a great job in the mighty old Mustang there, and that has been a very, very solid drive from them, and of course the first of the Fords to come home. Let's hope they get across the line now. 8th place, if we could jump down to the 102 car. We've featured them enough. I mean, not enough. We haven't featured them enough, to be fair. This is an outstanding giant killing drive there for Diswood, and boy, we hope he gets the next 21 minutes under his belt without a problem. And I say that to the demise of the own young fella there in the 9th place car, which is the 137. This is Dub True driving at the moment with Nismo Nate watching on in the sidelines in the 137 car. That's our top 9 cars. We've got plenty to go to the end there, Monkey Man.
Yeah, so we've actually got Hooncorp 2 ahead now at the moment of Hooncorp 1. So Hooncorp 1 not having the day they were looking for. And if we do just go back to talking about 137, they started down in 18th, I do believe. So they have had a mega race to come up through the field and just continue progressing as the race has gone through. Now ahead of their sister team in the 37 that we're having a look at there with Smitty. They're only 2 seconds ahead, so they're getting chased here by BCG3. Jono Stan in the car, trying to charge forward, but they've lost a couple of positions recently and trying to recover 2.1 seconds. We might have to come back to this battle, but it seems like it is just slowly closing down as they continue into the last 20 minutes now. In 12th position, OTR, Old Timer Racing. Markwood's in the car, number 77, and second in the AM category, doing a nice job to hold that spot there ahead of TTR East. Dusk behind the wheel of another Mustang there, and in 13th. Number 11 on the side of the car. We've talked about this car a lot. They've been up and down the order here today in the first 5.5 hours. Gordo still going strong after the crashing out in the first few laps, and now sitting in 14th position. They might even have lost a couple of laps. They might have been hoping for a safety car that has never quite come at Spa. In 15th, Hooncorp 3. Felix is in the car, 237. We got 37, 137, and 237 there. Their Aston Martin looking a little bit straighter than their sister team. They're still holding on in 15th spot. In behind them, Cactus Racing number 5. Randall's in the Porsche. And the Porsches haven't really seemed to go too well today, unfortunately for them. Down in 16th position, still ticking away in 16th though. They're ahead of Redline Vertex. I believe it is Redline's first race into the championship. So great to have them on board here at Spa, and I'm sure they're learning a lot. This is the theme we talked about. Learning about the stint timer, learning about the driver timer, learning about the car a little bit as well. Oh, and of course the procedures in terms of joining the lobby. So they're running around in 76th. I did get an update on what happened here. So I think they had a disconnect early on. Then when they rejoined the lobby, their number changed. So they were meant to be 17. And because the whole rejoin system, you have to do it a little bit finicky in the right order and all these things, we ended up being given a different number. And that's why we see the mismatch between the number on the car and the number on the leaderboard. And then rounding out the field, the second Porsche, 787 here is Team Ignition. Hammer's in the car behind the wheel of this one, and they're still chipping away. They've definitely been following a few cars through this race, because look at the amount of muck on the front of this thing. This is one thing I actually love about endurance racing. We see in the real world that some of these top tier endurance cars, they just park them up at the end of the race. If they win, say, Le Mans, you just park them up and leave all that muck on the car, because it tells the story of the race that they've been in. And it's interesting that we do have quite a difference between, say, the likes of the 787, and if we go and look and see if I can bring up an example, how tidy the cars are looking up here at the pointy end of the race. It's really a marked difference.
Yeah, it sure is, and it's just one of those things about clean, fast racing. You obviously you're going to get the stone chips, you're going to get the rubber, you're going to get all sorts of swarf all over your vehicle, and of course you're going to lose a bit of paint if you crash into things. But big effort there from the drivers to not just manage to get through these things, drive to the strategy, look after the fuel, look after the tyres, keep it off the wall, you keep inside your stint times, you know, all these things like you said about signing into the lobby and all of those sort of things that you've got to do. And you know, when you do it as a team, you do it as a group, you might have a comms person as well as two drivers. They may or may not be in the same country because of the wonders of modern, you know, technology. But then, of course, if Diswood is doing all of this by himself, I'm absolutely in awe of the man. But what we're watching at the moment on the track is the 726 car, and this is Matt McEwen. And I'll tell you what, Matt McEwen is doing a fine job behind the wheel of that Mercedes-Benz at the moment. That is the car that is currently the fastest car with the fastest lap against its name. I'm not sure if Isaac can actually tell us by what sort of stage he was. I think we were talking before in the low 18s, 118s. So it'd be interesting when we saw that the top 10 shootout was the fastest lap of the qualifying process. That was a 1:17.1, and the previous fastest lap we had with the one car was a 1:18. So if we do get a chance to find out what that is, or maybe Isaac, you can chuck that up for us. But nonetheless, this has been a very, very well thought out race from the guys, and I think maybe just for the sake of saving a little bit more fuel, which is just so easy to say, but in the heat of battle, who wants to save fuel? And you actually brought up that point earlier on there, Monkey Matt, when you actually said about, hey, you know, what would you rather be? Would you be the guy looking after the car or the guy that can go, you know, hick the leather? I think I'd rather be the guy going hick the leather. It's very, very hard to drive conservatively. You know, you come up on lap traffic, you've got issues around you, you've got things. You don't want to have to concentrate on it. You just want to be able to push the car and go as quick as you possibly can, because the last thing you want to do is drive conservatively. And there's so many times we see in real-time racing, you know, when people say, oh, just take it easy, don't go full on, and they normally make a mistake, you know. So for all the drivers that have been doing it for the better part of 6 hours, I take my hat off to them. I don't know how they do it, but I think that's everyone's preference. But as we can see with the 5 car there, the BSR1, I mean, that is what's got them in the position they are, and it's a very, very, you know, very, very well-placed little position.
Absolutely right. You know, I think all the pain of having to save fuel and having to maybe not attack the track and just having to conserve a little bit through the stint, all the pain will be relieved if they're able to cross the line in the first place, take that trophy home. That will definitely, you know, be a good painkiller for them, and they'll be super excited if they're able to hang on. And that gap has come down a little bit. It's 35 seconds, but I think there's just not enough time in this race to try and close it. Only 15 minutes left in this one, so we'll try and find where the battles still are out on track. Jono Stan trying his best to close in on the back of Smitty. They've chipped away just a couple of tenths. So this is, you know, a really even pace between the two of them, and they might actually play a role in terms of having to get out of the way of lap traffic here, so that could hurt. Because they're trying to think about their own race, but you also don't want to interfere with anyone else. And are they going to... Well, I'm just going to keep an eye on this, because there is Matt McEwen, who will be trying to fly around this track. He wants to keep pushing. He's been on a charge, knowing that he's got the fuel and the tires to just go for it, and this might be... Is he going to get out of the way there? Question marks here. I think he's going to do it down this straight, so a nice tidy spot. Try and get out of the way and not lose too much time, I think, is what Jono's thinking. Exactly what he's thinking, but he does lose a few tenths, and now he's going to have to put the head down to try and catch that back up.
Tell you one other thing there too, Matt, is we've actually celebrated 1,000 kilometres achieved in, what, less than 6 hours. 1,015 kilometres achieved last lap through. So it's only going to go up by 7 kilometres every time after that in 13 minutes. So we're likely to get another, you know, 5 or 6 laps times 7, another 35 odd k's. It's going to be nearly 1,050 kilometres in 6 hours if we keep going green flag. And I think that's absolutely fantastic when you think about, you know, what that actually takes, how much mileage these covered in 6 hours. We've gone to Wellington from Auckland, turned around and come back to almost Taupo. That is just phenomenal. So very, very, very high quality, very fast cars, very well set up drives. And bearing in mind, these aren't just, you know, AI slot cars. Everyone's having to, you know, have the car down incrementally too. As we count it down, 12, nearly just under 13 minutes to go, 12 minutes and 50 odd seconds and change. My word, it's going to be a fantastic countdown on this one. And Monkey Matt, I'll get you to probably talk us through who's what and where and what class here for Pro-Am and Amateur for the final time, where the podiums are at this moment, if you've got that information to you, because that's another thing to celebrate. Of the 19 cars still doing circles, or sorry, 18 cars doing circles around the track at the moment, 9 of these cars will get podium positions on the various classes, and I think that is just going to be something everyone's going to be excited about.
Absolutely right, and there will be a few changes in the different categories as well. First, of course, with the Pro and the overall win, Geesh in BSR1, they're on track to maintain their lead in the championship, in fact, extend their lead over ANC Outplayed. So, Twitchy and McEwen, they've minimized the damage by currently at least sitting in second place. They are going to lose a few more points before we head into the finale next time out. That's the overall championship. Fighting for third in the overall championship, BCG1, sitting in fourth on track at the moment. They're looking to solidify their spot ahead of BCG2, who are currently down in sixth for the Pro division. In Pro-Am, I mean, hats off to Nitro and to Al Dusty, sorry, and in Defy Motorsport. They're going to head over the line to win the Pro-Am division in this race. They've only competed in one race previously, so they're here for round 4, which means they're down the order in the championship. And when you look at the championship, up the order in the championship is TTR West, who are doing a good job out on track. They are currently sitting in second position in the championship behind Hooncorp 1. They're only about 12 points behind them, and looking at the track at the moment, they're 4 positions, in fact, ahead of Hooncorp 1 on track. So they're going to pick up a whole bunch more points. They're going to, in fact, take the lead into the championship, heading into the finale. And that is a mega job for them. Second, ooh, there's another little track limits moment there. 10 minutes to go. They have to be a little bit careful with that. You don't want to get a drive through at this point. If they manage to keep it on the black stuff, they'll get the lead of the Pro-Am Championship. And in the AM class, currently leading the championship, TTR East Side, who are in 13th position. Their rival in the championship, currently in 9th and in first for the division for the AM class, is Hooncorp 2. Dubtrue behind this wheel. If they can continue to hold on to 9th, I'm going to have to do some streamer math. I believe that's going to be close in the championship division. I can't actually work that out live on air, but I think it's going to come down to the finale essentially for the AM title. Both teams are going to have to be fired up for the final round, because there will be nothing between them if they finish as they are now, with only, well, we've just picked over less than 10 minutes left to go here for the 6 hours of Spa.
Fantastic. So what you're saying is it's all to play for, you know, whether you're pro-am or amateur class, it's all to play for. There's plenty of silverware there to pass around on this one, and of course the Circuit of the Americas in early December. It's going to be one to certainly watch with big smiles, and hopefully people that really want to, you know, get out there and just get across the checkered flag. And what happens after that? Well, if you won, you come second, you come third in whatever respective class, then pat yourself on the back and have a nice break over Christmas, because when AUSNZ comes back in 2026, I know already that Nismo's been putting out the word. He's been putting the old proposals all together for the sponsors and sponsorships. They want to be actually able to help the drivers to either not subsidise it or make it very, very cheap, and also provide some sort of you know, prize package there for them, which was very, very generously donated in the last one. Couldn't get it secured for this round, and hopefully we can do something for Kota. But thanks again to Camo Parts up in Long Grade for the support that Brett did actually show, and that was very, very well deserved and very kind, hard-earned money. It wasn't promises and fairy and unicorns. Right, so 8 minutes and 30 seconds to go there, Matt Smith, Monkey Matt. And what are your thoughts on this one, mate? I mean, we haven't seen you in the commentary booth for this series, but you've jumped in with gusto here today, and I know that you're quite a seasoned veteran yourself on driving. What are your thoughts on what you've seen here today, mate?
Oh, it has been a class race, hasn't it? This has been an absolute joy to be a part of. I love seeing these cars out on track. They just look beautiful as well, don't they? With all the liveried up cars. Like, look at this Hooncorp 1 car. There we go, as a prime example of it. It's great to see, and then the level of driving is just truly outstanding. I mean, we really can call it world class at the top of the field, but throughout the field as well. I'll let slip that I did a few practice laps to try and get an understanding ahead of this race, ahead of this round, knowing that I'd be in the commentary box, and I was many seconds off the pace that they have been racing around here in. So I take my hat off to the drivers. It has been awesome to see the level of performance out there, and also how much fun everyone's having. I've truly enjoyed seeing everyone come into chat as well and cheer on and support various drivers throughout. We've seen the support, of course, with Defy Motorsport earning new fans, but also having existing ones come in and cheer them on. And TTR as well has been another one that we've seen particular support for in chat. So that's a fun side of it that I think is really cool. I think the endurance aspect, the team aspect helps encourage that, where, you know, everyone out there has at least one person that's cheering for them, and it makes it a lot of fun. But
Hey,
yeah,
can I just jump in there? I want to be a little bit unprofessional now, because if I'm right, I think we can, yeah, the 137k, you've got the right one there. Look at the gap between 137 and Diswood. It was about 4 or 5 seconds. Now it's down to just over 1 second. I'm not sure if Diswood's had a problem there, or if Dubtrue has decided, you know what, I've got the gas for a few more laps, I'm going to start pushing the old girl, which we know has got a little bit of damage on the front end of this car. And equally, if we go down couple more, we'll see.
Hang on, I'm going to be unprofessional and interrupt you, because the leader's coming into the pits. They haven't made it to the end. 6 minutes left to go. They've made an unscheduled pit stop.
Oh my.
And also I was going to go down to pardon me, to Jono's stand and have a look, because Jono's stand's actually a second or so behind Smitty. But as the race leader comes in, this is not ideal. Let's just say.
There is another twist in the tail, and is that McEwen? Has he already come past pit lane? Such a long pit lane for G's to have to come back in. I think they've just lost the win. With 5 minutes left to go, I think this might have just swung back the way of ANC outplayed, and they are going to get going, get back out there. Can they claim second place? And my word, this is a twist I did not see coming.
But it's not a drive-through. It's actually an actual pit stop. So who would have thought? I thought these guys were, you know, were gassed and ready to go to the end. I have no answer to that one whatsoever. Come on, Lewis, you got some insight, surely.
They obviously hadn't filled up enough. Wow, that's you know, you wouldn't expect that error. It's wow. I'm shocked. I don't know what else to say. That's really just handed it to McEwen, yeah.
Oh my word, we've spent so long talking up how they played a masterclass in the strategy box, but then it's come down to the last stint, and they haven't been able to save enough fuel to get to the end. They've come close. They're only a few laps away, perhaps, from having gotten to the end, but it's just not been enough. And a splash and dash here with the Spa pit lane just takes too long to trundle down the pit lane. They've actually come out 35 seconds behind now, Matt McEwen. So what was looking like it was just the star of the show has ended up flipping backwards, and ANC outplayed might just stumble into a win at the end of it after all.
Well, it's just to play for at the moment. We're seeing the gap between the 9th and 10th place, the 8th and 9th place cars extend away. But I'm also quite interested in the 11th place car there, who's having a go at the 37 car. So it's all happening. We've got a leader change. We've got no one is absolutely safe here. There's Jono Stan in the 96 car, catching right up to the back end of the 37 car. There was Smitty behind the wheel, and this is for position. This is absolutely for position. 0.7 of a second. It was 0.9 of a second before. We've got 4 minutes to go in the race. Is the top 10 going to be wrestled away from Smitty? Not over my dead body, the Aussie will say. He'll say, mate, that's my position. You stay behind me, Jono. I'm not letting no bleeping Ford Mustang past my Aston. Oh, and they themselves have done a cracking job to do it, as you said, but now looks like the battle in front of them has settled down a little bit with the other of the Astons up against the Ferrari of Diswood. Diswood again just gets my... But this battle here, it's far from over, 0.7 of a second. We'll see if that's going to change during the course of it. And of course, the Morton Nico in the Mustang behind, I don't think it's for position. I think it's a lap or two down, so not going to play into this one, or a lap or two ahead, I should say. So we're not worried about that battle. They may have to be under blue flags and let that car go through. Oh, monkey map. Who scripted this? Because I'll tell you what, whoever the writer was, whoever the director is, they're doing a cracking job. There's so much to talk about. We're supposed to be sitting here talking about tea and scones and cardigans, but my word, it's anything but that with 3 minutes to go.
Oh my goodness, it's just really spiced it back up. I was a little bit, I'm still just frazzled. That BSR1 coming into the pits there. I'm now keeping an eye on the leaderboard, because I'm wondering if anyone else is going to make a similar mistake and have to go for that last little splash and dash to get to the end. There's only 2.5 minutes to go. They should be just about getting there. And if there's going to be any last minute moves, now's your chance to be setting it up. It looks like this is the closest battle on track. Jono Stan hunting down Smitty for that bragging rights of finishing in the top 10. points towards the championship as well. And we did do a full run through of those championship kind of implications earlier on. The switch up with Matt McEwen and Jeesh at the front. These two are fighting for the overall championship. So that is another swing now that we've had that pit stop. That is going to swing back in the way of ANC outplayed. Twitchy and McEwen earning a few extra points to try and close down that lead heading into the final round. It only just makes things more exciting here in the AUSNZ.
It does, and one
Endurance
more
Series.
milestone too. We've just clocked over 150, in fact 151 laps, which is just phenomenal. And we have not had a safety car, and we've got 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go. Lewis, your final thoughts on this one before we see the checkered flag, mate? What do you reckon how the day has gone?
Well, it's just been great, eh? It's been action-packed from start to finish. Matthew McEwen, the race controls just announced this is his last lap. So this is the last lap of the race. But yeah, well, what a mix-up as well just at the end. Jeesh had 2 laps to go. Oh, wow, I'm still shocked about that as well, eh? Like, Matt, wow. So yeah, there's nothing more he can do. There's a 35-second gap now between the Mercedes and the Aston. Looks like the battle of Jono Stan and Smitty's going to come down to the end. Smitty's going to want to be holding on to this for dear life because he needs all these points possible if he wants to even have a chance at getting back in that TCR West team, which is actually just behind him, close to lapping him.
Well, the elbows are going to be out, there's no doubt about that, in the 37 car, but I think it's right we hand over to the man who started the race to finish the race here at Spa in Belgium. Monkey Matt, read us through to the end, mate. Let's see the checkered flag, call it to the end, and let's get ready to finish what's been a fantastic AUSNZ race.
Oh my word, and there's just been one more twist in the tail. Jono Stan has picked up a drive-through for the track limits there, so that has resolved that battle. Smitty will hang on to the top 10 positions, but out in front, it has been a class act here today. Matt McEwen in the car at the moment. He has been the fastest driver out there alongside his teammate Twitchy. ANC outplayed, doing a cracking job after what can only be described as a strategy blunder from BSR1. They had a 40-second lead. They could have coasted to the end. You would have thought they could have had a couple of laps, but they must have lost track of those fuel numbers. They had to make a pit stop right at the end, and that has handed the position to these guys in the Mercedes. 726 on the side of the car, and it might end up being, they'll be thinking about having a number 1 next season because the title fight is going to go down to the line. It's a race win here at the Spa 6 Hours for Matt McEwen and Twitchy, and ANC outplayed, finishing out front. What a mega drive. 152 laps they had to complete to get there, and they are going to finish with a 30+ second gap ahead of their competition. That is the pace they have had in this race. Credit to those two out front, and it has been a valiant effort here for the championship leaders. They've won 3 races in a row, but they can't make it 4. A little mistake at the end has cost them after we thought they were going to play the strategy masterclass. They come across the line in 2nd place, a great haul of points, but it's not the result they wanted, and they'll do some celebrations at the end as well. On the podium positions, it is Jeesh and Captain Muffin there in BSR1 who finish in 2nd spot. And then further back, take your hat off to this team. They're in the Pro-Am category, but they're on the podium outright overall. That is Car 75, Defy Motorsport. What a result to be up there in 3rd. Credit to this team. They have driven a superb race, and you know what? They've pulled off the 4-stop strategy. Even the pros couldn't do that, and they've managed to do it in the Mercedes, and they can come home and celebrate that at the end of the day. Matt and Psydog do end up finishing in the 4th position. Couldn't quite pull off the podium recovery after having dramas, getting caught up in 2 different incidents at the start of the race. And then down in 5th position, BCG4 will cross the line. Matt Donetti doing a stellar job alongside his teammate Viper Z. I should get his name right when we are celebrating a top 5 finish in the BMW. Great job again from the cars in number 56 on the side. Here we have their teammates, BCG2, with Noodles and Norm in the McLaren. They're going to finish in 6th position and lose a little bit of ground in terms of the championship battle with BCG1. There are only a couple of spots between them, so they'll still be hoping to take that fight to the final round as well. And then looking through the field now, another Pro-Am finisher, Immortan Nick in 7th place. TTR West now take the lead in the Pro-Am Championship. They take home the silverware for coming 2nd in their division in that Mustang, ahead of the Ferrari of Diswood, who does finish in 8th spot. A mega drive from the man doing it solo in 102. What a result to be able to get through 6 hours of Spa and finish in the top 10. And of course, we have to shout out Nismanath and Dub True finishing top of the AM division. They'll take home the prize for that, and they will also get bring the battle to the final round in terms of the AM Championship now, up against ETRS, who finish overall in 12th, third in the amateur division. In between them, of course, OTR. Markwood was in the car at the end. Another Ford driver, and he is on the podium for the amateur class. That is the top end of the field, and what a race we have witnessed. I mean, it was all go at the start, and it was all go at the end. It surprised us in the commentary box, and it produced a great race here for the 6 hours of Spa.
1,064 kilometres completed, guys. It is unbelievable. What a fantastic way to finish. I think it's fair to say John O'Stan was less than impressed with the drive-through decision, because I saw what actually happened to that car after the checkered flag came in. He just went straight into the wall, didn't use the brakes, wasn't exactly happy. But look, at the end of the day, it has been a tremendous drive, and everyone there needs a big pat on the back. But I'll tell you, none more so than the 8th place driver, though, Diswood, in that absolutely fantastic Ferrari. He has done his team very, very well, and to come through 8th outright by himself in the Pro-Am class has been, well, nothing short of sensational. I take my hat off to them all. It's been absolutely brilliant, and you know what, guys, I'm looking forward to Circuit of the Americas as much as I was looking forward to Spa, because I love Spa. I love watching what they do. I love what the way these cars handle. But Circuit of the Americas, not necessarily because it's my favourite track, but because it's going to be the end of what has been an awesome season, and I'm sure it's going to finish on a high. Will it finish without a safety car? Who knows? We had perfect weather here. We had perfect weather the last round as well at Kailami, but I don't know if it's going to hold out for America. It certainly will finish with a flourish, and we'll have to wait and see how it goes. But Lewis, you've done a huge amount in the background there too, mate. Thanks very much for what you've done. Absolutely outstanding, the amount of effort everyone's been put in. Isaac as well, who's jumped in there for a few moments, and I'm sure we'll be calling some of the drivers into the booth for a bit of a celebrationary chat with him as well. But Monkey Matt, great to have you on board there, mate. Obviously, we're not having George or Trev there on this one, but you've certainly stepped up. You've been the producer, and I've got to say, mate, you've done an outstanding job there. So good to have you in the booth, and hopefully that will be in the future as well.
Oh, no, thank you, and thank you for joining as well. It has been great to have you along for the 6 hours. Everyone who is watching along, stick around in chat. Let us know how you think that one unfolded, what you make of that finish, because it all sort of kicked off at the end there, didn't it? You do want to stick around though, because we have got some driver interviews lined up, so we will be talking to the top drivers as they finished out on track, and I'll see if I can work out how we're going to manage that system. But I'm almost just catching my breath a little bit, because that was all go, wasn't it? And we do have confirmation. Actually, I've got confirmation in my ear now that the gap between the leaders, BSR1, ANC outplayed, the gap heading into the final round is just 36 points now. So with 300 points on offer for a race win, that is all go. It's all going to come down to the finale in December.
That's amazing, isn't it? So there's certainly plenty to play for in this one, and who knows what tactics and strategies. But I know there's one car I'd like to hear from, and I don't think I'm the only one, and it's got a number 5 on the side. But whether or not they want to come and have a chat or not, we'll certainly wait and see. But we'll let the people with the earpieces work that all out there for us. But hopefully those that are tuned in around New Zealand, around Australia, around the rest of the world, you've certainly been quite chatty during the course of this one, and they appreciate that very, very much. And hopefully your team did very, very well, or the person or brand that you were supporting did well as well. And we certainly want to, try and keep things going and keep the momentum happening for about 4 weeks' time, I think it is, in America. But what a great way to celebrate this fantastic race here at Belgium there, Matt. And with yourself and Lewis, I think we haven't really had too much we didn't know about. And then, of course, Isaac jumping in as well with the updates, as well as popping on there for a bit of a word as well. It's been fantastic. So the guys will be having a bit of a sit down and a cup of tea and the lie down, some of the drivers. But I know there's a few I'd like to hear from, so we'll wait and see who it is that's going to be tuning in.
Yeah, well, I was just looking at what we've got in the waiting room, and I thought we were about to have Al Dusty join us, but I think he's just been a bit too excited. He didn't want to sit around and wait. He might be off celebrating that result there. So we'll see if we can. Maybe we will be able to trip. Oh, in fact, we might have his teammate Nitro will be able to join here from Defy Motorsports. And let's see if Nitro, have we got you there? Have you?
Hey,
welcome
hi guys.
and congratulations. We want to get your immediate reaction to that one.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, that was just an insane race, honestly. That was pretty hectic for us. We knew we wanted to do that 4-stop from the get-go, except my teammate Max, here he is.
There we are.
Beautiful.
The one and only. Dude, he's a freaking legend. He drove like a trooper throughout that race. And we wanted to do that 4-stop, as I was saying, but we kind of knew that it would work, but we didn't know by how much we had to actually save by. So I think from the second stop onwards, we were just like, well, I was doing all the math, trying to figure out, well, this is our fuel burn, this is our liters left, so this is how much we have left to drive effectively. And I was like, oh shit, this is actually not going to be enough. So although we were like lifting and coasting and short shifting, we actually had to use a bit of fuel map 2 through like 75% of the track, besides like all the straights. And yeah, it got us home basically. I think we were just managing it really, really well. So shout out to Max here. But yeah, what a race. Cool.
How much fuel did you have left in the tank, mate, when you crossed the line?
We kind of gave ourselves a bit of a banker lap, just in case like the leaders, I were just that far ahead of us and we had to do like an extra lap or whatever. So we had I think
2.3, I believe.
Yeah. And I just burnt it up doing a doughy, so why not? I should put on map 3 to do the doughy, so to see if I can extend that out a bit more. Celebrate a little longer.
I've got to say, guys, we saw you doing the job, and we thought, to start off with you a little bit slow. So that's what you were doing, was just straight away for 6 hours. You were thinking, we're going to go lesser on the more efficient. We're going to be back gentle on the gas, and we're going to just bring this thing on fuel. So that was your strategy.
Playing the long game, yeah, pretty much.
Wow.
We actually,
I think, yeah.
So around the 3-hour mark, when we realized we weren't really saving enough, we actually it was a bit of back and forth, and Nitro was throwing numbers at me, trying to work together to like figure something out, and I was so lost. I didn't know. I was flat out trying. I never focused so much and gone so slowly before. I was lifting 100 meters before like all the braking zones, and then Nitro's like throwing numbers at me. I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm so stressed out right now. It was so tricky. It was so much fun though, and oh my gosh, I don't know. I have no idea what to say. I'm like out of words. Like it was. I've never finished in the top 10 in AUSNZ, let alone a podium. So this is an insane step up compared to usual.
Well, you guys thinking the long game, thinking, well, what we turned out. In fact, Isaac came back and calculated 92 seconds for a pit stop. So you saved that by using your brain, and no one else made that thing last, or made Mercedes last as well as you guys did. That's why you deserve it. That's why you should be proud of yourselves. And when you see each other, big pat on the back and well done. So we'll look forward to seeing you guys. Hey, what do you reckon you guys come along to the Circuit of the Americas? You thinking of coming and having a play there, or?
Yeah, I think why not?
Yes,
We
absolutely.
might invite you back, if you're going to carry on like this.
Yeah.
Dirty man.
Look, guys, you guys go and celebrate, and thank you very, very much for popping into the booth. It's great to hear, and I'll tell you what, well done on the podium, because you deserved it. It wasn't just a fluke, you well and truly deserved it. So hats off to you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and
Thank you so much.
great driving from you, not only in the saving the fuel. I just wanted to hark back to the battle that went on with Twitchy at one stage in that race, because that was some great back and forth driving as well. How were you feeling in that moment?
That's like my favorite thing in the world. Wheel-to-wheel racing, a bit of bumping in there too. That was so much fun. I didn't mean to make that bump either, by the way. I actually didn't realize how close we were. But once it happened, I was like, oh yeah, here we go. And then he backed down to our Overvision Radion, which I was very grateful for, because I wasn't backing out, and if he didn't, we would have crashed. But it was, no, that was so much fun. Nitro told me, just be annoying. He didn't say anything else, he just said, be annoying. This will help us massively. Yeah, and I like to think I did quite well, but that was so much fun. Absolute blast.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Brilliant. Thanks, team, and congratulations on the result. We'll let you go and celebrate, because I think
thank you so much.
Some hard-earned celebration deserved at the end of that one.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Yes, well, that was our Pro-Am Division winners, and third place on the podium overall as well. Huge result from them. And now I think we want to get the big question answered. What happened to BSR1? So I think we have Jeesh might be able to join us. And hopefully we'll get Jeesh in here with us to talk us through what happened at the end of that race. That's going to be our first question. Ooh, do we have him on the line?
Yeah.
Jeesh, hello. Congratulations on the result. We want to talk to you. How do you feel after that sort of last 6 minutes, I think it was? It kind of changed the shape of that race.
Yeah, I mean, from our point of view, it didn't really change anything because that was what was going to happen all along. The Aston just doesn't have the ability to make a full stop, unfortunately.
So that was the plan from the start? To see how close we could get?
Well, we knew we'd close and we would have to put in like 15 litres or something. But yeah, it was to hope for rain in that stint, so because we were offset, either hope for rain or like any sort of upsetting strategy for other thing. That was really the main hope because we just didn't have the fuel to make it the full stop.
Wow, interesting. Well, you managed to get so close. So
I know.
Yeah, you must have been hoping during that race that you might just be able to eke it out.
Yeah, well, I mean, I tried the fuel map. I heard they're useless, but and that was true because it only saved 0.01 per lap on fuel map 2, so there was just no point running fuel maps. Lifting coast only gains you like 0.1 a lap for like very heavy lifting coast, so there wasn't really much you could do besides hope for rain.
And Mike, I'll throw to you there because you always seem to come
sorry,
in
mate.
with great
No,
questions.
absolutely. Geez, look, we were rooting for you, mate. We were absolutely and utterly. We want to see, it's not David and Goliath, but we just knew that you were in with a chance. We could see what you were doing straight away. It was about, and obviously what happened at Kyalami, where it went particularly well for you guys. I mean, the other end of the spectrum, but, dare you believe, at what stage did you think, we might win with a chance, or did you know that there was going to be that last pit stop on? I mean, I saw one stage here, and I think I'm right, you guys were trying to get some aero assist as well from some of the cars from the earlier stages, and so and that obviously wasn't something you could maintain.
Yeah, yeah, we did. I think Muffin did a fair bit of lift and coast throughout his stints. He was quite comfortable doing that, but that really only saves you like 0.05 a lap. It wasn't enough. We had to be below 3.7 and we were hitting like 3.83. So it was never going to be enough. The only hope was when it got dark and there's a chance of rain. I was really just praying for the rain. I've been praying all week actually. But yeah, it didn't happen, and it's just unlucky. It is what it is. Sometimes you're lucky, sometimes you're not.
Geesh, I will say to you, mate, I can hear the disappointment. Everyone can hear the disappointment. We had people saying, and I mean, they were saying, when you guys came into the, not yay, it was, that you guys were coming into the pits with about 6 minutes to go. So listen, just understand what a great thing you guys have done. Don't be despondent. Don't be down. Yeah, you didn't win, but you guys have done an outstanding job today. You have matched some of the best sim races there are out there. You guys both deserve a big pat on the back. Muffin, Jeesh, the pair of you deserve a big pat on the back. So please, don't go away from this disappointed, mate. You have done a fantastic thing, and look forward to seeing you guys in the circuit of the Americas, okay? So don't go away sad, because it would ruin what's been a fantastic day from you guys. I don't think there's a mark on your car. You've come through an awful day as far as it goes, knowing that was going to happen, but you really should be proud of yourselves. So, celebrate what you've done and come back stronger in America.
Yeah, we will. We'll try and come back as strong as we can. Hopefully stronger.
No, I don't think you'd be any stronger. Just one of those things, and unfortunately, you just didn't get the rain that you needed. But no, you should be proud of yourselves, and we certainly are, aren't we, Matt? So these guys have been a car we've been watching, and we know that they've had the chance to get in there and pounce. So let's just encourage.
No, absolutely right. Congratulations on P2. It was a mega drive to get there, and it definitely kept it exciting for us watching on as well. And you still do lead the championship as well, so well done to be in that position, setting us up for a good fight at the end in the finale that's coming up. What do you make of Circuit of Americas for the finale?
Yeah, I do like that track. It is a track I get along very well with. Hopefully, Muffin can refine, well, keep his form. He struggled a little bit at Spa, which is a bit of a shame, but it is what it is. He can't be strong all season. He's been great the rest of the season. So I think hopefully we can both have some really good strong form going into the final round.
Brilliant. Oh, we wish you all the best, and thank you for coming and joining us in the commentary box as well.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Brilliant.
I think Matt, if I finished 22nd, I'd be pretty over the moon that I'd finished part of 6 hours. So I can understand why they're disappointed, but really, you know, you can't see the forest for the trees sometimes, and they have done a fantastic job. So, yeah, the heart goes out to them in one breath, but by the same token, like you said, it's second place. You know, that is pretty daggum good, and they still lead the championship. So let's hope there's a great result for them in COTA, and we'll see how that plays out.
Absolutely right. That was, a drive that deserves celebrating. So hopefully they go away and enjoy that one. And like we say, we'll see them in the final round. Now I think we do have our race winner, one of the race winners, part of the ANC Outplayed team, Twitchy, joining us now in the commentary booth. Twitchy, come in. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Hello. Back again.
Brilliant. Welcome back to the box, this time as a Spa race winner. How does it feel at the end of that one?
Yeah, pretty good. We weren't sure at the end if we were actually going to get it. Obviously, with Jish's kind of fuel strategy and whatnot, and kind of came to us at the end. So yeah, no, it's good to come away with the win. Matt did a pretty good stint on his few stints he did, and he was tremendous, honestly, with his pace. So from his first stint, catching Muffin, passing him, and then pulling a gap, kind of made my stints a fair bit easier in terms of just kind of chilling out, not having too much kind of battling behind me or anything or whatnot. Except, I had a bit of a battle with Dusty there for a little bit.
Yeah.
But apart from that, kind of made my stints pretty easy. Just drive to the end of the stint, and that was it. So, yeah, props to Matt for that. Congrats to Jish, and also to Nitro and Defy Racing, I think it is, for the first podium. So, congrats to all them guys.
Yeah, Defy Motorsport is correct, and they, like you say, got their first podium, had a good battle with you at one point. What did you make of that battle? Because it looked like it was reasonably clean, but they were saving fuel up to that point. They saw you get close, and then suddenly the fight was on.
Yeah, it was a bit, I could say stuff and be all kind of media trained or not, but it was pretty frustrating.
Yeah.
Because he would kind of lift off, and as they're doing their kind of lift and coast, I'm trying to go flat out because obviously Jish has a different strategy. We're trying to see what's happening there. So we were just on two different races, and we kind of got caught mixed up. It was a good battle. Looks good for TV, I guess, but yeah, in the driver's seat, it was slightly frustrating a little bit, but that's racing. He's fighting for position. If you want to take it, you got to take it cleanly. So there's a few times I think there was once I had to kind of not turn in because I was going to hit him up the back if I turned in with him, so I had to kind of take an outside line and lose a bit of time that way. And then I think I dived him twice at the bus stop just by accident because he kind of did lift and coast, and I wasn't kind of aware of it. And had to take the outside line into the bus stop a few times, which kind of meant he got the outside line for the next part, and then the inside line for turn one. So I think I backed out at Eau Rouge twice going side by side. I'm like, I'll kind of live to fight another day. But that was a good battle with him, so props to him for getting on the podium with his strategy, and he can race pretty clean and pretty fair, so props to that.
Yeah. Hey, guys, Mike here, mate. Hey, just on your guys' strategy for today, what was it? The same strategy that you raced what you started with? What was in the theory, or did you have to change through the course of the 6 hour?
It was the same strategy basically. I think our strategy basically is just to drive and go fast, right? We'll use up all the fuel we can, put as much in as we can, and stick it in the first fuel map and just get as much power as we can. I don't think we really had a strategy, which might have to be something we look at for next races that are 6 hours, because they seem to be able to do one less pit stop. So if you can set those paces and those times and have a pit stop less, you'd be probably a minute and a half up the field. So something we'll have to look at for next few races in the 6 hour. I think the next one's a 4 hour, so that'll just be standard. But yeah, it was the same strategy from the start. We just kind of ran our race, tried to not get tripped up over anything except for that incident in the first stint. But apart from that, it was all clean after that. So yeah, same strategy from the start.
And it's pretty good having a co-driver of equal quality. I mean, you were saying before that you were chasing him, but right towards the end of it, you looked like you'd picked up your pace and got the car dialed in pretty well. So, that's just a little bit of seat time in the car and the class on the track too. So well done to you, mate, because we could see you were certainly starting to really nail it. And that's not by luck. We know how good you are. But what was it? At what stage towards the end did you think you were going to get the Aston and actually take the win, or did you think that maybe they'd got it and done enough?
There's a fair bit of time, as I kind of drove throughout the race, I kind of got more comfortable with the car, and I think our last two stints, we kind of split it in half over an hour 30 or so we didn't put as much fuel in the car, and thought we'll just go and get like a fastest lap or so. I think I did like a 2:18.2, and Matt was a 2:18.0, almost 2:17, so he was definitely the faster driver today, and props to him for that, for his mega performance. For the last stint, after we pitted the last time, we kind of definitely thought, yeah, we're gonna not win this because just the strategy. So that was until about 7 minutes to go when they pitted, and we're like, oh, shit, because we didn't think we'd win it. Sorry for language there, but yeah. So for a fair while, we just thought, yep, cool, we're in P2. We'll just take P2. It is what it is. The season's probably gone after that because we would have a fair big point gap between between ourselves and first. So after that, it would have been insanely tough unless something happened in the final round. But now that we got that, until about 7 minutes to go, they pitted, and I was pretty shocked. For a good part of that, Matt was thinking that they couldn't make it because I know their first pit stop was after like an hour and 7 minutes, which is only 4 minutes after us. So, we pitted about an hour and 4 minutes into the first stint, or I guess of the race. But so they were in 4 minutes more than us, and that isn't enough, obviously, to take out a whole pit stop, over the course of the next 3 stints. So, yeah, that was always a question mark, but we just kind of stuck it out to the end, and we were either content with P2 just based on strategy, or we get the win, and it just turned out to be the latter, and I think that's what we wanted today.
Oh, congratulations to you and to Matt, of course. It's a pretty damn strong team there between you two, mate, and it did play off. Patience did pay off, so sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't, but I suppose we've got, 4 weeks or so before we see you in America, so plenty of practice in between.
Sweet. Thanks, mate. I appreciate it.
Good on you, man. Thanks very much.
See ya.
Brilliant to hear from the race winners there, and they'll be off celebrating today after that as the point gap comes down to 36 in the overall championship, in fact, between the top 2 teams. So BSR1 still in the lead of the championship, but ANC outplayed, getting close and keeping the fight going. It's exciting to see. And in terms of championships as well, we can look at the AM category, because the winners of today's race were Nismanath and W True, who I believe we might have joining with us to talk about how that one unfolded.
Hey, hello.
Welcome into the booth.
And Dub True, yeah. So Pro-Am went well for you guys.
Yeah. It's a one we can chalk up to strategy, I think, more so than anything. We managed to make the fabled 4-stop on the Aston work somehow. It's always a great day when I can pull up an Excel spreadsheet during Nate's second stints and figure out, is it actually possible? Because, yeah, the pit loss here is absolutely tremendous. An hour, a minute and a half just transiting the lane, plus extra time to actually stop and change the tyres is pretty brutal. So it was definitely worth sacrificing some pace on track to avoid that extra transit.
So we just heard from Jesh before saying about in his Aston that they tried the 4-stop, it didn't quite work. They actually had to go and do a last-minute pit with 6 minutes to go. So I think he might be wanting to know about your guys' spreadsheets on fuel maps and lift and coast and things like that. But that was an awesome performance between you two. It's hard for me to bite my tongue on the 137 car because obviously Nathan and you, my son, and yourself share the car. But that last stint was a double stint for you there, Dub. And I understand that car was actually wearing a bit of damage for the last part of it.
Yeah, so in my penultimate stint, I was feeling pretty good. I did stack it at Eau Rouge and somehow only came out with 6 seconds of damage, which is absolutely incredible. So I really got away with one. Other than that, was feeling pretty good. Was hitting like a really great fuel number and making good pace. So I said, like, Nate, can I take the last one? I'm feeling pretty comfortable. Like, there's nobody really we're chasing, but we'll maintain position pretty well. And then 10 minutes into that stint, I stack it into the wall and get an extra 30 seconds of damage. So then I was nursing a damaged car, trying to hit a fuel number, and also had 3 off tracks. So it was on my last strike. So it was a pretty awful final stint.
Oh, it's not ideal, mate, but that's right. We might have to still pay you the appearance money. I'm not quite sure about the car bonus, but good work there from you. And I'll just get you to hand over to Nismo, and I'll let Monkey Matt have a talk to him.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to hear about what the technique was. I'm hoping you might be willing to share a couple of secrets, because what was the technique in terms of saving fuel and potentially tires? I want to ask about how the tires were as well, because we saw you make it on the Aston, whereas as Mike mentioned, Jeesh and Captain Muffin didn't quite get to the end there.
Yeah, I suppose it's a bit apples and oranges though, when they're probably doing like 2-minute 16s and we're doing sort of like 2-minute 21s. Honestly, it was just a bit of lift and coast. You know, short shifting. It's really, we weren't exactly reinventing the wheel as far as, you know, some secret fuel saving technique. It was just lots of that, and I mean, obviously having to let some blue flag traffic through, that only helps your fuel number when you need to sort of lift off down Camel Straight. But yeah, I mean, just happy with the car. I mean, Smitty engineered a weapon of an Aston, and then we beat him with it. So he's probably going to keep some of the secrets to himself next time, because, you know, he won't want that to happen again. But no, look, it's the Aston's just such a cool little package. We love it, and even though we've got, you know, we still haven't swapped our car this season, we probably aren't. I don't see why we would for Kota, because it serves us so well. So no, happy with the car. Like Tim said, we got away with a few, and just, yeah, eyes forward to the finale.
And you seem to be making a habit of moving forward in the race. What happened in qualifying that I mean, when you look at your race result, you'd have to say you qualified out of position there a little bit.
No, I'm just terrible at putting a lap together when it matters. So obviously it's something I'm trying to work on, and you know, you have your moments, but as far as doing a one lap, I'm an endurance driver. I can punch out an hour's stint, no stress. But yeah, doing that one hot lap, I mean, God, I can't imagine doing a shootout. So
The problem is you can't save fuel in qualifying. That's the issue.
Oh, brilliant. Well, it worked out for you in the race, and congratulations on the race win. What a mega result. Do you have any celebration plans lined up for the night now?
Gonna go get some food. Maybe burgers. Craving one of them juicy burgers.
Brilliant. Well, thanks for joining us in the commentary box. It was awesome to witness you out on track, and great 6 hours of Spa that, you know, you can be proud of.
No, appreciate it, guys. And yeah, the stream was very, very entertaining. Awesome stuff.
Cool.
Cheers. Well, that is our podium celebrations. That is our interviews that we've got time for. And so just a chance now to sort of share some final thoughts. Have we had enough time to process everything that's happened in that 6 hours?
Well, I don't know about Lewis, but I have really been quite amazed at the time that we've been involved in this, and how it doesn't feel like 6 hours is gone. You know, we've had the lead up, we've had the race, and we've had quite a long post, you know, production as far as, you know, talking to the drivers, Matt. And I'll tell you what, it just feels like we sat down 5 minutes ago, for the simple fact that everyone wants to be there, everyone's out there, everyone's putting in the hard work, and then we're seeing the drivers with this strategy and that strategy. You know, no two were the same. And, you know, case in point with the last interview there with Dub True and Nismo about the car that had the, you know, that they could, the others couldn't. So that's what's beautiful about this. You know, we've got exactly the same for everybody, but they do it differently, and that's what's really cool about sim racing. That's what's really cool about this format and about the GT3 car. Yeah, they represent cars that are real cars, and you can actually make them do really well, or you can really suck, or whatever the case may be. As long as you keep going, you'll still get a finish, you'll see a checkered flag. And from my input and the way, like I said, I'm absolutely in awe of you guys. The amount of time that you and the other admins and Isaac and Nathan and, you know, Lewis and all the guys in the background, Smitty, and there's other guys there as well. And I apologise not mentioning you, but I just sit back and watch. I had the easy job, and you know, it's just phenomenal. I don't have the knowledge and the skills you guys have got, but I just have the passion, and I love seeing what I see. I love what I saw, And I'm certainly looking forward to Kota, whether I'm involved in the commentary or whether I'm just watching on. I'll come and watch the stream. It's just fantastic. And I certainly hope that everyone's enjoyed it as much as I have. And again, Trackspot TV, Hooncorp Esports, thank you very much for the inclusion. And I hope that, it's from here upwards. It just keeps on growing.
Brilliant stuff. It certainly has been a big race. Lewis, have you managed to get some thoughts together after that one?
Yeah, it's been an absolute ride. I just look behind me, the sun's gone outside. I can't believe it. Yeah, but no, I definitely feel knackered just from all the stress of watching that. Wow, just keeping up with everything. There's so much going on. I'm just itching to get back out there, really. But no, it's been a great day of racing, and all the people that get behind it and make this thing happen. Yourself and George and Nath and Smitty and the whole crew of yours. It's really awesome, and being back here has really gotten me a new level of appreciation for the whole scene of it. And it's really impressive. The drivers, I get to see a lot more than when I'm behind the wheel. There's just so much skill out there, and it's so awesome that we have this platform to put it on show and compete against each other, and to get some of the best in our continent.
Brilliant. Well, that's all we have time for tonight. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks to Trackspot TV for hosting us on the 6 hours of Spa. If you want to, check out www.trackspot.tv. We love delivering these professional grade sim racing broadcasts across all sort of sim racing events, so definitely go ahead, get in touch, and reach out, and we can bring you more motorsport action. On behalf of Trackspot, I've been Matt Smith. Thanks to Hooncorp Esports, Mike Howe and Lewis Atkinson joining me in the commentary box tonight. It has been a mega effort, and full credit to you guys for getting stuck in. Thanks as well to all the admins, the teams, the drivers who make these races happen. It has been a huge event. 6 hours is a long time, and it really worked out to be a fun race throughout, and it's full credit to all those people involved. We'll be back in December for the finale. We're going to Circuit of the Americas from the 5th to the 7th of December. Come back for that one. But until then, stay awesome, and we'll see you at the next race.